policy. How will
What's
they
up, guys?
turn out to vote on Election Day? I'd love to get specific with you, if we can, about
Election Day.
this
We're going
congressional
on
race
here.
there.
ColdestW is going to be on here sometime soon. But
Republican Senator Ted Cruz. We had Mike Muse on earlier.
We have ABC News.
He is watching the closest.
It is very tight. We don't have the results yet, not even an indication so far. But yes, he's a 41-year-old, three-term congressman from the Dallas area, the father of two boys, a 41-year-old Colin Allred, linebacker at Baylor University, and then with the Tennessee Titans. Senator Cruz has called him too liberal for Texas, but his own colleagues have said that Colin Allred is the most bipartisan person in Congress from Texas. So we'll see how he does tonight. There are high hopes that he will finally be able to unseat the Republican senator here.
Wouldn't that be something if they flipped that seat blue in there in Texas? John Quinones, thank you so much for being here with us today.
All right, guys,
and we have a lot more special coverage ahead here tonight of Election Night in America. As you know, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris both looking to win the White House. There you are, looking live in Derry, New Hampshire. Polls are set to close sort of soon in a few places, and we're going to get some results rolling in, so make sure you stay with ABC News Live. Partner.
We're not partners. I'm the detective and you are the consultant. I see you brought your baby.
All right.
To a crime scene.
She is just spectating. You're a single mom with 3 kids pretending to be a cop.
I am not pretending. I spot things that detectives miss. Still think my theory's flimsy?
That big brain of hers is going to help us close a lot of cases.
I'm just out here super copping.
High Potential, all new next Tuesday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Attention all units. Possible elder abduction in progress.
Thursday.
Suspect is on the roof, requesting backup.
2 daring rescues.
I love around this trap.
He's about 20 feet down.
I'm scared.
1 new hero.
Someone's got to go down there. I don't think you're going to fit this time. There's someone who can.
I can do it. I'm his big brother.
If we don't try this, we might not get to him in time.
Jack?
911 returns Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Hey, Luke, I am so excited to host the CMA Awards again.
Nashville, here we come. Hang tight, honey, got a pocket full of money, and I'm headed straight home to you.
Lady, what are you doing here?
I'm hosting the CMA Awards with y'all. I think I can add something you ain't never had before.
Like what?
Like humor, style, a little bell-bottom flair.
I guess we do need you, lady.
That's the spirit. Y'all ready to do this?
I can pull off bell bottoms.
Sure you can, buddy.
Wednesday night.
Oh my God.
We're back with the biggest and best season yet.
Oh my God.
The question is,
What would you do?
now on Wednesday nights on ABC. What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
Operation. Is this our combat operations center? We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from... Hi, appreciate you. Thank you. Ismael? David.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
GMA 3. What you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us. Afternoons.
I
love that.
Me too.
Reporting from Monterey Park, California, I'm Robin Roberts. Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News live.
I did terrible things. I hurt a lot.
All right, guys, we're about to get ColdestW on here. All right, I'm gonna call him now, guys. All right. We're streaming ABC News live.
Should I do the ColdestW podcast now or later?
I mean, right now I'm doing the early ColdestW podcast. So people will get early coverage if they need it.
Yeah, and I can't stream now even if I wanted to because I still have to wait until 10.
Didn't you use the Riverside podcasting that I told you about?
Where's the link?
Wait, I think I already, like, wait. I'm gonna go get my MacBook. I'm gonna go get my sister's MacBook. Okay, I got it.
3 more hours until I can stream.
Okay, I'm gonna check ABC News Live.
Okay.
Right now, I'm gonna check ABC News Live on my Mac. I'll check the podcast. Like, I'm gonna check ABC News Live on my phone.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So then I'll go on my MacBook. I'm gonna send you the link first, then I'll go on my MacBook.
People who are Donald Trump supporters who really think that
I'm gonna show the link on my phone. I'm gonna show this. Alright, only 6 minutes before Georgia's poll closes.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna send you the studio.
On Discord?
Yeah, but this thing is not loading. No available Windows. I'm not using Windows.
We're going to get the tree, okay? Anxiety and anger that, I think the whole country is pretty much stressed out tonight.
I think there is a lot of nail biting going on. There's no question about that. And we know that the polls are showing.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
October surprise, if you will. You've seen that in past elections. But is there a turning point that you're looking at, either in this election or more broadly speaking, one that you think really changes the outcome?
The big turning point was in July when Biden, who everyone thought was going to be be Biden.
All right, I'm
and
about
Trump again.
send you the link so we can do the podcast.
And of course,
Sorry, I'm
walked out on the stage of the debate.
Alright, I'm gonna disable my camera.
Looked sickly. He looked very old.
How am I still connecting?
Think of that. Kamala Harris didn't know she was running for president until July. This race, by any measure,
it's lagging a lot.
We're hearing about Russia.
It's live?
No, I said it's lagging a lot.
Oh, I can see it on, Bro, imagine you get, like, copyright strike.
No.
It's a news, so you can't really.
Yeah, it's public domain, probably.
Voters nationwide.
Yeah, it's on the news, so.
Okay, I'm connected.
Bro, why does my voice sound like that? I can hear it on the stream. My voice sounds so goofy.
Alright, look, I have my live stream ready. I already linked it.
That your vote matters.
Alright.
Because, if you don't have a say, then you really shouldn't complain. So there are a lot of positive things. I think we'll see. That person who does get elected has a lot of work ahead. But I think the country's going to be up for it because, frankly, they want a little bit of a quieter, more normal path ahead. Not this kind of crazy bubble that we've had, this wild year.
Alright, I'm about to go live on the thing. You want me to invite you?
Foreign interference in
sure.
politics.
Alright.
I think time for a quiet path.
Isn't that interesting to wish for a quiet night? Mary Jordan, thank you so much for being here with us. And it is our pleasure here to be with all of you on this historic night in this country.
You're going to be a guest in it. I don't know why. It just says I need premium to access all of the other things.
It says what? Your mic keeps glitching out.
You're going to be in the guest thing because it's not letting me being you to be the producer. Alright.
Coming up after the break, be sure to watch David Muir lead ABC's special primetime coverage.
Alright, the first major polls are coming in. The first major polls are coming in.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Yo, it's coming, it's coming.
Covering the results.
Type 1. If anyone's watching the stream, type 1 for Trump, type 2 for Kamala.
It's Kamala.
Oh.
The first major votes are coming in. Oh, nope. Right to commercial break. Hulu over the news.
Yeah, it's coming in.
Oh my god. I need to, wipe the cameras for this. This should be in 4K. This shit needs to be in 4K. Bro, update is taking too slow. What is it doing? Like, what is the update doing? Making a sandwich? Are you serious? What is it doing?
One of the last of its kind. But this comes at a cost. Five countries, 5 incredible real stories of adventure, danger, and deceit.
Oh, my friend just texted me, puta madre. That means your mom's a bitch. My mom.
Bro, I saw that on your stream. That's crazy.
I'm still gonna leave that in.
I'm nervous playing you. Fearlessness, the complexity. Oh, stop. Unless you had more to say.
The update is taking so long.
Only Murders in the Building, streaming on Hulu, and for bundle subscribers on Disney Plus. Friday night.
What is the update literally doing? Okay, I'ma just like send you it straight up. Wait. I'm gonna just send it. I'm gonna just send it for you through my iMessages.
Okay.
Just when you thought you heard the most shocking part, you'll never.
I'll tell you if I got it or not.
Fire and Vice, the all-new 2020, Friday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
911, what's your emergency?
Now streaming, 911 is delightfully wild.
You ever seen anything like this before?
It's one of the most compelling.
You managed to get a
Han, send me a
400-pound
text.
tiger into a studio.
Okay, I'll send you one.
Because
I'll say hi.
it's not showing me on my map. Okay, I got it.
Okay.
I love you.
Tell me in person.
911, Thursdays on ABC.
Alright, it's sending.
Okay. I'll tell you if I got it or not.
On Disney Plus. You're watching America's #1 streaming news.
Did you get it?
No, I didn't get it yet.
Okay.
Live reporting across the globe. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
Reporting from Santa Fe, New Mexico, I'm Lindsay Davis. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Yeah,
okay, they're off commercial break. They're off commercial break.
Okay.
Alright, the polls has just closed.
They have?
Alright, Georgia votes for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. 16 electoral votes.
Okay, let's see.
For Georgia,
This is literally the fate of the world over here.
Kentucky, Donald Trump won in Kentucky, I guess. I don't know.
W, bro, W. Okay,
Alright, in Vermont, Kamala Harris won, I think. Alright, 38.1% for Kamala Harris and 60.3% for Trump. Oh wait, nope, it just disappeared. It literally just disappeared. I don't know what it's doing. It's going
I'm watching your stream right now, bro. This is crazy.
Are you in the podcast? Like, did you get the message?
Oh, wait, I don't see. Wait, send it on Discord.
The update is too slow.
Oh.
Bro, look that it's keep checking for updates even though I don't want it. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just go on Discord, like just straight up, like on my MacBook.
ABC News election headquarters in New York City. Now reporting, David Muir.
Alright, they're back on.
Okay. If Trump wins, I'm gonna go on Boss Man's stream and be like, told you or something.
border security to democracy.
Who? If you were 18, who would you vote for?
Trump.
I would vote for Kamala. Only because of TikTok.
At this hour, millions of voters across the country are still lying.
Because of TikTok?
Yep.
What's been an unprecedented campaign highlighting the major differences in a deeply divided America.
Okay.
86 million Americans, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, already casting ballots before today, either in person or by mail. Let's go right to the map tonight. The polls still open across most of the country. Just
across most, the polls are still open in most of the countries. I meant like and like most of the states.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on your stream right now. Okay, 85 million more.
Will likely decide the Electoral College.
That's a lot.
Over the past several weeks leading right up to election night, they are all extremely close as we begin to count the votes across this country. Democrats in the so-called blue wall of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are trying to hold on to that tonight. In the southeast, Georgia and North Carolina, hitting the southwest, all eyes on Arizona and Nevada. And of course, here is the magic number we'll be talking about all night here and perhaps for days. 270, the number of electoral votes needed to win the presidency. This is not just about the White House being at stake tonight. Control of Congress also on the line. Take a look. The Senate right now, as you know, Democrats are in control of the Senate. Currently, they have narrow control of 34 seats in play tonight. Republicans need to pick up just 2.
Oh no, guys, what happened? Oh no. Okay. Bro. Alright guys, we had technical difficulties with ColdestW. We have technical difficulties. Alright, I don't know what happened. Alright. Alright, we're back. Alright. Oh, Alright, I'm gonna send you the link.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna see if like, what it's doing right now. Alright, paste. No, what the? Just copy the paste code. Alright, go live. I can't even hear the thing. Huh, wait. Oh, they started a new live. You guys can't even hear it. Alright. I'm gonna switch you over to the MacBook.
Okay.
Only on.
Alright.
Than Donald Trump, and we know how that ended.
Right.
It's so interesting that those first early results show that democracy and the state of affairs in this country ranks #1. Again, preliminary exit polls. I want to head over to the big board. Rachel Scott, Rick Klein are going to be at these boards all night long. And if I remember 4 years ago, I think you guys were around until Saturday. But I don't want to freak you out just yet. But Rick, I want to talk about this because we have early vote numbers. Obviously, Republicans and Democrats have significant early vote. I've been obsessed because I've talked to you about this being obviously Kamala Harris's quickest path to 270, right through the Rust Belt. She holds the narrowest of margins in the early vote. She will still need a major turnout on Election Day. The Trump campaign very aware of that. They're expecting a major turnout today as well. If she's not able to pull off this Rust Belt, this sweep of these 3 states, how do you get there if you're a Kamala Harris?
Yeah, that is the most straightforward
I don't
path.
think
You're right.
you
There
need
are
to.
other ways that she gets there, but it really means some combination of those Midwestern states and some Southern states. One possibility would be if she's able to hold on to Wisconsin and Michigan and take one of these 2 Southern states potentially, and then the Western states. But it's much harder if Pennsylvania falls that way. And you mentioned those early votes. Of course, they're going to be supplemented with actual vote counting as the night goes on, but it's going to take a while.
Take me to the other board of the column of the point system, where you actually literally see when you take some of these states in different columns over the course of the night. Let's, for example, and it's early night, so we can do this, some hypotheticals for you at home. If Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania, what does it do to her odds of winning the presidency?
Yeah, our partners at 538 say it's about a 50-50 night going in, but if Pennsylvania goes to Kamala Harris, check out what happens to the numbers. Suddenly it shoots up to almost 85% likelihood of her winning. Now, if Pennsylvania goes the other way, if Donald Trump is able to solve that again and make it fall in his column, he's now an 80% favorite. So that is the state that puts you in a commanding position if you win it.
And I think that I read the person who wins Pennsylvania wins the White House 90% of the time in our history of these presidential races. In the meantime, we can call Indiana, the state of Indiana, the first state of this hour to call going to Donald Trump.
Joshua is texting me. I think I gave him nitro.
Rick, you've got the early vote
like
numbers.
2 weeks.
Let's take a look at them because they're a little different this time of year, this time around. And I wanted to explain to our viewers. 4 years ago, we were in the pandemic, right? We're in the middle of COVID. People were being encouraged to vote early, particularly on the Democratic side. Donald Trump did not embrace early voting. He actually questioned it. This time, he has said, go out and vote early, and it would appear Republican supporters of Donald Trump listened.
Yeah, look, last time 100 million Americans voted early. That's a record, but only about a third of them.
Look, did you get the 2-week nitro
Now
trial?
that number is up to 38%, and that's just 2 points below the Democrats. So think about that. Republicans were running 10 points behind Democrats 4 years ago. Now that is only 2 points. This is a big factor as well. That's the 22% of unaffiliated. They're either independent or third-party candidates.
Well,
They don't identify with any party. We don't know where they're going to break tonight.
Sort of a black box. We have no idea how that number breaks down, and that's a significant number. And if you're inside each one of the campaigns, you're doing modeling and focus groups that shows which way the wave is breaking in these final days. Perhaps these campaigns have a much better idea than we do tonight watching this unfold.
It's like loading.
What does this mean,
wait, I'm gonna try to go
when
live.
it comes to the Republican turnout? It is impressive. The question that the Harris camp is going to put out there is, are these the voters who would have turned out for Donald Trump on Election Day, or was able to bank this vote and then get a whole new crop of Republican voters today?
That's exactly the question, and Georgia is actually instructive in this way, because you can see in 2020, Republicans were about 40% of the electorate. They're only about 39% now. It's about the same. It isn't a huge difference, a slightly fewer Democrats as a share. This is fascinating, though, to me, because you talk about those unaffiliated voters. This is the portrait in North Carolina, where we're going to have polls closing soon. 4.5 million people voting early, almost as many as last time. And that is a third Democrats, a third Republicans, and a third, the largest share, actually, are those unaffiliated voters.
It's interesting you bring up North Carolina. I'll take this over to Rachel then, because one of the things that you and I have been talking about these last 24 hours, it was hard not to notice that Donald Trump spent a lot of time in North Carolina in these last 2 days.
Spending a whole lot of time in North Carolina. And David, I was talking to one Republican who told me where these candidates are spending their final days will tell you a lot about what they are particularly concerned about. So North Carolina, a state that Donald Trump won in 2016 and 2020, it's the only battleground state tonight where the former president is on defense. He held 4 campaign stops here in the last 3 days, campaigning in Kingston, Greenville, Raleigh, Greensboro, also over here in Charlotte. David, as the night goes on, as we start to get results, we're also going to be paying attention to this area right here in the western part of the state. This is an area that was really hit hard by Hurricane Helene. Former President Donald Trump in 2016 and 2020 really racked up the vote in the rural parts of that state.
Was there something within the campaign that they were seeing that made them nervous? We see it bear out in the early vote, but of course we just learned that in the last 24 hours. But essentially these two campaigns are tied going into Election Day in North Carolina. And as Rick pointed out, and rightly so, a whole third of the early vote is either independent or unaffiliated voters, and we simply don't know how that's going to break.
Part of this is them knowing just how tight this race is. No Democrat has won the state of North Carolina since 2008. They do not want to give this up. The other half of it, of course, is the fact that Hurricane Helene really ravaged parts of this state. Trump voters in rural counties, they need them to turn out. There have been modifications that have been made, provisional votes that will be cast in some of those counties as well.
Let's talk about where Kamala Harris spent her final 24 hours. He did a blitz of 3 battleground states. She was in 1 state alone.
One state alone, Pennsylvania. The biggest prize of the night, 19 electoral votes. We're going to keep coming back to all-important Pennsylvania because you heard from Rick just how much her chances increased if she were to win this state. So, David, let me show you where she was campaigning. Part of it was the Latino belt. Allentown and Reading, high Hispanic and Latino voters here. In Allentown, Puerto Rican community, very large. You're really seizing on those comments made at Donald Trump's Madison Square Garden rally. A speaker comparing Puerto Rico to an island of garbage, really trying to turn out the vote here. She went door knocking in Scranton, home to President Biden, of course. She also campaigned all the way over here in Pittsburgh, which is really notable, David, because Joe Biden in 2020 got more votes than any other Democrat in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, since LBJ in 1964. And then, of course, she held that final star-studded rally right there in Philadelphia.
It's interesting, in the midterms 2 years ago, Republicans got the most votes. Oh my God, I'm actually doing a Democratic county.
I'm doing a double stream.
Got the most votes there, too. So the Trump campaign does not want to give up that territory either. Pennsylvania, we're going to be talking about Pennsylvania here all night long and probably beyond tonight. John Carl, I know that you just talked to Donald Trump late this afternoon. You talked to sources in the Trump campaign, also the Harris campaign. How are they feeling going into this night with all these national polls showing it's a coin flip? It's basically tied going in.
Look, David, both sides are projecting optimism. They're saying they've got confidence that they ultimately are going to win. But both are clearly on edge about this, clearly uneasy about where this is going to go. And in my conversation with Donald Trump, very interesting conversation because, you know, he's always, well, I'm going to win, I'm going to win, I'm going to win. I asked him how he reads these early returns, the early votes, the last polls. And this is what he said. Last quote, I don't know. We've had a lot of enthusiasm, but I cannot read it, and I don't think anybody can read it. Kind of exhausted, clearly exhausted after this final push, and a little bit very uncharacteristic for Donald Trump, throwing his arms up and saying, look, I don't really know where this race stands.
I think it's a moment of truth and real clarity from Donald Trump to you, John Carl, because honestly, people who've studied this, people do not know. The early vote looks so different from 4 years ago, certainly, that it's impossible to know what each campaign needs to actually get over that finish line today as far as day of turnout versus what we went into this with. I want to bring this to Mary Bruce as well. I know you talked to the Harris campaign as well, John. We'll get your thoughts here in a moment. Mary, you've covered her day in and day out, the White House. How are they feeling tonight?
Cautiously optimistic. It's been described as nauseously optimistic, which may be my new favorite political descriptor. But they are quick to note tonight that turnout today was high across every key battleground state. They see those long lines that we're all seeing, and they think that's a good sign for them, that it shows that they've been able to reach a broad coalition, and they believe that coalition is coming out for her. They also see in their own data that late-breaking voters, they think, those voters that didn't make up their mind yet, and yes, they do exist, but that they are coming towards Kamala Harris. In part, they think, because they are motivated by Donald Trump's dark closing message. They were turned off by his rhetoric, especially that big Madison Square Garden rally. But we know, and we're going to be talking about this a lot tonight, I suspect, so much of this, they say, is just going to come down to mobilization and the ground game. And they do feel, the Harris campaign, that Donald Trump's ground game can't compete with theirs. When you look at the numbers, I mean, just in the last weekend, 3 million doors knocked. At one point, I was told they were knocking on 2,000 doors a minute in must-win Pennsylvania. And we know Kamala Harris, just a short while ago, was out there working the phones herself,
so presidential
trying to reach every last voter.
One follow-up for you, Mary, because you talk about these late deciders. And I heard from someone within the campaign who was speaking to a national audience who said it's not necessarily, 9 out of 10 late deciders. It might be split, but just slightly favoring the Harris campaign, which also is another reflection of how tight this race is, that even the late deciders, they're dividing them. Yeah,
exactly. They really do think, what is pushing them at this last minute? And it's why you've been seeing the Harris campaign, especially in these last few days and hours, really reaching out to all of those key demographics, making that extra push for Latino voters, women voters, young voters.
Look, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to share my screen on the map
so everyone can see. This is going to come down to that small sliver of undecided voters in those key battleground states.
Well, you talk about being nauseously optimistic. I'm going to bring this to Martha Raddatz, not because you are, either way, Martha, but because you've been out in the country. And I just think about all the voters watching us tonight. And people have so much at stake here, no matter who their candidate is. Americans are really feeling this. They've seen these national poll numbers. They've seen the battleground states all within a point, within the margin of error. So everybody, us included, goes into this night not knowing.
Exactly, David. They're not nauseously optimistic. They're just nauseous at this point. They want this over.
We have a
travel this country the entire year, and I've seen a real change. And obviously, we changed the Democratic candidate. The change was in the beginning
Kamala
of the
Harris
year.
in Georgia,
I felt like
they're
people were
currently
just checked
reporting
out.
right now.
I'm so tired of this. This is ridiculous. It's the same two
but
people.
Look, we have
but
a
now,
list of
even
places
though
where
about
Donald Trump is
61% or
and
more
Kamala
are
Harris
dissatisfied
is blue. We need
with
to wait
those
for
candidates,
Atlanta.
they are
We need to wait for
this race. They are all watching this race carefully.
But we need to wait for
it
Atlanta,
isn't just about, as you said,
Athens,
Kamala
Macon,
Harris, Donald Trump.
Augusta,
It is about
Savannah,
a divided America. They have
I
a
don't know what
very
else.
different view
Right, so let's show
of this
all the
country,
states.
and they are watching this race.
Ohio,
well, I'm learning we're just getting some data coming in from Georgia, the all-important
7:30.
battleground. We're going to dive into that, what it reveals about this race already
in
tonight.
Indiana right
We'll look
now,
at Georgia
they're
and the
getting
numbers
Donald
coming
Trump.
in right after the break. Don't go away. We're
Kentucky,
just getting
Donald
started.
Trump. Then Virginia, Donald Trump. Georgia, Kamala Harris. Florida, Donald Trump. And Vermont, Kamala Harris.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
So Donald Trump, I think, is winning right now by 53.3%, and by Kamala Harris, 51%.
Loaded and ready to go.
And for the U.S. Senate, 52.9 for that. All right, so these are the votes.
America's most watched newscast.
Like this is updating live right now. You just see a what? But you can't see the votes? Alright. I'll try to download the map app. Alright, Joshua just texted me something. I'm being serious. Election night coverage will resume shortly.
Live from New York City and across the country, Election Night 2024. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to our live election night coverage. You're looking at ABC News Live Election Night headquarters here in New York. The whole team is assembled. We are back for another presidential race, and we're prepared for very long hours right here with all of you at home. We're getting some new numbers in from Georgia, of course. This is a key battleground state, and this is where it stands right now. Pretty close race. Kamala Harris, 48.5. Donald Trump, 51%. Obviously, just 3% of the vote in. But that 3%, Rick, has been somewhat telling. And I wanted to tell our viewers at home, here's one of the reasons why I hope you'll stick with ABC tonight, because Rick has got an incredible benchmark tool to tell us where Donald Trump needs to be in a particular county or where Kamala Harris needs to be, no matter at what point in the night we are, to be having a good night in that particular county and state. So give us an example of how we're going to track this.
Yeah, so most of the data isn't in yet, but what we're seeing in one county just outside Atlanta, Douglas County, it's only about 1% of the votes overall, but we've got a good portion of the vote in already. Kamala Harris right now winning 65 to 33. You can see how that compares to Joe Biden. It's a few points ahead of Biden. And this is what you're referring to. These are our benchmarks. This is our partners at 538. They ran the numbers for every county in America and calculated what would it take for each candidate to perform in a county in a way that they would be able to win the state. That benchmark says she needs to be getting around 61, 62% in Douglas County. She's up there at 66%. Similar story just east of Atlanta in Rockdale County.
So
Again,
you actually can't see
county.
my screen,
We're not talking
right?
a lot of votes, but she's running 6 points ahead of that 538
All right,
benchmark.
I'm
and
about
once
to
again,
download the app.
6 points ahead of where Joe Biden ran. This is mostly early vote. That's about the kind of turnout that we're expecting in terms of early vote. And of course, lots of the states still to go, but Atlanta and the suburbs, that's the voting engine of the state of Georgia for any Democrat.
And you just mentioned this, but let's drill down. What kind of vote are we looking at?
Wait, God, I'm stopping the thing for now. Because I'm letting Joshua get the 2-week free nitro.
Doubly, bro. Doubly for giving nitro to everyone.
Yeah, that's why they call me the rich kid. They actually call me the...
How do you even...
What?
Bro, finally Mel's back.
Who is Nels?
Mel Hart.
Oh.
The numbers they were able to put up in the early vote, but then you've got to wait to see day of, and you're going to be trained really on the Atlanta metro area as well to see if the Harris campaign was at all successful today in trying to get their numbers up.
That's exactly right. That is where she needs to win this race. It's where any Democrat would, and it's a pattern across the country. Urban areas have gotten bluer in the age of Donald Trump, and rural areas have gotten redder. So he is going to be looking to places well outside of there, smaller counties, but places where he is going to be winning 2-1, sometimes even more, 3-1. This is a 50 points, 50, 40 points, 80 points right now very early in this county.
Go back to Brantley real quick right there. Just let's see the benchmark for him. Where does he need to be? Does he need to be at 90%?
He sure does. This is a very small county, but this is the kind of place where he has to absolutely clean up. So far he is.
And he's performing as well. 3% in, 4% in now. We got a ways to go there in the state of Georgia. Lindsay Davis, you've been looking at the exit polls from Georgia, though, and the voters there have spoken their mind.
Georgia on our mind as always. And take a look, quite a difference from what we saw in the national trend when it comes to the most important issues when deciding your vote.
See, that's why we're always earlier
saw the
than
state
him.
of democracy, number one, that's taking second here. Economy 40%, so nearly half of those voters.
I'm gonna turn up the volume for
the economy when it came to their vote. State of democracy second, followed by abortion with 14%, and then immigration, again, foreign policy fifth by quite a distance. Now, remember that phone call that Donald Trump made, that hour-long phone call to Secretary of State Raffensperger in 2020, when he famously said, I just need you to find me 11,780 more votes. What's interesting is when, in these, again, preliminary exit polls, but as far as the confident the election conducted fairly and accurately for 2024, 81% confident in Georgia that it is, which is significant. Another big number we're going to be looking at all throughout the night, women. So far, again, just preliminary, but 54% of the voters in Georgia, females, and they are breaking 53% for Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, 46%. Now, I just want to give you a little bit of perspective here. 2020. playing out.
All right, 26 minutes past the hour. When we come back, Lindsay, thank you. We're closing in on 7:30. Polls are about to close in the North Carolina battleground state with its 16 electoral votes. So again, we're already tracking Georgia in just about 4 minutes here. We're going to have all eyes will be on North Carolina as the first numbers come in. Stay with ABC News. We're just getting started tonight. Back in a moment.
All right, polls close in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia as millions of Americans cast their votes. We're live across the country on ABC.
Attention teachers, no child is to be sent to the principal's office today. Kids, if you want to do prom, now's the time. Happy birthday to school.
Weren't there like 4 more of these?
Yeah, we were robbed.
Hey, buy 3, get 1 free.
I'ma call your mother on you. Bring the rest back here, boy.
Like in 2 minutes. It's loading. It's loading pieces. Okay. All right. It's now 7:30. All right. They're gonna become on. Okay.
Election night in America. Who will be the next president of the United States? From ABC News headquarters in New York, here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News Live Election Night coverage now 7:30 p.m. here in the East. Polls have now closed in 3 more states tonight, including another key battleground state, North Carolina, with its 16 electoral votes
North
up
Carolina.
for grabs. The polls have just closed there. The moment we get numbers on this board, we'll go right back to it. But as we mentioned earlier, Donald Trump has spent a lot of time in North Carolina in these final days of the campaign. We're also still watching the battleground state of Georgia. That closed about a half an hour ago now, and the numbers coming in there, Donald Trump taking a pretty sizable lead. Again, just 8% of the vote coming in. And the moment we have more, we'll come back to that as well. We do have something that we can report now, and that is from West Virginia. Donald Trump has picked up the state of West Virginia at its 4
projected
electoral
winner
votes.
for West Virginia for Donald Trump.
39 points in 2020. This was expected now officially in Trump's category. Ohio tonight, 17 electoral votes. Used to be a battleground state. Now Ohio. These presidential races become much more red over the years. The raw vote right there. Donald Trump. Actually, we don't have the numbers coming in yet, but we will.
They don't have the numbers coming in for Ohio. They don't not.
Take a look at the map. This is where things stand tonight. This is the race to 270. You likely know what that's all about, the Electoral College. And as you can see right there, Kamala Harris has won one state tonight, 3 electoral votes on the way to 270. Donald Trump, 23 electoral votes. He's picked up 3 states here on the way to 270. And we do have one more of our first key Senate races. We're tracking the Senate as well and control of the Senate at the end of the night.
For West Virginia,
Take a look.
the
You can see
Senate
Jim Justice,
for
the
United
governor of
States,
West Virginia.
projected
He will
winner
fill the
is
open
Jim
seat. Senator
Justice.
Joe Manchin, who was
That sounds
Democrat,
like an
became an
ugly name.
independent as of late, retiring after 2 full terms in the Senate. Jim Justice will now represent West Virginia. I want to get rid of Rachel Scott because she covers Congress, Capitol Hill. Rachel, as we know, in the Senate, all eyes on how many seats. They only need to pick up 2, the Republicans, to take back control of the Senate. Here's their first pickup. And again, this is the number at the end of the night, so there could be surprises elsewhere. But a lot of eyes on Sherrod Brown in Ohio and John Tester in Montana. These are both states that Donald Trump won handily, and they're trying to defend their seats.
Yeah, and Senator Joe Manchin, who decided not to run for re-election, gave Democrats a whole lot of headaches when President Biden, during that first administration, his first couple of months in there. But the biggest one is probably this one right here, because it almost ensured that this seat was going to go toward Republicans, already netting 1 right now. David, you said it. They have to net 2 by the end of tonight. Also keeping our eye on Ohio and Montana. These are both states that Donald Trump won. You have the last 2 statewide Democrats in both Montana and Ohio. You have Sherrod Brown in Ohio. You have John Tester in Montana doing very tight races. And David, I just want to remind our viewers here, we're going to be keeping our eye on this all night, but this is the current makeup of the Senate. Democrats have 51 seats. Republicans have 49. Democrats playing a lot more defense tonight. They're defending 23 seats. Republicans only have to net 2 by the end of the night to take the majority.
Or 1, right, if Donald Trump wins, because then the VP has the tie-breaking vote.
Exactly. The cleanest path to victory will be just 2, but net 1 and take the White House.
And they've picked up 1 already. Let's swing over to Rick Klein at his board there. And Georgia, we have some new numbers coming in from Georgia.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit more roll in. We still have most of the vote out. Well, still about 90% of the vote still to come. But I am clued into some of the Republican parts of the state, because you're starting to see the numbers roll up for Donald Trump as expected, ahead of his benchmark in a county like Greene. Again, these are smaller counties, but that's how things get pieced together. We're still waiting on most of the vote in Atlanta and its immediate suburbs, but you're seeing that pattern emerge where some of the bluer parts are just racking up more Democratic votes. Some of the swing counties we're going to be keeping an eye on to see how these numbers shift throughout the night. They haven't moved very much yet, but it's still early in Georgia.
And how about Florida? I know the Harris campaign was not counting on Florida. That used to be a battleground state as well. Now leans Republican, and Donald Trump's doing quite well.
Yeah, and we don't have enough information to project the state, but with about 2/3 of the vote in right now, we are seeing a Republican romp in some formerly Democratic parts of the state. This is really striking. Miami-Dade County, that used to be a place where Democrats did very well. Hillary Clinton, even though she lost in 2016, she got almost 64% of the vote in that county. Harris so far only at 44%. That is way, way below where she needs to be. Not a contested state. Won't be a surprise if this ends up in Trump's column. But even in more Democratic parts of the state, we're seeing Harris run behind Biden's numbers and significantly behind the kind of numbers she would need in parts of the state like that if she were to win. Look at Orlando, another good example. Harris, a couple of points below Joe Biden's number. And again, Biden's number wasn't good enough to win the state of Florida.
Really interesting. How does the Harris campaign explain that, Mary?
Well, look, I think they certainly weren't ever thought they were going to win Florida. But I will say, the campaign is often quick to note. When you talk about Florida, there's often such a large conversation about the Latino vote, Hispanic vote. They are quick to note that what you see in Florida, understandably, doesn't translate to those populations in other must-win states. It seems obvious, but it's worth repeating that what motivates Latinos and Hispanic voters in Florida is not the same as the issues that are top of mind in a place like Arizona, Nevada, or Pennsylvania.
And the Harris campaign has actually cautioned political reporters not to look at Florida and trying to extrapolate for the rest of the night. But to be performing under levels of Joe Biden is still something that they've got to be a little concerned about. I want to get to Whit Johnson. He's covering the campaign as well for us tonight. He's at Trump headquarters, and they've got to be happy with what they're seeing so far in Georgia.
I think.
Yeah, David, exactly. I actually spoke with a Trump advisor a short time ago, and he said they're very encouraged by what they're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina. Specifically, this advisor told me that rural voter turnout in Georgia is through the roof. That's what he said, and that's something that they definitely need to continue if he wants to take Georgia. In North Carolina, as Rick was pointing out earlier, the Trump campaign really seeing some encouraging signs with that early vote, saying that Republicans for the first time in state history outpaced Democrats in the early vote. out. But then there's still the question of independents, which way they will go, and the question of whether these are new Republican voters or Republican voters who would have come out on Election Day but were encouraged to come out early. So it remains to be seen how all of that will play out, but certainly some encouraging signs that the Trump campaign is pointing to. As for the president himself, he is hunkering down at Mar-a-Lago. We're told that he hasn't had much sleep. He had a busy 24 hours barnstorming some battlegrounds, a late night in Michigan, flew to Florida, voted here this morning. And at Mar-a-Lago, even still, we're told that he's working the phones. He's calling campaign staffers, various offices, even calling into radio stations. And we're told that he's doing everything he can to actually run through the tape as it happens. Multiple gatherings happening at Mar-a-Lago where the president will be attending, meeting with big donors and family, people like Elon Musk. We're told if he decides to speak tonight, and a lot of speculation about when that could happen, he would then motorcade from Mar-a-Lago over here to the convention center in West Palm Beach. This is where thousands of Trump supporters and surrogates are gathering tonight. And that when we've been pressing the Trump campaign to get a sense of timing on that, we're getting a lot of different answers. But I think this one from an advisor pretty much sums it up. Trump will do whatever Trump wants to do, and they are just going to be ready to respond in the moment. David.
Whit Johnson at Trump headquarters in Florida for us. Whit, thanks so much. Let's get to Eva Pilgrim. She's with Kamala Harris's campaign. Eva, what are they making of the early numbers? And where is the vice president tonight? How will she spend the evening?
Well, the vice president has a very routine that she does every election, which is she has dinner with her family. We know that she's at a local D.C. hotel where she is watching these numbers come in and just sort of taking it all in. It has been a mad dash to the finish here. She has been zigzagging across the state of Pennsylvania yesterday. She's been doing lots of radio, call-in, drive-in interviews, talking to people in those battleground states. We're here at Howard. This is the place that she's referred to as her home. You know, a lot of candidates we see in their home state on Election Day. And this is a place that feels like home to her. This is where she came to do her debate prep. This is a place she feels very comfortable, very safe, very grounded. You know, we talked with a campaign official just a short time ago, and they're feeling very optimistic looking at these early numbers. They're looking at those suburban voters. They pointed out to me that even in these red states, they're tracking Trump's numbers, particularly, for instance, one of the examples they gave me was in Boone County, Indiana. He's trending downwards according to their numbers as he was in the previous presidential election. They're also looking at the enthusiasm amongst college students. The program here, David, is just beginning. It must be about 30 now. They're going to have a lot of different groups from the college here performing as part of this program. And this is part of what they're looking at that's making them excited, is this enthusiasm amongst college students. In Pennsylvania, lines at Lehigh, Lafayette, and Temple. In North Carolina, lines at Appalachian State polling places there in Boone County. Lines in Nevada at UNR and UNLV. 8 college campuses in Wisconsin have 1 to 2 hour lines right now. And that is something that they are hopeful and they think will lean in their direction. They're also looking at Philadelphia right now. As of 5:30, they're telling us that they've exceeded the 2016 raw turnout. They're overperforming on what they had set as their benchmark numbers in Philadelphia, and they're looking at the high Puerto Rican turnout there in Philadelphia. That's also making them feel really good at this point in the night, David.
Eva Pilgrim at Howard University there in Washington, D.C. We'll be checking back in with you often. I want to bring in Mary Bruce, who covers the Harris campaign and the vice president for several years now. And you have some new reporting here about the lines that you heard Eva just mention. And the Harris campaign is doing all it can to try to keep young voters in line.
They continue to be very encouraged by the turnout that we are seeing and by the fact that these lines are still so long, so late, especially with students. We know students don't really like to stand in line, so they're trying to keep them in line, and they are once again leaning on celebrities, as we have seen throughout this campaign. I'm told that Paul Rudd, the actor, is now out visiting students in line in Pennsylvania. Jennifer Garner, Josh Gad are also out there trying to encourage these students to stay in line, to make their voices heard. And you heard Eva there talking about what they're seeing in Philadelphia. They really are feeling good about the turnout that they are seeing there, that it continues to look strong, especially with Puerto Rican voters in that area. And we know there's been a lot of conversation about about that and the way they reacted and felt about the comments from that comedian at Donald Trump's last rally at Madison Square Garden. And this campaign continues to feel that rally really will be a turning point, and they believe it will drive the state's large Puerto Rican population towards Kamala Harris.
We'll see where the night stands at the end of the night. Let's get back over to Rick Klein. Rick, in looking at Georgia, I know more of the vote is in.
Yep.
I presume a number of these votes come from the rural counties that are starting to drive up Donald Trump's quite significant lead at this point. 10% of the vote in, but just looking at the board, where are these votes coming from?
Yeah, it is the rural parts of the state. A lot of these counties don't have nearly as many residents. Trump hitting his marks in some, not hitting his marks in others. As we mentioned, a couple of the suburban counties in just outside Atlanta, places that Harris is outperforming Joe Biden at this hour. I don't want to scare people with this graphic, but we got a lot of vote left. Those big blue dots, that means there's a ton of Democratic vote in that part of the state. We're going to have to wait for that to come in. But we have been tracking some interesting things with the early vote so far, because it isn't coming in from every state. This gives you a snapshot of the rural returns, a 2-to-1 margin so far in the early vote, because of where it is in from, not because of the overall early vote.
Always important to know where the votes are actually coming in, which explains the differential right there. 62% to 36%. Again, very early, 10% of the vote in. And as Rick points out, early vote for many of the rural counties. Let's get out to Steve Osasami. He covers Georgia for us. He actually lives there in Georgia, knows it better than any of us here in the studio. And you talked to Secretary of State Raffensperger, Steve. He's happy with the turnout today and how things are going?
Yes, the Secretary of State says that he's seeing about 1.2 estimated voters today. He's very happy with how things have been going. There are, of course, the concerns about those sort of fake bomb warnings that were sent from the Russians to poll workers in Fulton County. That was a bit of concern. Some of those polls were allowed to stay open just a little later to account for the time that those polls had to be closed while they were doing a sweep of those locations, just to be safe, to make sure that people are safe in those polls. We sat down with him a few weeks ago and talked about some of the issues that we've been talking about today, about the confidence in the election here, especially after what happened 4 years ago, the concerns that many voters have had that led to a number of laws that affected the way that we vote here in Georgia. And he was confident that people would feel that this would be using his words, a clean election. And it's very interesting to look at some of those data points from the exit polling that suggest that people on both sides of the aisle sort of feel that there is some confidence in the election here. And so that, of course, is a win for the Secretary of State. I want to underline something that Rick has been pointing out, and that is that I, too, have been talking with officials here in the Trump campaign who have been pointing out that when you look at the highest turnout so far, when you look at the turnout percentages across the state of Georgia, the counties that lead the way are deep red counties, some as high as 70%, which is absolutely incredible. The only issue there, of course, is that most of the people who live in this state live in the metro counties in what has now become a very blue part of Georgia. And of course, we're waiting to see those votes still come in tonight.
Steve Osasami live in Atlanta for us. Steve, thanks so much. And as Steve was talking about, perhaps maybe he didn't see the Rick Klein map with the blob on the map. That was the most exciting thing Donna Brazile has seen all night. That big blue circle around the Atlanta metro area, which means a lot of the vote still needs to be counted in Atlanta. Speaking of Donna Brazile, Reince Priebus, Governor Chris Christie, they're all here. Can't wait to hear their take. What they're watching tonight as we go into the night, what they think both candidates need to do to get across that finish line.
Okay,
We're
I think
going to be right back right after this. ABC
break.
News live coverage of Election Night 2024 continues right after this.
I think they're about to be a commercial break.
Friday night,
also, your mic is really quiet.
Down in his own driveway. Stunning true crime.
Every step was shocking.
As it unfolds.
You want me to go on your stream?
The most shocking part, there was another part.
All right.
Vice 2020 Friday night on ABC.
They're gonna be on shortly again. I don't know why they keep going on commercial breaks. the thing is loading for me. Alright, I see your stream. Alright.
One sec. Let me go on. Yeah, type on my screen. Type on my stream. I'm gonna give you manager mod.
I'ma check. Alright. Okay, I'm a managing mod. I'm a managing mod. To what maximum? Oh, to only subscribers?
I don't want a lot of political people commenting and end up thinking I'm a political YouTuber.
Oh no, I forgot how to. Oh no, I literally forgot how to put on subscriber thing. Wait, I forgot how to put up I forgot how to put.
What are you shooting me for? What did I do?
Oh, they're back. All right, they're back. They're back online. They're back online.
Here again, David.
ABC News is back
48
online.
minutes past the hour now. We've got some new results
ABC
coming in
News
from the
is
state
back
of Vermont.
online.
Independent Senator Bernie Sanders, of course, seeking a fourth term there. 83 years old, and you remember he ran for president in 2016 and 2020. He's been
yours are
reelected
too.
In Vermont. He'll return to the Senate. And in the governor's race in that state, Republican Governor Phil Scott, who was seeking a fifth two-year term, he will be continuing in his role as governor of that state. He's been reelected tonight in Vermont. Let's take a look at the path to 270 tonight. Where things stand is still very early in the night, but as you can see, Kamala Harris winning one state, 3 electoral votes. Donald Trump, 3 states, 23 electoral votes. Got a ways to go, don't we? All right, let's get to Donna Brazil, Reince Priebus, Chris Christie. First of all, Donna Brazil, what are you hearing from the Harris campaign tonight? You used to be the chair of the DNC. How do they feel tonight?
Very excited about the turnout. Look, they put a lot of effort into not just getting out the early vote, but getting people to vote today. In addition to those college students, you have neighborhoods after neighborhoods in Cobb, Fulton, and DeKalb County. They're still in line. Some of those polling stations in Fulton, I believe they're open for extended hours, not only because people were in line, but also because they had some technicalities during the day. Look, I'm excited. This was a turnout fever day. The Republicans figured out how to do the early voting dance. Good. But we've been doing both the early voting as well as turning out our voters today. So that's going to be a boogie-woogie that the Republicans will not see until we beat them in a couple of hours.
Well, that's it.
We'll be doing the boogie-woogie.
Yeah. Let me take that question to you, Reince, because that is an interesting question. The numbers
I'm
are
gonna get
really
off your
impressive on the
stream,
Republican
so
side in the
if
early
you-
vote.
if
And
my
we
mic
know
can
part of
hear
that is
me
just Donald
better.
Trump embraced it this time around. Was there an apparatus in place, an infrastructure to then get out the vote, additional votes? Obviously, people are going to come out on election day anyway, but new voters into the fold. Or were these voters in the early vote people who would have shown up on election day anyway?
No, actually, when you look at all these battleground states, one of the things that we measure in the party is how many people voted early that never voted before. That's an important number because that way you can prove that you weren't cannibalizing your election day vote. In that category, the Republicans, as they're labeled, now some of them might drift off, but they beat the Democrats in every one of those states in that category. I can tell you from talking to the Trump campaign, and I did talk to the president earlier today, but tonight, the Trump campaign's excited about Florida. Because if you look at Florida, 10 points up with 70% of the vote in. The panhandle doesn't come in until the 8 p.m. hour because that's the central time zone. That number is going to go up. So really what we have to look at now as a whole so far is just Florida. Virginia's been going back and forth. North Carolina's been going back and forth. And there's a county in South Carolina and Indiana that isn't in. Those are the things that I'm looking at to see what the signs are tonight for where this is going.
Just back to that point, because I think it's a key point. So in the early vote, the Trump campaign, in looking at the numbers, believes that it leads the Harris campaign when it comes to new voters in the early vote.
That's
right.
What
you're saying?
Yes, that's right. Because, it's always been said that, the Republicans are voting early, but they're just taking election day votes, cannibalizing those, and dumping them in the early vote bucket. But the way that you can analyze that is to say, okay, how many of these people that voted either didn't vote before or maybe only voted once over the past 6 years? Those are what we call zero voters, which are the people who never voted, and one voters, which are people who rarely vote. That's the real number that these campaigns analyze going into today.
Governor Christie, what are you watching?
Well, look, what I'm watching is when we stop speculating about early vote, which is all we're really doing now, except in a few places. Think about what happened in the primary, in the Republican primary, in these swing states. In Pennsylvania, 157,000 people voted against Donald Trump with no opponent any longer in the race. In North Carolina, it was 300,000 Republican primary voters voted against Trump in that race. And, in Michigan, it was 250,000. So where do those people go? Are they in early vote or in election day vote? Are they going to actually go back to Trump? Or are they going to vote for Harris, or are they going to stay home? And those are not soft R's. There'll be some independents in there depending upon the rules. But those are Republican primary voters who said, with no opponent, everyone had withdrawn at that point in those states. They weren't voting for Donald Trump anyway, and they voted for Nikki Haley as a placeholder because she's the only one left. I want to see what happens in those states with those voters, because a lot of the assumptions that the Trump campaign is making on the early vote when they see Republicans is, we're going to get 95, 96% of that. But if these numbers are an indication, they may have a lower number, and that will hurt them in those states.
That's a really interesting point from the governor. And Mary Bruce, we were talking about this. Nikki Haley, she did endorse, obviously, Donald Trump. She wrote an op-ed just this week in the Wall Street Journal. But she wasn't out there on the trail. You saw the Madison Square Garden rally, for example. No Nikki Haley to be seen. And I'm sure the Harris campaign was likely glad that happened, that Nikki Haley wasn't on the trail.
Yeah, they sure were, especially as they have been making a very aggressive push to reach out to those disillusioned, dissatisfied Republican voters, especially Republican women, who may simply not be able to tolerate the idea of a second Trump term. You have seen the Harris campaign, out there. She's been in every single key battleground in the blue wall states with Liz Cheney by her side, urging Republicans to get out there and vote. And they continue to believe that they, have a real shot tonight at winning over some of those Nikki Haley voters. And I think they were probably a little bit astounded that Donald Trump didn't take the opportunity to get Nikki Haley out there with him.
It really is a remarkable thing, John. We just got 2 minutes before this break, but to have Liz Cheney saying you can go into that booth, you don't have to tell anyone how you voted, vote your conscience.
And Liz Cheney has told me she thinks there is a hidden Harris vote. We'll see if that is. But I want to come back to what Ryan said about Florida. Donald Trump won Florida by less than 4 points last time. Barely won it by just over 1 point in 2016. And with 74% of the vote in it, they count early in Florida. They count quickly in Florida. He has a 10-point lead, far surpassing where he was against Joe Biden 4 years ago. That's just Florida. Nobody thought that Kamala Harris was going to win Florida, but that's got to be a concerning sign going forward, because it's a big state that we actually have a lot of returns in, and she's significantly trailing where Joe Biden was 4 years ago.
And the makeup of that state hasn't changed dramatically in 4 years.
No, it hasn't changed. And look, Ryan's made another good point that we haven't counted anything in the Panhandle yet, which is the most solidly Republican part of the state. So that number is that margin is going to widen out. And you see her in county after county underperforming where Democrats were 4 years ago.
In the state of Florida, I will point out, for some reason, the Harris campaign seemed to know this was coming, maybe not this extreme, and they said, don't look at Florida to extrapolate much, but it's got to be a little alarming when they see that the margin is far wider than Joe Biden just 4 years ago in the state of Florida. It's now coming up 5 minutes before 8 o'clock here. The key state of Pennsylvania closes at 8 p.m. 16 states about to begin reporting, including the Keystone State. 19 electoral votes up for grabs there. Just to bring you up to speed, speed. Georgia, North Carolina have already closed. Also, key battleground states. I see Rick over at the board. New numbers coming in. Top of the hour, we'll tell you where this race stands. Don't go away. ABC News live coverage of the presidential race 2024 continues from election night headquarters in a moment.
Moments from now, we're live across the country as results come in. Polls are already closed in 9 states. They're about to close in 16 more states, including the pivotal state of Pennsylvania, when Election Night 2024 continues on ABC.
Deadpool and Wolverine streaming November 12th on Disney+. Watch again.
Come again?
And again. And again at home.
Hit me again.
It's perfect! Deadpool and Wolverine streaming November 12th on Disney+.
Suspect is on the roof, requesting backup.
2 daring rescues.
Someone's got to go down there.
1 new hero.
I can do it. I'm his big brother.
If we don't try this, we might not get to him in time.
911, all new Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
When you're 61 years old, you have very few opportunities to change your life. This time, I have to be ready. This is about everybody like me. I see a future, which is not what I felt like for a really long time. I don't feel invisible now.
Wait, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna end the podcast on the Riverside thing, but then continue live on the other one. I'm gonna your mic is still really quiet. Like, I actually cannot hear you. Like, could you plug in like an external mic?
News breaks. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Now 8 p.m. in the East, the polls have now closed in half the country, including the critical battleground states of Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. At this hour, you can see Pennsylvania. The numbers are not coming in yet. 19 electoral votes from that state alone. We're getting reports of long lines. The Harris campaign encouraging particularly young voters, too, at some of these universities to stay in line. They have celebrities FaceTiming with them, engaging with the voters.
And also, your mic is really quiet.
90% of the time, the person running, if you win Pennsylvania, you win the presidency. And the map
Your
becomes
mic is
very
really
difficult
quiet.
if either one of these does not win the state of Pennsylvania. So we'll come back to that as soon as the numbers start coming in. Take a look at North Carolina tonight, another key battleground, 16 electoral votes. Right now, Kamala Harris leading Donald Trump with 5% of the vote in, 51, almost 52% there to 47% Donald Trump. In Georgia tonight, 16 electoral votes, and as you can see, Trump up by about 10 points right now, 33% of the vote in. Rick Klein pointing out that a number of the votes that have been accounted for so far come from deep red rural counties in Georgia, but we're going to watch that very closely. We do have a key state that used to be a battleground where we can now declare a winner. ABC News now projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Florida, his home state. Florida, popular Florida governor there, Ron DeSantis as well, who ran against Donald Trump in the primary. Donald Trump will pick up the 30 electoral votes from his home state of Florida. That's with 77% of the vote coming in. Donald Trump also winning tonight, Tennessee, 11 electoral votes there. He won it in 2020, wins it again. Missouri, Donald Trump picks up 10 more electoral votes. Donald Trump wins the state of Alabama, 9 electoral votes from Alabama. In Oklahoma tonight, one of the most Republican states in the country, Donald Trump picks up another 7 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris wins in the solidly Democratic state of Massachusetts, 11 electoral votes. Joe Biden, of course, won there handily by 33 points 4 years ago. Vice President Kamala Harris winning the state of Maryland tonight, 10 electoral votes there. We're going to be watching that Senate race very closely. The District of Columbia tonight, 3 electoral votes. The winner, Vice President Kamala Harris. In Illinois tonight, we're watching the raw numbers coming in. Obviously, too early to call. As soon as we got numbers on the board, we'll go back to that. 19 electoral votes up for grab. New Jersey, not a winner yet, 14 electoral votes. The polls have just closed in Connecticut as well. They've closed in Mississippi. They've closed in Maine. And in New Hampshire, a lot of talk about New Hampshire in these recent days. Kamala Harris had held a commanding lead in some of the polls. As it got closer to Election Day, some of those polls tightened, so there'll be some interest in New Hampshire tonight. In Rhode Island, they just closed the polls there. 4 electoral votes up for grabs. In Delaware, 3 electoral votes up for grabs. They've just closed the polls there. Let's take a look at the map so far. Kamala Harris winning 3 states in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump picking up 8 states tonight. As you can see, the electoral count right there on your screen, 27 to 90 on the race to 270. We do have a key Senate race we want to call at this hour. ABC News can also project that Rick Scott, the senator from Florida, will return to the Senate. He'd been seeking a second term. He will return to the Senate to represent Florida. Our coverage of the 2024 presidential election continues right here live on ABC.
This is an ABC News special. The time has finally come. Right now, all across America, votes are being counted. Who will be your next president?
I pledge to be a president for all Americans.
Our country will be greater than ever before.
On this historic night with the stakes so high.
When we fight, we win.
We will make America great again.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City. Now reporting, David Muir.
Welcome back tonight. We're so glad you're here for ABC News Live election night coverage. Polls in 25 states are now closed, including the must-win state of Pennsylvania at this hour. Vice President Kamala Harris, former President Donald Trump, both relying on Pennsylvania to try to win the White House. At this hour, millions of voters remain in line, waiting to cast their ballots in what many consider to be one of the most high-stakes elections in recent history. Again, Mary Bruce reporting in our last hour that the Harris campaign working to keep those voters in line in Pennsylvania, the all-important must-win state, really, for both campaigns. Let's get right to Lindsay Davis, who's been diving into the exit polls from Pennsylvania. So curious to hear what the voters are saying.
Of course, as is expected with the Keystone State, to the victor go the spoils, right? And so we're really paying attention to what happens here. This is a state that obviously has flip-flopped the last 3 presidential elections. When Obama, then it went for Trump, then it went for Biden. It is up for grabs tonight. Look, so far with the independent vote, 24% of those who voted in Pennsylvania identify as independent voters. Highly coveted group here. So far, breaking toward Donald Trump. 50% of those independent voters in Pennsylvania saying that they went for Donald Trump compared to 44% for Kamala Harris. But look, I want to talk about some significant turning points. There have been a number of them, obviously, in this election, okay? But let's start in particular here, Madison Square Garden just a few weeks ago. You have 580,000 registered Latino voters in the state of Pennsylvania, half of them Puerto Rican. There were those offensive comments that were made during Madison Square Garden during that rally. Look at this, the Hispanic vote, 57%. Going for Kamala Harris. Again, preliminary, these numbers will change throughout the night, but significant portion of the Hispanic voters in Pennsylvania going for Kamala Harris compared to 42% for Donald Trump. Now, she is underperforming slightly. Biden won 15% of the Latino vote in 2020. But here's where she's overperforming. Look at this. For the union voters, now 19% of those voters in Pennsylvania identified as part of the union, or they have a household member who's part of the union. 56% going for Kamala Harris. Trump is actually down 8 points from where he was in 2020.
Really interesting that number on independents has got to be a little concerning. I know those are preliminary exit polls for the Harris campaign so far. Let's get right over to Rick Klein. Have any of the numbers come in on Pennsylvania yet?
Yeah, actually, we've heard from officials in Pittsburgh, did they be fast? And they kept true to their word. A little bit of a surprise because we often wait for the big cities. It's not all the vote there, about a quarter of it. But as expected, you're seeing Kamala Harris open up a bit of a lead there. That's where she needs to win. And of course, this part of the vote right now is almost all early by mail vote. You'd expect her to be winning voters like this. So that's the first numbers we're seeing, and that accounts for all of the lead that we see right now. We're also seeing some very early numbers in Philadelphia, another place where Kamala Harris needs to run up big numbers, and of course she's doing that so far tonight. This is an interesting one because Joe Biden actually did a little less well than Hillary Clinton did in the city of Philadelphia. Harris, again, very early, doing slightly better. And the story in Pennsylvania, a little different than some other states. This is the share of the electorate that was Democrat versus Republican in 2024. And you see it was a 20-point edge. It was bigger last time around, but that amounts to a huge margin, a couple 100,000 votes that the Democrats almost certainly banked before Election Day, a relatively smaller share of those unaffiliated voters in Pennsylvania. So early vote was more of a bright spot for Democrats, and in the early numbers we see so far in Pennsylvania, that's bearing out.
Yes, it wasn't a huge margin going into today, but definitely a margin.
Because you need to win in the cities if you're a Democrat. The benchmark there, Kamala Harris needs to be getting almost 60% of the vote. Right now, she's well into the 70s. You can see it kind of tracks where Democrats have been the last couple election cycles when Hillary Clinton narrowly lost, Joe Biden narrowly won. Again, because this is the mail vote, it's the early by mail vote, it's going to trend a little more blue than this county is likely to land. But that's the trend we're seeing in a bunch of states tonight.
We'll come back to Pennsylvania in a moment. I don't want to leave you yet, Rick. Let's look at North Carolina and Georgia, bring people up to speed here, where we are in those battlegrounds.
Yeah, we're just starting to see some vote out of North Carolina, only about 7% in right now. Greenville is one of the places that we have our eyes on. Kamala Harris right now running a little bit below Joe Biden, and right now slightly below where her benchmark would be. Also, this is the research triangle up in Orange County. This is the University of North Carolina. That's big for Kamala Harris, and it needs to be big for Kamala Harris. So when you look at a 50-point lead, remember that's about what she needs to be doing in that county. And then in Georgia, look, we're seeing a good amount of the vote in now, a little bit more than a third, and the first numbers are coming in now from the Atlanta metro area. Fulton County has put in some of their vote. This is going to be some of the early vote, and we can see Harris opening up a very big lead that cut the deficit that we've seen so far. Maybe more interesting than that, though, is going to be counties like Fayette. We talked about this a little bit earlier in the night. Kamala Harris is down narrowly there, but look at what happened the last couple of election cycles there. Hillary Clinton was getting less than 40% of the vote. Joe Biden's number jumps up to 45. Harris's number is now approaching 50, and that's the kind of place that she needs to overperform if you're going to keep Georgia in that column. The inverse of that is some of the redder counties up around a little bit further outside Atlanta. Cherokee County, Donald Trump netting 50,000 votes so far. That, again, comports almost exactly with the 538 average. So he is no doubt hitting his marks in some more rural areas, running up big numbers, and we're seeing her perform pretty well in some major cities and the suburbs where he has numbers so far.
Can you show us the metric with the circles of it so we get a sense in Georgia, at least at this hour, where we got to get vote? Yeah. This is really telling. Everyone at home should take a look at this. It just shows you that Atlanta metro area, which looms so large, that just gives you an idea of the percentage of the vote that still has to come in, because we're only looking at 37% of the vote in. Kamala Harris 43 to Donald Trump's 56, a commanding lead. But again, as Rick points out, a lot of this comes from the rural counties where Donald Trump is performing at the benchmark mark where he needs to be in order to pull off a Georgia victory. Again, Biden won it by about 11,000 votes 4 years ago. Of course, President Trump would like to take that victory this time around.
Okay,
Back
so
to Pennsylvania, because it is 8 o'clock here in the East, 10 minutes past 8 o'clock. The Keystone State, the polls have just closed there. I want to get to Matt Gutman. Matt, what are you hearing on the ground as far as both campaigns and what they made of the turnout they saw today?
I think they're going to be pretty pleased by the numbers that Rick just talked about in Allegheny County and specifically in Philadelphia. Maybe the early mail-in ballot might even it out some, but they really need to be making those gains in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, the places where they are strong, running up the score there, and then try to poach some of those votes from the more rural counties here. So they are going to be pleased by that. But one of the things that we are seeing, David, are these very long lines in some of the key battleground counties. I've spoken to election officials in 11 of the battleground counties, and one of them, Northampton County, they're looking at 7-hour waits to vote. Polling machines went down there. An election official in nearby Lackawanna County or Luzerne County didn't show up for an hour and a half this morning, delaying the vote by an hour and a half. They went to court. They extended the vote there. One of the things that elections officials here have been telling me about for well over about 2 weeks, they're concerned about the threat environment here. There have been a lot of threats, and one of the major things that they think that the electorate forgets is the human factor. There are human beings who are running these machines, who are running these polling stations, and they want people to remember that there will be times that somebody forgets to plug in the machine or doesn't turn on the lights outside in the parking lot, and that doesn't mean that there is conspiracy, and it doesn't mean that there is fraud, but already the Trump campaign jumping back on that, telling or making allegations on Twitter that there has been fraud here in Philadelphia, specifically something that the DA has said is just not happening. Also, Governor Josh Shapiro has been telling me for days that the allegations of fraud, a blatant lie, he says, David.
Matt Gutman in Pennsylvania tonight for us. Matt, thanks so much. I do want to call another state here for Donald Trump, South Carolina. We can announce ABC News projecting at this hour. Donald Trump wins the state of South Carolina, 9 electoral votes. In the state of South Carolina, obviously that was state GOP. He won by 12 points back in 2020. It was expected that he would win again this time, and he has. He's picked up the state of South Carolina. What more do we know about Pennsylvania, Rick? Anything more coming in?
South Carolina.
We haven't seen much new yet, but we're starting to see it begin to roll in. I've been keeping an eye on this. This is a state that actually votes mostly on election day, so that's why we're going to wait for the most part. But as what we've seen so far of the early vote, it is overwhelmingly Kamala Harris, a 50-point margin. And again, this is an area where, a state where the Democrats almost certainly banked a lot of votes before Election Day. We are seeing that bear out very early tonight.
Rick Klein, thanks. Over at the big board. We're coming back to Rick in just a moment. We have another race we can call tonight. This comes from North Carolina. Not the presidential race, but the race for governor in that state. Roy Cooper, obviously, he's term limited. The Democrat, Josh Stein, the attorney general in that state, will now become the governor of North Carolina. Josh Stein beats Mark Robinson, lieutenant governor. He was the Republican. He'd been endorsed by Donald Trump, Donald Trump. When asked about Mark Robinson and the reporting from CNN about some of the things that Mark Robinson had called himself and the websites that he had frequented, Donald Trump said, I don't know much. I haven't heard about that guy or heard about that race. I'm not really watching it.
Yeah, before that, he called him Martin Luther King on steroids and campaigned with him. But once that story came out, Donald Trump quickly disowned him and made it clear he wanted nothing to do with him.
Now, as far as the presidential race in that state, I'm sure the Harris campaign is hoping for some of the wind from Josh Stein's win to help them, but because there was such a scandal on the other side with the governor's race, it wasn't expected to carry across the finish line necessarily.
I mean, the thing was, it kind of took the governor's race completely out of the picture. And what you count on when you are trying to win as a team is you need to get a big force out there. Democrats needing to get the votes out to win the governor's race as well as the presidential race. The governor's race was a non-factor. But look, Democrats think North Carolina was clearly the best chance to pick up a state that Donald Trump had won in 2020.
So let's take it, John, right over to Rachel Scott, because you covered North Carolina. You were there with Donald Trump these last couple of days, and this is this whole notion of split tickets and whether or not Josh Stein.
Cold.
Yeah.
I'm ending the.
Yeah.
I'm like kind of ending the early stream early, like kind of like that. Like I need to call my aunt.
Okay. So you're ending your stream?
No. I'm a caller.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to
Titi. Titi. Dame el teléfono para Titi. Titi. Llama y nos y dice, like, Jaden quiere un donut. ¿Y qué donut tú quieres? Yo no sé, de cookies y cream. Yo le digo ahora. Okay, bye. Okay.
looking good so far. Map's looking good.
Over here, Raleigh, Durham. Let's take a look at Orange County. 86% of the vote in. Vice President Kamala Harris at 75. Donald Trump at 20. Let's take a look at the benchmark, performing about right where she needs to be.
You see
Interesting.
my thing,
All right,
right?
we're going to continue to watch North Carolina. Lindsay, you've got some exit polls from North Carolina. What are the voters saying there?
Sure do. And I think that there are a few things worth pointing out in North Carolina. 1/5 of the population actually lives in an area that was devastated by Hurricane Helene. There are a number of headlines that basically say there are a number of people who lost their homes, lost their possessions, but they are still turning out to vote and make their voices heard. Another thing that's significant, North Carolina is one of very few battleground seats that has a significant portion of black population. 22% of the electorate is black. It's also home to the Research Triangle, so you have a number of college graduates there in North Carolina. That's where we'll begin with the white college grads. 31% of the electorate there identify as graduating from college, and they are breaking, no surprise there, for Kamala Harris, 52%. So more than half of those college grads going for Donald Trump, going for Kamala Harris, versus, look at this, Donald Trump losing. He's down again. This is preliminary. These numbers will change, but what we have right now, he has lost 3 percentage points with those with college degrees in the state of North Carolina from where he was in 2020. Now, as for whites with no college, again, no surprise here. Donald Trump almost getting 3/4 of that population there. And again, whites with no college in North Carolina account for about 38% of the electorate. Now, look at this. Harris really taking some strides from where Biden was in 2020. She's up 6 points with those whites with no college degree. So very significant, something that they can celebrate tonight.
Well, according to the exit polls, we got to see if it bears out in the actual votes over on the map. And we're tracking North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Georgia at this hour. New data coming in, and we're going to get right back to the boards right after this. ABC News live coverage of the presidential election continues right here in a moment. Don't go away.
Your voice, your vote. ABC News Election Night 2024 continues in a moment.
First page, I'm gonna see how much. So yeah, Harris is at 10,928,095 votes. Trump is at 13,137,52 votes.
This music is a bop. right, more results came in. More results came in. More results came in. All right, Kansas, Kamala Harris won for Oklahoma. Right now, it's getting its votes. Donald Trump is winning right now in Oklahoma. Texas, Donald Trump won. And in Mississippi, right now, they're voting. And Donald Trump is winning. Alabama, they're live. And they're voting for Donald Trump. Georgia, not yet. They already voted. Donald Trump. Florida still voting. Donald Trump. And for South Carolina, right now, Donald Trump. North Carolina voted. Kamala Harris. Virginia voted. Kamala Harris. Ohio, Kamala Harris. West Virginia, Donald Trump. Kentucky, Donald Trump. Indiana, Donald Trump. Michigan, Kamala Harris. Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris. And right now for Maryland, Kamala Harris.
North Carolina at this hour, Kamala Harris with the lead. Again, it's still early. This is a reflection in large part of the early voter. Rick Klein standing by in a moment. We'll break that down why that is. And of course, Pennsylvania, the polls closing there just 21 minutes ago. Mary Bruce reporting there are long lines. The campaign trying to keep Harris voters in line to encourage them to get their voice heard. Kamala Harris taking the early lead there in Pennsylvania. But again, very early in the night in these states. But we are getting more data in from North Carolina. Rick, and what does it tell us?
Yeah, right now Harris has a mild lead. It's mostly the early vote, and that is about 3/4 of the vote overall. You can see she's leading by about 9 points among early voters. That's the margins that she's racking up.
Let's see for Kamala
One of the counties
Harris.
we have a lot of information
Oh, Rhode
on
Island. They got Kamala Harris.
That is going
All right, let's see
very,
for
very
Kamala
blue
Harris.
for Kamala Harris, but she's just about hitting that 538 benchmark, just about doing what she needs to do in that county.
7,
Rick Klein, we're at the big board tracking North Carolina. We're going to get new data in from Pennsylvania in a moment. We'll go back to Georgia as well. We're going to take a break for your local news. They're going to update you on your local races, and then the whole team standing by.
7,
a lot of numbers just coming in these key battleground states. We'll see in just a couple of minutes here. Stay tuned.
11, 12, 13, 14. So apparently Kamala Harris is winning. I don't know how. Or maybe I'm saying it wrong. Let me double check. Yeah, Kamala Harris is winning.
No.
I think it's for like the parties. I don't know. I don't even know right now. I don't even know. Alright, I'm gonna check who's winning the presidential.
Detective and you are the consultant. I see you brought your baby
to a crime scene. She is just spectating. You're a single mom with 3 kids pretending to be a cop. I am not pretending. I spot things the detectives miss. Still think my theory's flimsy?
That big brain of hers is going to help us close a lot of cases.
Out here super copping. High Potential, all new next Tuesday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Alright, without all this annoying garbage that's happening, alright, I'm gonna double check one more time.
To the White House, our election coverage is well underway. Polls already closing in some key states, including crucial battleground Pennsylvania. We are seeing results come in from several states now. Let's take a look at some of the major
so I think
ones.
we have
ABC
equal
News
votes,
now
I think.
projecting
I don't know.
Trump will win South Carolina, Florida, and West Virginia. ABC News also projecting Harris wins Maryland, Massachusetts, and D.C. Now to the nationwide numbers. With 13% of the vote in, Trump in the lead with about 53% reporting. Of course, this is on the road to 270. Now to our Jay O'Brien. He is outside Palm Beach County Convention Center in Florida, where former President Trump's watch party is taking place. Jay, what's the feeling there?
Yeah, Kira, there is this sense of optimism here. There is this sense that the night is early and that there are votes to still be counted in must-win states, particularly Pennsylvania. One other state emerging at this hour for both Republicans and Democrats that I've talked to, though, where there is a lot of attention, and there's a lot of attention across every single swing state, but two states to keep an eye on. North Carolina, a lot of attention from both parties that I've talked to, but also Wisconsin. There's a feeling from both Republicans and Democrats that I've chatted with that there is an intensity of looking at Wisconsin. I've even talked to some Democrats who said that they were checking the classes schedules at places like the University of Wisconsin.
No, we're all getting nervous. We're literally all getting nervous.
And cast a ballot for Kamala Harris. That's the sense that some Democrats have, and Republicans that I've talked to too. How close this race will be in some of those blue wall states where Kamala Harris really needs to have some momentum.
All right, Jay O'Brien will be talking a lot throughout the night. Thank you. And let's take a look now at Pennsylvania, where it stands this hour. Polls there have been closed for nearly 30 minutes, with 8% reporting Harris in the lead at about 77%. Let's check in with our Matt Gutman, who's in Philly. Matt, the Keystone State, the last stop of the campaign trail for both Harris and Trump. How are election officials there feeling right now?
And it was 13 hours of voting and now a lot of hours of nail biting and waiting for these officials, Kira. I would say that they're a little bit wary right now. There has been concern throughout this process and leading up to tonight that there would be violence. A primary concern for many of the officials I spoke to in the key battleground counties is that somebody would be hurt. That was their first concern. Second concern is that there would be destruction or violence at facilities. And third is that they would get the count in on time. It went peacefully today. Everybody's happy about that. But they're warning about the human factor. There were some early snafus that caused long lines. They just want people to know it's not a conspiracy. There is no fraud afoot. The elections, they say, have gone smoothly today. Kira.
All right, our Matt Gutman there in Philly. Matt, we'll be talking through the night as well. Let's take it now to Eva Pilgrim. She is at Howard University here in Washington, D.C., where Vice President Kamala Harris is awaiting the results. Eva?
Kira, I gotta tell you, people here at Howard University are having a good time here tonight. You can hear the Howard University choir performing here behind us, and this kind of gives you the feel of what Harris's rallies have been like in the last several days. They have been like a festival. They have been a coming together. We're here in the yard at Howard, which is a gathering place for students and the community here, where people come together. And, you know, it's really interesting that she chose to be here at Howard. A lot of candidates choose to be in their home state, but she refers to Howard as coming home, Kira.
All right, our Eva Pilgrim. Thank you so much, Eva. I'm Kira Phillips. Thanks so much for joining us. Hope you'll stay with us here at ABC News. Our team will be bringing you election results all night long, led by our David Neer. So don't go far. Our race for the White House coverage continues.
I don't know who's winning right now based on the state votes.
Luke Bryan, Peyton Manning, and Lainey Wilson host the CMA Awards live, ABC November 20th.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
This is an ABC News special. Election night in America. Who will be the next president of the United States? From ABC News headquarters in New York, here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News Live election night coverage. Now 8:30 here in the East. Polls in Arkansas are now closed as well. They are closed in 3 of the key battleground states, as you know. We're tracking them: Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. 26 states in all now with results coming in, and we're going to continue to track them. We do have a winner in this half hour. We want to declare that Arkansas, ABC News projecting that Donald Trump has picked up the 6 electoral votes in the state of Arkansas. I want to drill down on Pennsylvania with Rick Klein over at the big board. And Rick, let's pull up some of these counties because we are starting to get additional data. First thing are the collar counties around Philadelphia. There's been so much focus on the suburbs of Philadelphia and whether or not Kamala Harris could pick off some of these Republican women in particular, independent women. And I'm curious how both sides are doing right now.
Yeah, no surprise that Philadelphia is going to go big for Harris, but the suburbs are a little bit more of a question. There's some more Democratic-leaning suburbs like Delaware County, Delco. That's an area where our projections are that Kamala Harris has to get about 60% of the vote. She's at 75%. Now, we should note this is mostly early by mail vote so far, so we'd expect that to be very Democratic-leaning. But we're going to be talking a lot about these counties, I think, tonight. This is a really interesting one. Bucks County is a place that we've seen Democrats grow their vote share. Donald Trump doing a lot worse than he did 4 years ago, a little worse than he did in 2016. You see how Biden was able to jump 3 points in a place that's about 5-6% of the vote across the state. Right now, Harris netting about 14,000 votes out of Bucks. It is still very early. We have less than 10% of the total vote in, but as these counties come in, you start to see some interesting trends emerge where Kamala Harris, in that early vote that's in, hitting beyond where Joe Biden did and beyond where the 538 benchmark.
This is one of those sort of boomerang counties, right? Northampton being watched very closely.
That's right.
Because it flipped. It went to Trump. It went from
Obama.
Trump to Biden.
That's right.
And now, obviously, Kamala Harris is trying to win that county as well. Let's look up at Luzerne County, Lackawanna County. Obviously, Joe Biden's sort of home turf.
Yeah, we don't have any
Nothing
vote.
in
We
yet.
don't, no vote in yet, but these are going to be interesting ones to
And
watch.
how about Allegheny County back to Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Pittsburgh, we're seeing about 30% of the vote in. It is almost all early by mail vote. That is 100,000 votes. That's about half of the margin that Harris has netted so far is coming out of that one county. Again, ahead of where Biden was, pointing to that interesting bright spot in early vote that we saw for Democrats in Pennsylvania.
We're going to be looking at the rural portions of Pennsylvania too, Terry, because you've reported on this extensively. And Donald Trump is going to have to keep that rural vote right at where it was or improve upon it if he wants to make up for the loss 4 years ago, 80,000 or so votes.
Exactly, and that is his strength, and he looks like he's doing well in rural places. But one thing we heard, went to York County here down in the southeastern part of the state. That's a Republican county, but the Democrats there have made a concerted effort to reach out to rural Democrats up in the northern part of that county. And these are Democrats who first found each other. And you're seeing that a lot, too. These self-starting organizations, get-out-the-vote organizations that Democrats have, force multiplier, indivisible, a lot of them around the country. And he told us that up in the north, that organization, which they've now coordinated with, they got 20,000 people to knock on 20,000 doors, and they're pumped up there, and they're also coordinated with the national campaign as well. They're hoping that across the state, that get out the vote effort, not in the cities where Democrats are strong, but in those rural areas, can make a difference in a state that's going to be as close as it is.
Let me look over to Erie County. Do you have anything from Erie yet, Rick? Not to take you back over to Pennsylvania, but
love Pennsylvania. We're going to be talking a lot about it, no question.
Yeah,
Erie is interesting because you up there in the northwest corner of the state, we have almost no vote in right now. But that is your classic boomerang county, someplace that Barack Obama was winning, Donald Trump won, Joe Biden brought back to his column.
All right, we'll be tracking that. Lindsay, you've got some exit polls, particularly when it comes to women voters in Pennsylvania.
Yes, and I think that this is significant where we're talking about on a national level, white women could very well decide this election. They are the largest voting bloc, 59 million voters strong. And what's interesting, I think you mentioned it earlier in the evening, but it bears repeating, that white women haven't actually voted for a Democratic president since Bill Clinton in 1996. Even Hillary Clinton only was able to get 43% of the female vote. So let's see what's happening in Pennsylvania with the female voters. 53% of those, again, this is preliminary, 53% of those voters say that they are women, and they are breaking in favor of Kamala Harris by 55% compared to Donald Trump. This is roughly about the same with where women were for Joe Biden in 2020. White women in particular, white women make up 42%, again based on these preliminary polls, and 48% of the white women voting for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is beating her out when it comes to white women. Now, what makes this election potentially different from the past is that this is the first presidential election since Roe v. Wade was overturned. You have abortion on 10 states. Abortion is on the ballot in 10 states. 2 of them, with Nevada and Arizona, are battleground states. So will abortion make a difference in this election?
Do you have a metric there that compares white women from Biden 4 years ago and how she's...
It's roughly the same. We don't actually have it in a graph form, but she's running about the same as Biden so far. 2% better than where Biden was in 2020.
2%. And in a very tight race, though, that could make all the difference. And Martha, there has been significant outreach, in particular to suburban white women in Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. She absolutely needs those suburban white women in Pennsylvania, across all of the battleground states, of course, but particularly there. And those women, the women I've talked to in Pennsylvania, in those battleground states, all over the place, it is Donald Trump's language that is turning them off. And Kamala Harris is taking full advantage of that. She's reminding voters the kinds of things Donald Trump has said, like, I want to protect women whether they like it or not. He calls her names. He calls her retarded. He calls her names that are very offensive to female voters. But they are also a voting bloc that gets out there. And when you look at those long lines that we've been talking about tonight, and the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign trying to get those people to stay in line, women are very, very motivated and very angry. Women I've talked to in these states about what Donald Trump has said, they may stay in those lines, those low propensity male voters that Donald Trump has gone after, those younger voters who don't usually vote. Will they stay in those lines? But we have just seen that massive gender gap.
Yeah, really interesting. And you heard the warning, Mary Bruce, from Nikki Haley in recent days, particularly after Madison Square Garden, that the sort of bromance or the bro presentation of some of these rallies. She reminded, she was sending out a message to the Trump campaign that, remember, women vote.
Absolutely, and that is what the Kamala Harris campaign is banking on, that women will come out and vote, especially Republican women, especially in Pennsylvania. They have made a huge push for those hidden Harris voters that we have been talking about, for those dissatisfied Republican voters. I think back to an event in Bucks County just a couple weeks ago where Harris was standing there on stage with over 100 Republican officials and aides to former Republican presidents, making the argument, echoing the argument that Liz Cheney has made to Republican women, that you can come out, put country above party, and you don't have to tell anyone about your vote. And also, one other thing that Terry was pointing on, the ground operation in Pennsylvania is just massive, and it is something that the Harris campaign is eager to tout. But it's not just the size of their ground game, it is where it is. They have a lot of offices, 16 of them across the state, in Republican counties that Donald Trump won by double digits last time. And they feel that is that kind of mobilization effort that is going to make a big difference, especially when it comes to reaching those Republican voters and Republican women.
John Carl, there's been so much reporting on this. You heard the Julia Roberts voiced ad in recent days as well, that basically encouraged women to go in there and to vote however they'd like, reminding them that their vote is sacred, and also no one will ever know how you voted. Now, whether or not that actually bears out at the end of the night or end of these couple of days that we're covering this election, we'll see. But it got under Donald Trump's skin.
Yeah, and look, let's be clear. One reason why it got under Donald Trump's skin is he knows what we know, which is if Kamala Harris wins this election, it's going to be because of women voters. It's going to be because of that gender gap. And what's been striking to me in the final days of this campaign is the Trump campaign and his supporters have been explicit in their effort about trying to drive up the male vote. I've never really seen anything quite like it. Stephen Miller, who of course is one of his closest advisors, was out today on Twitter saying, any men out there, if you know any men who haven't voted, get them to the polls. I mean, I've never really seen that. They are trying to, what they are pointing to is the gender gap on the other side of the gender gap. They want to drive men up enough to compensate for the fact that they're going to lose women so much.
Is that a winning formula, right, Priebus, to focus so heavily on the male gender gap?
Well, I mean, look, if that's what you have, if that's your best option, if that's what you've got going that's going to get you the most votes, then I would say you've got to go for it. I think one of the interesting things that we haven't talked about tonight was if you look at Osceola County in Florida, if you look at that county, you'll see that Donald Trump right now is winning that county. That is a very heavy Puerto Rican county, and if you go look at 2020, he lost that county by, 12, 13 points. It's a pretty amazing thing. The other thing that's going on right now is Virginia is about tied with about 40 to 45% of the vote in, which is one of the things that political folks out there look at because it's a pretty quick state. They close at 7 p.m. And for a lot of us, we look at Virginia to kind of get a sense on where things are at around the country.
And Rick, dive into some of these counties in Virginia, what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that is getting a lot of attention so far is Loudoun County. These are suburbs and kind of extended areas outside Washington, D.C. This is the part of the state that has made Virginia essentially a blue state at the national level. And it's a place that you can see Hillary Clinton getting about 56%. Joe Biden goes up to 61%. So far tonight, it's about 95% of the vote in. Harris is looking more like Hillary Clinton in Virginia. Now, she won the state as well, but that's not the kind of trend line you want. And again, these are highly educated suburban voters. These are places where you'd expect Harris to do extremely well. She's going to be hitting her benchmarks. I don't think it's a real concern in the Harris campaign right now. But as you know, that Donald Trump is going to be running up his numbers in more conservative parts of the state. This is where Bryce is right, that it could be a warning sign for other trends we're seeing elsewhere in the country.
Or a tighter race than it was 4 years ago.
Definitely that. I mean, we can look at a state like Florida right now, which is going overwhelmingly Republican. I don't think we're going to see the same kind of trend in Virginia, but we're not seeing Democrats overperform in the same way Republicans are in a red state of Florida.
Let's go to Whit Johnson at Trump headquarters. And on this reporting on the gender gap and this outreach to male voters, and in particular young men, and as you heard John Carl report just a moment ago, this 11th hour push. If you know any men out there, get out and vote.
Okay, so Trump got 18 million.
Yeah, David, the Trump campaign has been laser focused on the young men. And in fact, they've been giving us updates throughout the evening. And they've said that some of the results coming in, and of course, Rick can check me on all of this, but saying that Latino men in some key areas are breaking for Trump. They've also said that Trump is doing better with women than Kamala Harris is doing with men. That's something that we heard from the Trump campaign with the early vote coming in. And I can tell you just anecdotally, as this crowd is starting to fill in here, the thousands of people who are going to be at this election night reception here, there are a lot of young men in the audience here. I was at Madison Square Garden with that big rally there, some 20,000 people, and I spoke to a lot of these young men and asked them what it was about Donald Trump that appealed to them. Many of them either weren't old enough to vote before or maybe didn't participate in politics in the past, but they were drawn to him for a variety of reasons. Immigration and the economy were a big part of it. A lot of these young men who feel like the middle-class American dream is difficult to achieve, difficult to reach. They felt like they could connect with Trump, and he was the man who could help them get there. But we've seen things like the podcast with Joe Rogan, Hulk Hogan, UFC President Dana White, Elon Musk around the Trump campaign. All of that has been an effort to draw young men in. And even Barron Trump, who is now 18 years old, by the way, Donald Trump's youngest son, who Donald Trump calls a tech genius, has actually been involved in very hands-on and trying to book some of these podcasts to appeal to young men. So the Trump campaign has gone all in. They have thousands of volunteers who are specifically focused on those low propensity voters, the voters who didn't participate in the past. And tonight will be a big test if that gamble pays off. David?
Whit Johnson at Trump headquarters in Florida. Whit Johnson, our thanks to you. And we're going to drill down on Latino voters, what we're seeing from the exit polls in Florida, what we could extrapolate nationwide, and how Kamala Harris is performing among Latino voters as well, in addition to the Trump campaign's outreach to try to peel away some of the Latino support for Joe Biden 4 years ago. And Maria Elena Salinas is standing by. What she's seeing in the numbers here tonight, too, right after the break. Don't go away. ABC News live coverage of the presidential election continues right after this.
Why Trump though?
Okay. Okay, Trump's at 20 million, 105.
Right now, votes are being counted, and tomorrow, GMA is right there with the morning's first news and
Breaking developments from our powerhouse political team.
tomorrow morning.
When the story matters most. A special edition of Good Morning America with the election coverage you need.
Kamala has won Michigan.
Your voice, your vote. The race for the White House. Election night 2024 continues. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back. Let's go right to the path to 270, where things stand at this hour. Donald Trump picking up 10 states on the race to 270. Kamala Harris picking up 3 states and now stands at 27 electoral votes to 105 electoral votes. Again, early in the night. But I do want to drill down on what we're learning from Florida. There's been a lot of focus on Florida, which used to be a battleground state, now far more red than it was even just a decade ago. What are we seeing as far as Latino voters, Lindsay, in Florida?
This is kind of foreboding potentially for the Harris campaign. When you take a look at the Hispanic Latino vote in Florida, 24%, they account for the electorate. Look at this. Donald Trump leading by 16 points over Kamala Harris. He's getting 57% of the vote. He's actually doing 11 points better with Latinos than he did in 2020. And Republicans actually haven't won the Latino vote since 2004. Now, some people might say, well, you know, there are a lot of Cuban voters in particular in Florida, but still, she's actually underperforming. And Cuban voters tend to go with Republicans, so that's not so unusual. But she's also underperforming with the Latino vote when it comes to battleground states of Georgia and also Pennsylvania.
So let's bring in Maria Elena Salinas, who knows this obviously very well. She's with us here for our coverage tonight. Maria, what are you seeing as far as how Kamala Harris is doing among Latino voters really across these battlegrounds?
Like Columbia Studios by Sony?
Well, across the battleground states, and just let's remember that there are hundreds of thousands of Latino voters in all of the battleground states. And, you know, President Joe Biden did very well with Latino voters in 2020, 65% of the vote versus 32% for then President Trump. And Vice President Harris' support among Hispanics is a bit lower. The latest ABC poll had Vice President Harris at 54% versus 39% for former President Trump. But it's not all bad news for Vice President Harris, because when she entered the race just over 100 days ago, the numbers were much lower. And she's been able to increase her numbers as Latino voters got to know her, especially women and young Latinas. She's been doing a lot of outreach with Latino voters across the country, hoping her own immigrant story will resonate with them. I think the challenge for her, David, has been that, like most voters, the top issues for Latinos are the economy, inflation, crime, and immigration. And we know that former President Trump does better on those issues. Now, there is anecdotal indications and some polling on Spanish language media that shows that the so-called joke at Madison Square Garden, calling Puerto Rico floating island of garbage, has moved some Puerto Rican voters her way in Pennsylvania, home to over 400,000 Puerto Rican voters, as well as North Carolina and Georgia with hundreds of thousands. And here in Florida, where Puerto Ricans are the second largest Latino voting bloc, I know previous said that they were leaning towards Trump, but we have to wait till we see those results. There's also indication that the insult on Puerto Rico could have influence on other Latino voters who have expressed outrage at the incident in solidarity with Puerto Ricans. They say an insult to one of ours is an insult to all.
Maria Elena Salinas, I really appreciate that. Governor Christie, I wanted to bring this over to you because Florida really has changed over the course of several years here. And obviously a goal of the Trump campaign was to try to peel back some of this Latino support that Biden was successful with 4 years ago.
Well, let's look at a constant now over the last 14 years. And the constant over the last 14 years of Florida is Rick Scott. Right, so Rick Scott gets elected in 2010 by 1.5 points. He gets reelected by a point. Then he runs for the Senate. He wins by 13/100ths of a point. And tonight he's up by 12. What happened between 2018 and 2022? COVID. Florida has been invaded by conservative voters from blue states during COVID who felt that the blue state restrictions were too tight, and they left. And so to say that the electorate in Florida hasn't changed, it's changed drastically from 2018 to now. And for certainly Rick Scott's numbers show it. Rick Scott has never been a big winner in Florida. He's been a barely winner, 1.5 point, 13/100ths of a point. Now all of a sudden Rick Scott's winning by 12 tonight. What you're seeing is that electorate has changed because of COVID significantly in Florida. And that's why tonight you see the abortion referendum is losing. The marijuana legalization referendum is losing. All of that shows that it's trending much redder in Florida, and I believe it's the influx of people from 2020 to 2024, driven mostly by COVID.
And who are now calling Florida home.
Yep.
Let's go over to Rick Klein. Rick, let's check out Georgia. Where are we at this hour?
We get a significant amount of vote in, almost 2/3 of the vote, and I'm starting to focus also on the vote margin between the candidates. Right now, Donald Trump by about 190,000 votes. There's still a lot of vote to go, especially in the Atlanta metro area, but we do have numbers out of Fulton County and DeKalb County. These are really the Democratic bases. Kamala Harris is doing about what she needs to do in some of these places. But if you move a little bit further out, you start to get a different portrait. Fayette County, we're keeping an eye on right now, a slight Trump edge, and big Trump numbers where he needs to be overperforming, hitting his benchmark almost exactly in Cherokee County, north of the city. The story so far really is the election day vote being heavily Republican. That's a problem for Kamala Harris because of the imbalance that we talked about in the early vote. We didn't have as much of a Democratic imbalance this time, so Democrats need to have a bigger election day. We're just not seeing signs of that yet. There's still a lot out, again, about 1/3 of the vote overall, but you start to see stubborn margins come in, especially when good chunks of the vote are coming in already from the largest counties in the state.
And where's the benchmark for Fulton County? Where does she need to be performing? Well, she's just below.
She's about a point below that. And just to put in perspective, Fulton County is 178,000 advantage for Kamala Harris, and she's down by 200,000. Think about how far she'd be behind without the reporting we see from these two counties right next to each other. That's an enormous amount of vote, and it's vote that's already banked. Now we'll see what comes in. There's going to be a lot of election day vote in those in counties like that and throughout the Atlanta metro area. And these gray spots on our map are just places we don't have enough data to tell you is it going to tip to one direction or the other. So there's still some blank spots to be filled in. But again, as this number grows and this number stays stubbornly high, that's a problem for the Harris campaign.
And how much of this is early vote versus day of? Is all of the early vote in now?
We're getting almost all, about 80% of the expected early vote in so far, and it is a large number, and here's where Trump is leading. That, again, a little bit of a change from previous cycles, maybe a reversion to people's historic norms of how they voted, but Trump winning in that early vote that is a large portion of the vote in Georgia overall.
All right, Rick Klein showing us the dynamic of the early vote this time around. Donald Trump embracing the early vote with his supporters. They did turn out in force, and we have to wait and see how in some of these other battleground states how that's going to play out. Donald Trump leading in Georgia at this hour. When we're closing in on the 9 o'clock hour here, polls close in about 15 states, including the key battleground of Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin as well. Your local news is standing by, and our live election night coverage continues in just a moment right here on ABC.
This is Joe Biden's life support machine. Oh, so you know the freak factors, right? Freak said they were about to do like a Roblox stream with Kanye and West, but they canceled it.
After almost 20 years,
We're celebrating the 500th episode.
33 seasons, 394 stars, 124 Emmy nominations.
Season 33 is hot.
Dancing's 500th episode, live next Tuesday.
My name is Luke Bryan.
Hey, Luke!
With the help of today's biggest star, we're going to explore everything country.
When everybody brings their story, it becomes something special.
Do they have a Joe Biden version? You're so
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News and the race to the White House. We have results coming in from several states now. ABC News projects Trump will win South Carolina, Florida, and West Virginia. ABC News also projecting this hour Harris wins Maryland, Massachusetts, and D.C. As for electoral votes, let's take a look at the map. 27 for Harris, 105 to Donald Trump. And one of the most important states, Georgia, 16 electoral votes up for grabs there. President Biden won that state by only 12,000 votes in 2020. Right now, you'll see Kamala Harris, 46.7%, and Donald Trump, 52.7%. 65% of the votes are in. Our CEO Nsami joins us from Atlanta, where suburbs could make all the difference. Also, 2 Atlanta metro counties dealing with threats tonight. Where do things stand now, Steve?
Well, Kira, some of the results are in from those 2 big counties. You used to live here, you know the counties I'm talking about. Fulton, of course, the biggest county. Vice President Harris is ahead with the votes there. DeKalb County next door, Vice President Harris is ahead there as well. But what we're seeing is that a lot of red counties across the state are leaning towards Trump. We still, though, have many more votes to count and to see how this plays out. Kira?
Steve will be talking all night. Stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night. I'm Kira Phillips. Don't go far.
America's #1 news ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
About to find out. But for now, let's get on this radio street. Looks like they added some more officers this last time. Check out the last vlog. I guess I did come back here at night while I'm raining, ruining my drive-thru emergency for this. Check out the vlog. That was a Trump sign. Alright, before I end this vlog, there's going to be some of you who are going to be complaining that I still didn't get Joe Biden a fair shot and didn't stay in one of his residencies. Joe Biden's childhood home. Joe Biden, where it all went wrong. That's the Joe Biden way. That's why I promise you guys I'll share the Joe Biden update. Let's get it back. I can't just look at his dad. Oh, I thought this guy's cats. This holiday season, with America, you'll get everything you thought you knew about Santa. Listen to this. Guys, his training is going to be looking strong. His gear. His backup.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
It's now 9 p.m. in the East. The polls are now closed in 15 more states, 41 states in all. The battlegrounds of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona are now closed at this hour. ABC News can take a look at some of these numbers coming in from Michigan. Just 8% of the vote in. Kamala Harris with a lead, 54-43, obviously very early in the night. In Wisconsin, you can see that we have no numbers yet. At the moment we do, we'll go back to the Wisconsin board. Arizona's now closed, 11 electoral votes, a key battleground state. Pennsylvania, the numbers continue to come in, 19 electoral votes up for grabs. Really a must-win state for both of these candidates. Kamala Harris with an early lead here, though 15% of the vote in, still far too early. North Carolina, 16 electoral votes, 38% of the vote in. Donald Trump with a lead in that state. He's leading by about 100,000 votes. We'll take a deeper dive on North Carolina in just a moment here. In Georgia, 66% of the vote in. And as you look there, Donald Trump leading by about 200,000 votes. That number has been stubborn for the last 30 minutes or so. We'll take a look at the reasons why and where Kamala Harris needs to be performing better if she's going to catch up to Donald Trump in Georgia. In Texas at this hour, we can project, ABC News now projecting that Donald Trump will win the 40 electoral votes of Texas. Donald Trump wins Texas tonight. He also wins North Dakota, 3 electoral votes. That was expected. He won by 33 points just 4 years ago. South Dakota, Donald Trump wins 3 electoral votes. He wins Wyoming tonight. 3 more electoral votes from Wyoming. New York, the polls have closed. We're tracking the numbers coming in from New York at this hour. Minnesota, the polls have closed. In Colorado, the 9 electoral votes up for grabs. The polls have closed there. We'll track it. Louisiana, the polls have closed in Iowa and in Kansas. They've closed in Nebraska and in New Mexico tonight. 5 electoral votes up for grabs. Continue to track that as well. The polls have closed in all of those states. Let's go right to the map. The road to 270, which is the road to the White House, as we know. Kamala Harris winning 3 states, plus Washington, D.C. for 27 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 14 states so far, 154 electoral votes. The whole team is here. Stay tuned. Our live coverage continues right now.
This is an ABC News special. The time has finally come. Right now, all across America, votes are being counted. Who will be your next president on this historic night with the stakes so high? Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City. Now reporting, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News live election night coverage. A majority of the polls across the U.S. are now closed, including 6 of the 7 battleground states. 9 states still open, including the last remaining swing state of Nevada. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump racing with the magic number. They have to get their 270, as we showed you. At this hour, millions of voters remain in line, waiting to cast their ballots in what many consider to be the high-stakes election, the most consequential election in recent history. Let's get right to it at this hour. First of all, we wanted to take note of the Florida Abortion Amendment, Amendment 4 in Florida, which would have added language to the Florida Constitution, the Declaration of Rights to protect the right to abortion before fetal viability or when necessary to protect a patient's health. Florida voting that down, Rachel.
David, abortion is on the ballot in 10 states across the country, Florida being one of them. I want you to take a look. They needed to get 60% to pass here. 57% said yes, 43% saying no. Florida has a 6-week abortion ban right now. That is what Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed into law there. Former President Donald Trump himself has even called that too harsh. We're going to be watching some other states tonight. These are the 10 states where abortion is going to be on the ballot. This from Florida, though, David, is notable. It's the first time that we are seeing abortion on the ballot actually fail, because you remember that abortion on the ballot has won in every single state, including conservative states like Kentucky, Ohio, and Kansas. It's also going to be on the ballot tonight in 2 battlegrounds, Nevada and Arizona. This is going to be a major blow to Democrats and also just abortion rights advocates. Take a look at this map. This is the abortion restrictions after Roe versus Wade was overturned. And I really want you to pay attention here to the South. Florida has a 6-week abortion ban. So does Georgia, as well as South Carolina. There's almost nowhere to go in the South for women who are seeking abortion care. They have to travel very far. That's why Democrats really wanted to see this pass.
Let's go over to Kate Shaw, our legal analyst. Kate, what do you make of this?
Well, so of course it's right that under Florida's rules, this amendment failed. But you look at the numbers, 57% of Floridians actually did vote to protect abortion under the state's constitution. So it just has a higher threshold than other states. So of course it's right this amendment failed. But I also think the data tells us that even a lot of voters, presumably, who voted for Donald Trump also voted to protect abortion. I think the question is, Kamala Harris has tried to make the case that even though abortion is only on the ballot in 10 states this cycle, it's really on the ballot everywhere because it matters so much who the president is, what the law surrounding abortion will be. The question is how that message resonates, if at all, in other states.
And in particular in Florida, Kate, to vote it down and to vote for Donald Trump, when you look out west to Nevada and Arizona, where it's also on the ballot, it's going to get into this whole notion of, sort of a split ticket, whether or not you vote for the amendment, but then you don't vote for Kamala Harris. You don't tie the two together.
Potential. So I think we're going to see throughout throughout the night how much voters are separating these issues out. But of course, in these states, there are lower thresholds for actually voting to protect abortion. And maybe you will see if Florida voters thought, well, abortion will be protected in our state, we can still vote for Donald Trump because, we'll have protections here for voting for this amendment. That may or may not be true depending on what, if Trump is elected president, what happens at the federal level with respect to abortion. But there may be complex calculuses going on about kind of what state law will mean with respect to abortion and what the federal government could do with respect to abortion.
Absolutely. We're going to continue to track it, particularly in those western swing states. Let's go back over to the map. Rick, you're studying North Carolina right now. 41% of the vote in, and Donald Trump leads by about 100,000 votes at this point.
Yeah, it's really a kind of a microcosm of the divided country, because it's not that Kamala Harris isn't hitting her numbers. She is largely hitting the numbers, doing about what she needs to against the 538 benchmarks, about what she needs to do when you compare it to what Joe Biden did. We're looking at Asheville, which is kind of the blue dot in that western mountain range that was hit so hard by the hurricane. She's overperforming the expectations there. A lot of this so far is the early vote. We'll see what else rolls in. But Donald Trump is doing exactly what he needs to be doing outside of Charlotte, in the suburbs, in the more rural areas outside of there. Donald Trump running ahead of where he needs to be to win the state, according to our 538 numbers. And that's a county, Union County, now that has 94% of the vote in already. So it's a significant amount of vote. Davidson County, another example of this, where he's slightly ahead of his benchmark. So we're seeing them run, kind of an even race in the places we have a lot of data right now. We'll see where it lands at the end of the night. But Trump is turning out people in very red parts of the state and across the country. It's a trend we're seeing even in states that aren't that competitive. The Trump base is out in force.
Let's look at Nash County. Can you find Nash County for me? It's one of these boomerang counties that went for Trump but then went for Biden. Also, New Hanover in North Carolina here. We probably should take a slightly deeper dive on whether or not
Nash County is so Trump is winning.
Yeah, right. So it's right here, right outside of Raleigh. This is one of those that we're watching, as you mentioned, David, because there's a possibility, at least for Democrats, to flip counties like this. You see how close Hillary Clinton came, how close Joe Biden came. Right now, Kamala Harris not quite over the finish line. Donald Trump winning by about 1,800 votes in Nash County, and the benchmark would suggest he doesn't even need to win that county. Yeah. Couldn't slip away from him, and he'd still be in line. This is a small county, but you're right, it's emblematic of what's going on across the state and really across the region of the country.
And it could be a bellwether, in fact, because this is what Donald Trump is trying to do, is flip some of this territory back his way from 4 years ago. We'll just keep our eye on it. I want to take this up to Byron Pitts because he's in Asheville tonight. Byron, there was a lot of concern, obviously, over the victims of Hurricane Helene and whether or not they would be able to vote. And both campaigns saying that they didn't like what they saw on the ground as far as the effort to help people have their voices heard. What have you seen there in the round?
No.
This has to be one of the feel-good stories of this election night, regardless of which side wins. David, you spent a lot of time here after the hurricane. You saw the devastation firsthand. It is remarkable, the turnout here. Western North Carolina outperformed the rest of the state in early voting. And that's a good sign for the Trump campaign. As you guys have been discussing, Western North Carolina has been reliably Trump country, and he has to do well here, and he is doing well here.
I couldn't see chat for a
The
second.
voting is high. There are
couldn't
parts of
see
this,
chat
the
for a
western part of the
sec.
state where
I
they
sent-
adding someone.
intense.
Did I sent a friend
One
request.
voter, a pastor, who called
Did you get
a
it?
response
Okay, let me check.
here
Let me
in
check
Western
real
North
quick.
Carolina. He calls it the miracle in the mountains. This is a man, consider this. He had to drive an hour and
that's
45
you.
minutes to vote. He
Yeah,
had to
the
leave his
social
house,
profile.
drive into Tennessee, circle a mountain, come back to his
Okay, I
community,
sent
cross
you
a
a friend
river
request.
before he could vote. And it speaks to
Wait, no,
not
I
just
accepted it. I accepted
the
it.
resilience of the people in this part of the country, but also their commitment to democracy. But David, I talked to a member of the Trump campaign here in North Carolina. He said the race in North Carolina tonight is as tight as a facelift. And so while they're doing well in
You
North
said you
Carolina,
wanna
there
do
are
a
other areas of the
PlayStation
state
party?
that look favorable for Kamala Harris. 55.4% of the early vote in North Carolina that went to women, and that's a record in the state. 24% of the uncommitted voters were first-time voters, which is an indication that young people are voting in high numbers here. There are people standing in line still in Charlotte in some of the university areas. Likely young voters, also potentially a good sign for the Harris campaign. I know earlier you and Lindsay were talking about black voters in North Carolina. I want to mention to you the central part of the state in North Carolina A&T. North Carolina A&T is the largest HBCU in the country. Aggie pride runs deep in this state. And so expect Harris to do well in that state, that part of the state, and also in eastern North Carolina, where A&T has one of its largest alumni chapters. So there's a lot going on in North Carolina, still tight, and both camps see reason to be optimistic at this point.
Byron Pitt's on the ground in Asheville. You can see they still have so much work ahead of them in the cleanup of the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Rick, let's pull up North Carolina since we've heard so much from Byron on this, and let's visit a couple more of these areas one more time. Can you get to Wake County, obviously the Research Triangle, Raleigh, Durham County right around there? Let's just see how both candidates are performing according to the benchmark of where they would need to be at this hour.
Yeah, the Research Triangle, where you have Durham with Duke University and University of North Carolina, just one county over. This is an area where Democrats really leaned in and try to get as many of the votes as they can. You see Hillary Clinton's numbers tick up a little bit to Joe Biden. Kamala Harris so far tonight with about 3/4 of the vote in, doing better than either of the previous two Democratic candidates, and that is about what she needs to be getting in a place like Wake County. So you see these big numbers, and you see her getting 140,000 votes more than Donald Trump there. That is what she needs to be doing in a state where she currently is trailing. We don't have a lot of vote yet in Durham, but this is going to be heavily for Kamala Harris. The numbers in Orange County, again, that's where UNC Chapel Hill is. You're seeing again Harris about hitting the numbers that she needs to at the 538 in the 538 benchmarks. So this area is coming through for her. There's no question about that. Again, though, those gains are being offset by Trump gains elsewhere in the state. Just to look down at Brunswick County, it's an area where Donald Trump's running a little ahead of his benchmark. And as we were discussing a little earlier outside Charlotte, again, these are places where Donald Trump should be winning, and he is winning by a little bit more than he'd be expected to.
It's kind of interesting what we're seeing here in some of these counties. He's overperforming slightly, and so is she in some of the urban areas and some of the areas, the Research Triangle in particular, with students. Let's go over to Charlotte. Let's just check out Charlotte one more time, Mecklenburg, and just see where we are in Mecklenburg.
Yeah, we have almost nothing in from Charlotte so far. It's just about all the early by mail votes, so we're going to have to wait to see how that comes in.
And at least in the early by vote, she's outperforming where she needs to be. So again, this is kind of an unfinished story here, obviously, in North Carolina. 41% of the vote in, and appears to be quite a tight race here in North Carolina. What do we know about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, Pennsylvania, we've been watching really closely because so far the Harris team has to like what it sees. Now, a lot of the vote has come in so far has been early, and as we've mentioned, early vote is not as big a story as it is elsewhere. But Harrisburg, as an example, right now, that county, Donald Trump not getting anywhere near where he would need on the 538 benchmarks, and Kamala Harris, again, it's early. We'll see where it goes, running significantly ahead of where the previous Democrats have. You asked me a little bit earlier about Scranton and about Wilkes-Barre, Lackawanna County, another story where Harris, with about 2/3 of the vote in, running ahead of the 538 numbers, running ahead of Donald Trump. Luzerne County, that is one that has slipped away from Democrats. If these numbers hold, that would be a true surprise. I wouldn't be surprised if they change as the night goes on. And we've been focused in on those collar counties. We're waiting for a lot of vote to come in from them, but Harris running ahead of the 538 benchmarks and ahead of Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton's numbers. That is probably the most closely watched of those Philadelphia suburban counties. It's about 5-6% of the vote overall. And we're, of course, waiting on a lot of vote out of Philadelphia. And if you just look at this, you see those big blue dots at the eastern part of the state. Once again, those are places we're waiting for a vote. Those red dots, though, are significant, and they add up as they move across the state.
20% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris with an early lead here, and again, so much of the vote still needs to be counted. But you got to wonder if we're looking, and it's early. I'm just saying, if we're looking at this blue wall strategy coming to life as we're watching these numbers come in from Georgia, where she's not hitting some of the benchmarks she needs. In North Carolina, still kind of an untold story. Pretty close, actually, when you dig into those counties and see where the vote still remains. But in Pennsylvania, at least with the early vote so far, it appears that she's hitting some of the benchmarks that she hoped to and outperforming them, particularly in the collar counties there with some more conservative leaning suburbs of Philadelphia. So quite a story unfolding here. So this is where the numbers come in. This is where it actually gets really interesting. So don't go away. We'll dig back into Pennsylvania. Michigan also, the first numbers coming in from Michigan. We'll look at it all right after the break. Don't go away. ABC News live coverage of the presidential election continues right after this.
Can you believe this, man?
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on the way.
Whoa! I didn't even see those guys.
So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the 2024 presidential election. Here's a quick look at where things stand here. Take a look. It's the path to 270, as you can see on your screen. Kamala Harris, 30 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 154 tonight. They need 270 to win. Still very early. Georgia hasn't been called. North Carolina hasn't been called. It's getting interesting in Pennsylvania, and we'll look at those numbers. The first numbers coming in from Michigan right after the break. Our live coverage of election night continues right after this.
I just noticed something. On the PlayStation controller, when you see like the grips, like the ones you see the handle with, if you look very closely, you can actually see the symbols of the PlayStation button with the triangle, circle, X, and square. So you can actually see it. That's like really small. I thought it was just like this. Minnesota.
ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast. Welcome back to Election Night 2024 on ABC. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to our live election night coverage right here on ABC. We do have a winner, a projected winner in the state of Delaware. Vice President Kamala Harris picking up the 3 electoral votes. She wins the state of Delaware, and in the Senate race there, the Democrat Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester, 4-term Congresswoman, looking to become the new senator in that open seat. She wins that race, and Rachel Scott, this is quite a win.
Yeah, it is, David. History made here in Delaware. Lisa Blunt Rochester becoming the first black woman to win a Senate seat in this state. David, I had a chance to sit down with her just a few weeks ago. We talked about the history that she was going to be potentially making. She told me she's going to be thinking about all the little girls, not only just having Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket, but also the history that she could be making in this state as well. David, we're also going to be keeping our eye also on one more state, and this is going to be Maryland, where Angela Alsobrooks is running, also has a chance to make history tonight. She's running against former Governor Larry Hogan in this state as well. Angela Alsobrooks, close ally of Vice President Kamala Harris, a very close friend. But if she were to win this race, this would be the first time that we would ever see 2 black women serving in the Senate at the same time.
This has been a fascinating race to actually watch because the two are somewhat friendly in their debate. I don't know, it was the most cordial debate I saw in this entire election cycle. They started out by saying, I have respect for you, I have respect for you. We worked together when he was the governor and she was the county executive. But we'll be watching that race very carefully as well tonight. Of course, popular Republican governor who went against Trump at certain points during the Trump administration, looking to compete in a heavily Democratic state. But history already made, though, in the state of Delaware. Rachel, thanks. Rick Klein, what are you seeing in Michigan?
Yeah, we're just our first glimpse into the numbers in Michigan. It's an interesting state because it's one of them that actually made it easier to start processing and counting those ballots. They also did in-person voting in Michigan for the first time on a widespread way. We should note that everything we're seeing here, it's kind of mixed. Some election day and some early vote. We also have seen nothing at all from Wayne County, which is Detroit and Dearborn, something we're going to talk about a lot so far. But Washtenaw County, right outside of Detroit, that's an area where Kamala Harris needs to be doing extremely well. And we're tracking her below, so far, her benchmark with about half the vote in. She's not quite hitting that number. And it's an area where Joe Biden really cleaned up, did better than Hillary Clinton's number. Right now, at least, again, it's hard to tell because we don't have a full portrait of the pictures.
That's University of Michigan, that's Ann Arbor.
Ann Arbor, University of Michigan, a liberal area of the state. It's also got some suburban areas that a good number of Republicans live there as well. Oakland County, another big county that we're going to be watching all night tonight. And you can see from the 538 numbers, Harris a little bit ahead of where she would want to be. But we're going to see this storyline continually. Republican parts of the state, Donald Trump hitting his numbers just about everywhere. I haven't found many places yet where he isn't hitting where he wants to be in terms of the 538 benchmarks or in terms of the history. The turnout machine, even if it wasn't on the ground the same way it was for the Democrats, seems to have been working, at least in these initial numbers in Michigan and elsewhere.
Let's get right to Juju Chang. She's in Detroit for us. And Juju, President Biden won. This was his biggest win of the swing states, about 54,000 votes, and obviously considered part of this blue wall that Kamala Harris is trying to keep.
And they're trying to shore up the cracks in the blue wall, David, absolutely. You know, the Secretary of State was here just moments ago telling us that she believes the votes here will be tabulated between midnight and 6 a.m. throughout Michigan. Now, we spoke earlier to the Macomb County clerk, and he believes it's a big night for Team Trump. That said, we spoke earlier to the COO of the Detroit Board of Elections, and he said, look, we're on pace to have the count tonight, and we believe there's going to be turnout of more than 50% in Detroit, which is a number that might be of interest to the Harris campaign. Now, the Detroit election official says there's been no chaos, no pandemonium, no banging on the windows like there was 4 years ago. He says he jokingly said he thought he heard them singing Kumbaya in the hall.
All right,
David?
Juju Chang in Michigan. We'll be checking back in with you, Juju. I'm looking at North Carolina, less than 100,000 votes, about a 70,000 vote margin between the two candidates. Stay tuned here. The numbers are just coming in. They're just getting interesting. Your local news standing by. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes here. Go away.
Guests.
I'm getting married.
Jeff, are you crying?
I'm a sucker for love. Oh, this is a lie.
You have to help me.
I need you to come with me right now.
I just don't know what to do.
Hold out.
This is all my fault.
Okay.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News and the race to the White House at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. More polls closed across the country, including 6 of the 7 battleground states. And we are seeing results come in from several states now. ABC News projecting Trump will win North Dakota, South Dakota, Louisiana, and Texas. ABC News also projects Harris will win Delaware, Maryland, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. As for electoral votes, right now, 30 for Harris, 162 to Donald Trump. As you know, to win, a candidate needs 270. In Florida, with 86% of the expected vote reporting, the Florida abortion ballot initiative is projected to fail. It got 57% of the vote. It needed 60% of the vote to pass. A referendum would have put abortion rights into the state constitution. It's the first time since Roe was overturned that abortion rights have been on the ballot, put directly to voters, and failed. Let's get to our Deputy Political Director, Avery Harper. Avery, exit poll numbers starting to come in as well as voters begin to fill in their ballots. What are some of the key concerns?
Right, when we look at some of this preliminary exit poll data, what we see is that the state of democracy has actually edged out the economy as the number one issue that voters care about as they consider who to vote for, followed by the economy. Abortion, you see there in the middle with 14% of voters saying that. Immigration, which has been an issue that the Trump campaign has really leaned into, falling there at the fourth slot at 11%, and foreign policy at the end.
Wow. All right, Avery Harper, thank you so much. We'll talk through the night. Let's head to Arizona now, where we find ABC's Elizabeth Schulze. Elizabeth, you're in Phoenix, which is in Maricopa County, the most populous county in the state. The polls there have now closed. What can you tell us about early voting there so far?
I'm not AFK.
So, Kara, it was record voting across the state of Arizona. And here in Maricopa County, now that the polls have closed, they will start to tabulate those ballots. About 60% of all of Arizona's ballots will be counted here. We asked the Secretary of State today how long he expects that process will take. He said this could take 10 to 13 days. So these results could still take some time here. A reminder that President Biden just narrowly won this state by 10,000 votes back in 2020. That was the first time that a Democrat won Arizona since 1996. So this is expected to be a tight race, but we are hearing from an official from the Arizona GOP. They're optimistic about turnout today from Republicans. We're really going to be closely watching those independent voters here, Kira.
All right, Elizabeth Schulze there in Phoenix for us. Thank you so much. All right, so Avery, let's talk about the economy. It was interesting looking at how the various concerns for voters in the exit polls fanned out there. The economy, clearly at the top there. I was actually surprised at how low immigration stood, considering all the coverage we've been doing on both of those issues for the past couple of weeks.
Right, we know that perceptions of the economy have been something that have been driving folks to head to the polls. And when you look at this exit poll data, preliminary exit poll data that we're seeing, you see that 32% say the condition of the economy is excellent or good, and 67% say not so good or poor. And that is something that the Trump campaign has been leaning into.
Avery, thank you. I'm Kira Phillips. Stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night. And this just in. Go ahead and New York for Harris. Okay, they're projected by ABC News. There you go. News happening by the second. Stay with us. We'll continue to bring you all the latest results throughout the night.
Luke Bryan, Peyton Manning, and Lainey Wilson host the CMA Awards live, ABC, November 20th.
Right? Like Logan, Logan that makes the puppy videos, they got sponsored by Mr. Beast.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
This is an ABC News special. Election Night in America. Who will be the next president of the United States? From ABC News headquarters in New York, here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News Live Election Night coverage. Now 9:30 here in the East. The polls have now closed in 41 states across this great country, including 6 of the 7 battleground states. Nevada will close in just about 30 minutes. At this hour, here are the results we can report so far in Pennsylvania. Again, this is just still underway in these swing states. Pennsylvania, 55% to 43%. Again, we have to look at the counties and what we're talking about when we're looking at that vote still very early. In Michigan, you can see Kamala Harris taking an early lead in Michigan, and in Wisconsin tonight, Donald Trump with the early lead. We're going to dive into where these numbers are actually coming from in just a moment. We're also tracking Georgia. We're tracking North Carolina and Arizona at this hour. No numbers from Arizona, though the polls have now closed. In Georgia, Donald Trump holding on to that lead. Looks like it's now just about more than 100,000 votes now, widening his lead and holding firm. In North Carolina, still a close race. And again, there's some outstanding vote in some of the Democratic areas. We'll dig deeper into that in just a moment. New York, we can now project. ABC News projecting that the state of New York, 28 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has won the state of New York. In Rhode Island, 4 electoral votes. Vice President Harris wins the 4 votes there. Former President Donald Trump winning the state of Louisiana, 8 electoral votes. He picks up from Louisiana. Let's go right to the map, the race to 270. Kamala Harris winning 6 states in Washington, D.C., 62 electoral votes. Donald Trump winning 15 states, 162 electoral votes in the march to 270. We do have a Senate projection. ABC News can report that in the state of New York, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will serve a 3rd term. She was seeking the 3rd term. She wins it handily tonight. She'll return to the Senate. Let's get right to the team here. Rick, what are you seeing there in North Carolina?
Yeah, North Carolina is one we have our eyes on because it seems like every serve is being met with a volley as we get into the numbers here. To look at Raleigh, Wake County, that's a place where Kamala Harris needs to be doing very well. She's doing almost exactly what she needs to be doing, and of course, very well in the bluer parts of the Research Triangle area.
Wait.
But when you get out into Trump country, it looks like Trump.
Wait, I'm gonna still be live, but I'm gonna be taking my phone for a second. All right.
Okay.
Sacred of boys. Are you scared of this boy? All these buff men, and they're not doing anything to defend you. Where did you go, woman? Someone's slamming on the doorbell. It's less safe in here. Oh, too late. Well, there you guys go. Oh, here we go. Wait, now it's the buff dude from earlier. Did you think I'd be scared of that? It's so scary. Is it? It's Suspect logo. Did you pass out on the keyboard? I can't tell if she was trying her hardest to spell flamingo. You need an owner! Here, I'm the devil be your owner. That was nice. Don't worry, I'm here. Alright, it's time to worry now, guys. Oh, rough. I feel bad for the other people. Alright, let's get some self-pity in your life, huh? Whoop. It's the birds! Whoop. Here, I'll kill your fish so that they're dead. Finding Nemo is canceled. You need an order! I can't get out of here. Well, Victoria is still standing here in her collapsed house from the earthquake earlier. Let me just put you out of your misery. What is this? Oh, wait, this is that dude from earlier.
Bro, you almost crashed your car there, bro. You almost crashed your car. Better watch out.
There. Alright. People who just are joining the server are just not going to think anything of it. Look,
King with my crown. That's what we always I believe that if I see my heart, my shoe goes reaching for the stars. Whoa. I guess that's how the story goes. Whoa. I guess this is how the story goes. I just crashed my car.
Let me out. Unlock your door, dude. Come on. Yep, unlock it so you can get out. Oh my god. Alright, maybe I can unite the whole world. You know how we all unite under disaster? I guess we don't because that one disease happened and then everyone just bought out all the toilet paper and didn't leave any for anyone else. But maybe in the wrong
And nothing's about to happen. How do I turn this off? How do I turn this off?
I really see. I need to become something.
Okay, here. I managed to turn it off.
The lava's going to rise. The lava will be rising very soon. Get to a high place. Come back. Going to the store. I don't know if anybody can actually survive the lava. I think maybe
bipartisan solution for over 100 million Americans, especially those hit hardest by healthcare policies. And Congressman Mike Carey of Ohio is leading the way. Visit hopeactnow.com to learn more and thank him for fighting for hope. The Hope Act. Affordable, accessible, essential. This is more than a laptop launch. This is a union. AI just got personal. Introducing the Lenovo ThinkPad AI PC. That's smarter AI for you.
Too young to die. Nope, nobody is. Hi guys, I'm 42. That talking to you. I'm the buff man. She picks him, so he must die. Love, found love. Burn, burn, burn. Alright, this online dating. Hey, what are you guys doing? Want to be my what? Question mark, question mark. You guys have no idea what you're talking about. It's not online dating. Love, yes. He has failed the test. Oh, just moving on to the next man. I'm gonna curb stop you if you don't stop. And she says to the dog, hey, let me just do one of these. There. You don't have to do that anymore. Down with animals. See? She's acting like she did that. I'm magic. Your head's on fire. He laughed. Hey, let me just get rid of this animal real quick. I am reporting all. Reporting all? I mean, that's a lot. You've been 100 people to serve. That's a lot of people to report. So cute. Alright, the music in game, blame this dude for this. The music you're playing is inspiring me to make all of you kill each other. Hey Bella, this guy looks really creepy. I gotta set up a little battle station. I forgot about these. I need to just delete those buildings. Just get rid of that. Alright, let's try this. Let's break the server. Alright, everyone now has a sword. Fight! 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 It's working! Oh, there's this jump. Why are you guys jumping off the edge? Fight, at least. Look at this girl trying to take her baby to safety. Wait, no, it's not safe down there! No! How is he? Okay, I was about to say, why is everyone jumping? But that guy knows what he's doing. Oops. This game sucks. I'll make all of them fight me.
I'm gonna see if I can go in here. Oh, I can. I can go in here. That's cool.
Oh, it's too laggy. Real dog man, real.
Yeah, it's like a laptop and everything.
This is breaking. This is breaking very quickly.
Yeah, it's like
I figured it out.
where I'm taking my
What do you
score.
figure out? We're in Minecraft Flat World. That's what you came to the conclusion of. Alright, let's just try this. This might be a little mean, but everyone here will be banned off Roblox and don't leave within the countdown. What? No, you're not an admin, dude. You have until a timer to leave. There will be bans. I don't want to leave. Please don't do it.
7 a.m. on election day, but the state funding that goes to the counties that's tied to their election funding stipulates that they cannot stop counting once they have started until they are completely done. So they've got rotating crews going round the clock to count the votes. Most of the counties tell me they hope to have it done at some point tomorrow afternoon. One thing to look at is Erie County. At last glance, they have about only 1% in. Officials there telling me there is massive voter turnout, and because there was a snafu with their mail-in ballots, the vendor sent them to the wrong addresses. Some people didn't get them. I was told that counting the mail-in ballots could take an additional days, possibly even weeks, so that could take a long time. And of course, Erie County is a pivotal swing county that has swung from side to side over the past several elections, David.
Yeah, one of those boomerang counties we're going to be watching very closely here up in the northwestern part of Pennsylvania. Matt, thanks so much. Let's go to the wall here. You can see the three blue wall states right up there right now. Kamala Harris with a lead early in the night in all three of those states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all about the same margin, by the way, 52 to 47 Pennsylvania, a similar lead in Michigan, and with 18% of the vote in Wisconsin, 51-47. Lindsay, I know we're getting some exit poll data from voters, how independents are breaking in these so-called three blue wall states, or Rust Belt states as they're called.
And obviously the independent voter, highly coveted by both campaigns. It's not voting so well for Kamala Harris for those independent voters in Pennsylvania. You see 24% of those voters, pretty significant amount, about a quarter of those voters in Pennsylvania identify as independent, and they are breaking by 6 points for Donald Trump. He actually is doing 6 points better this election than he did in 2020. But Michigan and Wisconsin, a little bit more hope for the Harris campaign. She's actually leading when it comes to the independent voters by 3 points compared to Donald Trump. And Wisconsin, more of the same there, where she's leading by 4 points with the independent votes. But Donald Trump doing 5 points better with the independent voters in Wisconsin in 2020. He's doing 1 point better in Michigan when it comes to the independent voter.
Mary Bruce, this makes me think of you and your reporting these last couple of days, the Harris campaign telling you that this was going to be very close, and they said they knew that.
And that is what we are seeing here tonight. Very close, still very tight, and a long way to go. I mean, that is the message coming out of the Harris campaign tonight. I think they are encouraged and buoyed by what they are seeing in Pennsylvania. I think, when it comes to Georgia, I'm hearing that they are pointing particularly to the suburban support that they're getting there. They say they are tracking slightly above expectations among suburban early voters in Georgia. They also are pointing to the rural turnout in Georgia. They say they're not seeing signs of some surging rural turnout. They, of course, are waiting for results from those larger rural counties. But look, they have said all along their most straightforward path is to win the blue wall states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. They have put a lot of energy and effort into those 3 states. But again, they always said this was going to be a tight race that was going to be won in the margins. John.
Look, there are clearly troubling signs for Democrats throughout the Sun Belt, whether it's in the non-battleground states like Virginia or like Florida, or whether it's in the battleground states, Georgia and North Carolina. Look, anybody can still win there, but you don't see any sign that Kamala Harris is running away with anything. What I just heard from a top Democrat who is following this as close as anybody, it was always going to come down to the blue wall. Everything else is gravy. Think about what that means, David. If those are the only states that she wins in the battleground, you get to 270 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. She wins because she won a single electoral vote in one of 2 states that divides their votes, the city of Omaha in Nebraska. And that's what they're looking at right now. I mean, we have a long way to go. But that ultimately is looking more and more like the path that Kamala Harris is going to need to get elected president.
And part of that coalition, if she hopes to get to 270 tonight, includes the independent voters. I would think that seeing the way they're breaking in Pennsylvania, at least early in the preliminary exits, is not terribly encouraging, though independents, Lindsay was pointing out, Michigan and Wisconsin are breaking her way, again, according to the preliminary exit polls. And in fact, we've got some great new numbers coming in from Wisconsin that we can dig into and really see how both campaigns are doing here right after the break. Don't go away. ABC News live coverage of the presidential race continues. Wisconsin up on deck here. We're going to look at the numbers from that state in just a moment.
We're live in the battleground zones as Election Night 2024 continues on ABC.
Requesting backup.
2 daring rescues. Someone's got to go down there. 1 new hero.
I can do it. I'm his big brother.
If we don't try this, we might not get to him in time. 911, all new Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Here's another option. It's either Trump or Kamala.
Harris Walls, Trump Vance. Election night 2024 continues. Here again, David Muir.
Here's something to keep in mind. 4 out of the last 6 presidential elections, the state of Wisconsin was decided by less than 1 percentage point, which is why you feel like that pit in your stomach, no matter what side you're on tonight, as you look at the map coming together, a very competitive race. And it would look like, Rick, if the Harris campaign has a path to 270, it's looking more and more like it's got to be through that blue wall, the Rust Belt, and Wisconsin. Let's take a look at where those numbers stand tonight. It's funny when you think back, Biden won it by, 21,000 votes 4 years earlier. Donald Trump had won it by 23,000 votes. This is a state that does go back and forth. It's sort of the bellwether state of the country.
Yeah, and these are the first numbers we're seeing tonight, about a quarter of the vote. And big caveat, we don't know exactly what vote it is. We think a lot of this is actually election day vote. We don't think we've seen any of the earlier vote from Milwaukee, which of course is the biggest city. Starting with the way the Democrats look, they have to get big numbers out of Milwaukee for starters, and that seems to be happening so far. Harris, pretty close to what we think she would need to do in the city of Milwaukee to be competitive across the state, with about 40% of the vote in. Madison is just a huge vote engine for Democrats. She's getting close to that 538 benchmark, but not quite there, running a little bit below Biden's numbers from 4 years ago. But here's some big news, and hat tip to Reince Priebus, Mr. Wisconsin over there, for highlighting some of this. In Kenosha, which is a swingier part of the state, Donald Trump carried it just by 50.7% last time around. He's up 7 points. Harris down 5 points from where she was. That's significantly below the benchmark. This is one we've been looking for as well in the western part of the state, South County. Again, Harris a little below the benchmark. And up here, Door County, this is one that people love to talk about as the classic bellwether type county. Donald Trump right now a little bit up in this county. The numbers are small. We're not talking about huge counties, but as the numbers come in, we're seeing Trump continue to hit numbers. Waukesha County, which is in the suburbs there, Trump just slightly below the benchmark. A lot of vote still to go. Again, we've got less than a third of it in, and a lot of it is going to be the early vote, but it looks like it's going to be a tight race there. And you're right, David, especially if Georgia fades a little bit toward Donald Trump, and North Carolina trends there as well. That really leaves Harris with that path that you guys were just talking about, that includes Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all of which he's leading now, at least numerically.
But it's not an easy path, if that's your only path. And Wisconsin, I took note of all the counties you just showed. She's almost hitting her benchmark, but Donald Trump is surpassing his benchmark. They're small counties. We're not talking about huge amounts of vote, but in every one of those counties you just showed, Donald Trump was slightly above his benchmark in each of those Wisconsin counties. Let's go to Deborah Roberts, who's on the ground in Wisconsin. Deborah, what are authorities telling you there?
You definitely do need a permit.
Hey, David. Well, once again, they're expecting that Wisconsin will keep us on the edge of our seats until late into the night, because, as you mentioned, those absentee ballots tend to come in a little bit later, and that happens in Milwaukee. They get a lot of those absentee ballots. But where I am here tonight, in Madison, which is a university town, might be the one place that Harris may be able to pick up a little bit of good news, because the University of Wisconsin is here, and those young voters, those first-time voters, tell me today that they're really energized. I spent the morning at University of Wisconsin in the classroom of Professor Allison Prash. She teaches a presidential rhetoric class, and the students there told me they became more energized over the last couple of weeks because they just didn't like what they were hearing from the Trump campaign. Also, I should tell you that this particular city has just seen tremendous growth over the last few years, and a lot of those folks who have moved in here have been highly educated, blue-leaning voters, so this is becoming a much deeper blue part of the state too. So that might cut into some of those margins that Trump might have in those red counties. So this might be the place where Harris might find a little bit of good news with those youth voters, like around the country. They've been standing in lines today, waiting to vote. So we'll see what it actually produces as the night goes on. But waiting for those absentee ballots to be processed, that is the thing that takes so long. So that will keep us sort of waiting throughout the night. But they tell us that it's moving along smoothly. They had a small snafu earlier, but it was just a small small technical glitch. They think that's going to move along. So Milwaukee and, of course, Madison will probably deliver well for her. And the big question is going to be how big, because as you said, 20,000 votes or so for Biden last time. Can she do better than that? That's what she's going to have to probably do to feel solid here in Wisconsin. David?
Deborah Roberts in Madison. Deborah, appreciate it. 28% of the vote in. Kamala Harris up by about 41,000 votes. Ryan's got about a minute before we have to hit a break here. What do you make of what you saw? I saw Donald Trump surpassing his benchmarks that he needed to ever so slightly, but in each one of those counties Rick showed.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Rick showed Kenosha, Wisconsin, where I grew up. That always was a Democrat town. It's where Chrysler American Motors was. 57% is huge. He was at 50% in 2020, about 47% in 2016. The key for Wisconsin right now, though, is Madison, Dane County, that blue in the middle. If Donald Trump can stay above 24%, I think Kamala Harris is going to have a tough time. The difference in 2016 and 2020 was about 80,000 votes, which was a difference. It was 1 percentage point, and he's running 2% higher.
Right now, votes are being counted, and tomorrow, GMA is right there with the morning's first news and
Breaking developments from our powerhouse political team.
tomorrow morning.
When the story matters most.
A special edition of Good Morning America with the election coverage you need.
A detective and a waiter. Partners.
Oh, man.
Jeez. Solving cases, catching bad guys.
Can I place an order to go, please?
Well, close.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News and the race to the White House. ABC News now projecting Trump will win North Dakota, South Dakota, and Texas. ABC News also projecting Harris will win Colorado, Illinois, and New York. New York coming in 28 electoral votes. Here's each candidate's and where they stand right now. 91 going to Harris, 162 to Donald Trump. As you know, to win, candidate needs 270. And one more note from New York, the equal rights proposition, which adds new anti-discrimination protections to the state's constitution, is projected to pass. New York is one of the 10 states with abortion-related initiatives on the ballot. Let's check in now on battleground Pennsylvania. We see Kamala Harris at 50%, Donald Trump 49.1. It's close, 41% of the vote that's in. Let's head to Matt Gutman now. He's in Philly tonight. Matt, we're seeing roughly 22% of the vote now. Vice President Kamala Harris seems to be holding on to her lead over the former president. As we know, Pennsylvania has the most electoral votes of any swing state, Matt.
19 of them, Kira, and the math doesn't work for either candidate unless they win Pennsylvania. And Kamala Harris jumped out to a very big and early lead. That has dwindled to what we are seeing right now. And this is why there's so much focus tonight on the count, when it will be done. Governor Josh Shapiro telling me 2 days ago and coming out again saying, we aim first to be accurate. That is the most important. But everybody knows here that there is this dissonance at play. They've got to be fast and accurate. In 2020, it took them 5 days to tabulate the entire vote. They now hope to do it in a much shorter amount of time. All the counties here have committed to not stopping the count until they are fully done. Every vote is tabulated. Kira.
Our Matt Gutman in historic Philadelphia. Thanks, Matt. I'm Kira Phillips. Glad you're with us tonight. I hope you'll stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night, led by David Muir. Don't go far. Our race for the White House coverage continues.
We shared a strange, unusual experience, but seeing you here tonight just opens my heart up again.
Welcome to the very first ever Golden Bachelorette Men Tell All.
I didn't expect to be that famous. I love these guys. They're friends for life.
We all came looking for love with Joan, but we got this, which is incredible, really.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
ColdestW, 8 p.m. in the East, 7 p.m. in the West. Polls are now closed in 44 states, including the swing state of Nevada, with its 6 electoral votes. As those numbers start coming in, we'll go right back to the Nevada board. At this hour, all 7 battleground states are now closed, and ABC News can take a look at the numbers coming in from each one. Georgia, 79% of the vote is in. They said they would have the vote in tonight. Kamala Harris behind Donald Trump in that state. We'll dive in whether or not she can make that up anywhere in Georgia. Also, North Carolina tonight. Kamala Harris behind Donald Trump. He leads 52 to 46. 16 electoral votes on the line. 66% of the vote in. We'll dive into where that vote remains. In Pennsylvania at this hour, Kamala Harris holding onto a very slim lead in the very important state, Keystone State. 19 electoral votes. Very difficult to win the White House without the state of Pennsylvania. As you can see, about 43% of the vote in at this hour. Kamala Harris with the slightest of leads there. In Michigan at this hour, another battleground state, part of that blue wall that the Democrats are hoping to keep. 15 electoral votes. Kamala Harris with a lead over a former President Trump, 466,000 votes to his 419,000. At just 16% of the vote in at this hour. Wisconsin, we were looking at a moment ago. Wisconsin, the numbers starting to come in tonight. Very close race there, about a point between them. And as I mentioned, 4 out of the last 6 presidential elections decided in that state by less than a point. Arizona tonight, another key battleground state. The number's not in yet, though. The polls have closed. 11 electoral votes on the line there. We do have states. ABC News is ready to project at this hour. Let's take a look. Utah tonight, 6 electoral votes going to former President Donald Trump. Montana, the 4 electoral votes going to Trump there. We're going to watch that Senate race very closely. The Democrat John Tester trying to hold on, and a state Trump has now won repeatedly. Colorado, Kamala Harris wins the state of Colorado. 9 electoral votes. Goes to the vice president. So take a look at the map. The road to 270. Kamala Harris winning 7 states at Washington, D.C. Donald Trump winning 17 states. 172 electoral votes for him, up to 91 for Kamala Harris at this hour. Our coverage of the 2024 presidential election continues right now.
This is an ABC News special. The time has finally come. Right now, all across America, votes are being counted. Who will be your next president on this historic night with the stakes so high? Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City. Now reporting, David Muir.
Welcome back, ABC News live election night headquarters here in New York City, and we are getting not only numbers in, but more exit polling data from the key battlegrounds. Lindsay, what do you have?
Well, so interesting enough, the Harris campaign has really doggedly pursued the Latino vote. We've seen that really ratchet up, in particular in recent weeks. Donald Trump equally. He was in Pennsylvania recently, just last week, and he said, I love the Latinos. He was in New Mexico a few days ago. He said, I love the Hispanics. And it really appears that there is some appeal there for the Latino voters when it comes to Donald Trump. If you look at the race in Nevada in particular, the Latino vote making up 17% of the electorate there. Here we go. 48% going for Kamala Harris. They're in Nevada. 46% for Donald Trump. But Donald Trump is actually doing 4 points better Actually, I'm sorry. That's in Arizona. Harris is doing 4 points worse than Biden in Arizona, and Trump doing 4 points better than he did in 2020. If we want to look at that board there in Arizona, Kamala Harris getting 55% of the Latino vote. They make up more than 25% of the population in Arizona. Donald Trump getting 41%. But in both cases, he's doing much better. Trump 11 points better than he did in 2020 in Nevada, and again, 4 points better than he did in Arizona in 2020.
And this is exactly what the Trump campaign wanted to do, was to peel away some of the Latino support that President Biden got 4 years ago. And Martha, you traveled through Nevada and through the Sun Belt, and what did you hear?
Well, I think what I heard was surprising in some ways. I mean, you think, oh, the Latino vote is going to go to the Democrats. Absolutely not. I mean, that's not the impression you got on the ground. You had unions out there canvassing for Kamala Harris, but it all came back to the voters I spoke to the economy. And even those Democrats who were out canvassing for Kamala Harris knew that was an issue. Like, how do you explain to people the economy, that people trust Donald Trump more on that? And they said, well, we tell them it just takes time. So that message was not really resonating. Nevada has the highest unemployment rate of any state in the country. They were devastated after COVID. And that is the issue. You know, you can talk about exaggeration. You can talk about them calling Puerto Ricans garbage. You can talk about all those things, but it came back to the economy. They can hear lies. They can hear mistruths. They can hear exaggerations. But their truth is their grocery bills, their gas bills. And that's what it came back to on many, many people I interviewed.
And the high cost of housing in Nevada, too.
Exactly. Very, very high costs of rents. And immigration, of course. And you could talk to Latino voters. There was one man, he said, I don't care about any of that other stuff. Donald Trump is going to be best for the border. This is a man who came into the country 50 years ago illegally. He is now a citizen. He doesn't want any more migrants, and that's why he's voting for Donald Trump.
Yeah, really interesting. And part of what Lindsay was showing us, I mean, she still is leading among Latino voters, but not by the margin that President Biden did 4 years ago. And that's got to be very concerning for the Democrats and the Harris campaign, Mary.
Yeah, look, I would just remind over and over again that they had said from the very beginning, and they're saying again tonight, their most straightforward path is through those blue wall states. And when you look at what we're seeing coming in, that certainly seems to still be the case, and I suspect is still their hope. You know, the Harris campaign is well aware of all of those issues, especially in Nevada. It's why she, unveiled her housing plan in that state. She knew that she had to hammer home the issue of the economy and make clear that that was going to be her top priority, that lowering the cost of groceries was going to be at the very first thing, her very first priority when she gets into office. She always said she would pass, if elected, this big economic package of bills to do just that. The question is whether that message got across and was enough.
Rick Klein, what's the blue wall looking like at this point?
Yeah, we've seen some numbers come in that shifted the lead, again, numerically, because it just has to do with the pace of vote. But right now, Donald Trump with a 33,000 vote edge. We've gotten a lot of rural vote.
This is Pennsylvania.
This is Pennsylvania, yep. Yes. You asked earlier about Wilkes-Barre, Luzerne County. That has flipped red, at least as of now, with 57% of the vote in. Donald Trump racking up some numbers there in an area where Democrats had some hopes to build things up. You can also see what's starting to happen in the western part of the state. We've got some significant numbers north of Pittsburgh and Butler County. This is a place where Donald Trump is coming close to his benchmark number. Really, this is a function of a lot of vote coming in the redder parts of the state. We still have a lot to go in Philadelphia. That's by far the biggest city. We're seeing Delco go very strongly for Kamala Harris. She's outperforming where she would need to be, also outperforming where Joe Biden was. And the same story up through Montgomery. And this is still an interesting one, Bucks County. A lot of folks are keyed into that. A lot of votes still to go. Unclear exactly what kind of vote that is, but at least now Kamala Harris outperforming that benchmark. So just a long night to go, but we're getting close to half the votes in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, this would appear to be her strongest state so far as her benchmark performance, at least meeting that 538 average of where these candidates need to be. Donald Trump, in a number of the counties you just showed, slightly below the benchmark, though getting very close to it, which explains why the vote is so close right now. 46% of the vote in, Donald Trump with a very slight lead in Pennsylvania. And you were looking at the Latino vote in Pennsylvania and some of the counties where they live and wondering if this 11th hour push by the Harris campaign to try to reach out to Latinos would actually work.
Yeah, and as Martha was talking about what she saw there in Nevada, I was thinking about what I saw personally here in Pennsylvania. This is Berks County, which includes Reading. Donald Trump has a campaign office here. This is a county that has a large Hispanic and Latino population. Reading is 72% Latino. This is one of those counties where we are going to see this split screen because you have Donald Trump's rhetoric. You have that rally after Madison Square Garden where that speaker compared Puerto Rico to an island of garbage. This is also a county where the economy just matters so much. They're still dealing with high poverty. Let's take a look at where Donald Trump is here. I will tell you, he's already meeting his benchmark with 76% of the vote in. You could see where he was just 4 years ago, 53%. He's already there. We're still waiting on a large amount of election day vote as well as early by mail vote as well. And then again, right here, David, he's already performing really well here. While he was campaigning here in Reading, Vice President Kamala Harris was in Allentown. This is Lehigh County. You can see just how well she's doing here. Right now, she's ahead of by 6,000 votes or so, but still a lot of vote left to be counted, 43% in right now.
Thanks, Rachel. Rick, one of the things that's very telling is the map with the sort of circular diagram that shows you where the vote still remains. Can you just show us in Pennsylvania at this hour where the vote still has to be tallied? I want to take this over to Donna and Reince, the one that shows the outstanding vote.
Yeah, you can see that's Philadelphia and the suburbs. And a good amount of vote in Pittsburgh as well. When you see a purple dot like that, that's more of a battleground county, so it's probably not going to advantage either candidate. But there's a significant amount of Republican votes still outstanding as well, and what looks like it's going to be a close state.
The battle for Pennsylvania, Donna. What do you make of it?
First of all, I've taken my meditation early because, once again, Democrats are going to come in late. They're going to come in late in Pennsylvania. And clearly in Georgia, what's happened is that Democrats are not overperforming in DeKalb and Cobb and Fulton. You have to overperform because Donald Trump is doing 4 points better in some of the rural areas. So, again, Democratic cities tend to come in late. I'm seeing that pattern once again. I have, good information that Philadelphia is going to come in much stronger than in 2020. And by the way, in some of these areas, you can compare apples to apples, but Kamala Harris has had to build a different coalition. So I'm also looking in some of these suburbs if the issue of abortion, the threat of democracy, if it worked in those areas in terms of pulling out her vote.
And those are the collar counties around Philadelphia. Can we take another look at that based on Donna's point here, whether or not Harris is having success in those counties, getting the numbers up to where they need to be?
Yeah, for sure. Chester County is a key one there. It's about 5% of the whole statewide total. Not a lot of information in yet. We're seeing Harris run a little bit below where she'd need to do to hold even there. Montgomery County, an outperformance so far, again, with less than a third of the vote in. And I've kept my eye on Bucks throughout the night to try to track this because this is good news if you're the Harris campaign. Delco, similar story. And as Donna said with Philadelphia, one of the interesting little quirks is just how Clinton's vote share actually went down a little bit with Joe Biden. Biden wins the state, but Clinton actually did a little bit better in the city of Philadelphia, even though it was elsewhere in the state that he was able to make up votes. So what kind of coalition is built becomes really important through all of this. You can also look at some of the more battleground, closely divided places. And again, it's hard to know how much of the vote is election day versus vote by mail. There's still a lot of it that is the in-person vote that might shift some of these numbers. These are not horrible numbers. You asked me earlier about Erie County. That's that boomerang county. Very little of the vote in right now. But this just looks like it's a battle.
A real battle, Ryan. What do you make of what you're seeing in Pennsylvania?
Well, I think it's going to take a long time. I mean, we're just going to have to be patient with Pennsylvania. They're pretty slow at getting these results in. Even though not as much as 2020, just a boatload of early votes that still need to be counted. A lot in Philadelphia County. So I'm a little bit slow to opine on Pennsylvania, but I do think things are looking very interesting south of Pennsylvania and Virginia still. And I think that's something that there's not getting a lot of attention yet, but I think people are going to start focusing on Virginia.
The closeness of Virginia. Let's take a look, Rick. Where does Virginia stand right now?
Yeah, this is just one of those really strange ones to see a 4,000 vote edge. A lot of votes left in the Democratic areas. Those are our bluer dots, but it's just not. One of the things that strikes me, David, looking at the map as it's filled in so far, the fact that the Democrats are sweating some of the places that should have been safe. We haven't made a projection in New Hampshire. We haven't made a projection in Connecticut. Rhode Island, we talked about earlier, closer than we thought. of course, Virginia. These are places that Democrats flat out have to win if they're going to have any chance.
Take us through some of those states. Let's see where New Hampshire stands, because we saw some tightening in the polls leading up to Election Day.
Yeah, we did, and this is a state that we kind of thought would be called a little earlier in the night because they have a pretty tradition. Most of the Democratic votes are in the southern part of the state, and again, Harris is leading. The question is going to be really how much she wins by,
outperforming herself in
outperforming there. But to me, the fact that we're even talking about states like this tells you how things are at least tipping early in the night. And the southern states, clearly there's an edge right now in Georgia and North Carolina. North Carolina, I've been tracking a lot, 230,000 vote margin. That's hard to make up when you're at 70% of the vote. The thing that is keeping it, though, out of anyone's win column is Mecklenburg County. That's Charlotte. Kamala Harris is winning there. She's not hitting the 538 benchmark number, but you want to see a really big dot emerge. There it is, and that's almost 500,000 votes that are still out in the Charlotte area. But if she's winning at 60-40 instead of 68-20 or 68-30, that means you're just not getting as many votes out of it, and that makes it hard to catch up against that number.
No question about that. We're going to check in with Trump headquarters in Florida. We're going to check in with Harris headquarters, see what the mood is on the ground at this point in the night, and we're going to keep digging into these Rust Belt states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, because that appears to be the path as we continue in the night, at least for the Democrats to keep this alive. As Rick Klein just points out, and smartly so, the reason North Carolina can't be called is because of the outstanding vote in Charlotte, which is a Democratic area, but given the margin between the two, it might be really difficult to make that up. So we're going to keep our eyes on the map. We'll get right back to it right after the break.
Your voice, your vote. Election night 2024. The race for the White House continues in a moment on ABC. Driveway. Stunning true crime.
Every step was shocking.
As it unfolds.
Just when you thought you heard the most shocking part, there was another part.
Fire and Vice 2020 Friday night on ABC. You're watching ABC News live coverage of Election Night 2024. Here again, David Miller.
Welcome back to ABC News Election Night headquarters in New York. We have some races to call this hour. We can project that in Mississippi, the winner of that race, former President Donald Trump, picks up 6 electoral votes in Mississippi. He also wins Ohio, 17 electoral votes. Used to be a battleground state. Trump has won Ohio before. He wins it again tonight. Of course, we're watching the Ohio Senate race right now. The Democrat Senator Sherrod Brown seeking a 4th term, trailing businessman Bernie Moreno, who's never run before. Colombian roots. He leads by almost 5 points here. It's going to be a difficult race to make up that kind of ground with 76% of the vote in. We're going to keep our eye on that. We do have another race to call, and a race that makes history tonight in Maryland. Voters have elected Democrat Angela Alsobrooks to serve in the Senate. Republican Larry Hogan, the popular governor there, had been challenging her for that open seat. Angela Alsobrooks becomes the next senator from the state of Maryland. And Lindsay Davis, she makes history, and a lot of history made tonight. She'll be the second black woman elected to the Senate on this election.
And we're talking about Carol Moseley Braun and Kamala Harris. Obviously, prior to this day, in our country's nearly 250-year history, you'd only had 2 black women ever elected to the U.S. Senate. And tonight, you have 2 more. What's really significant, I think, to put this into broader perspective, is we've still never had a black female govern a state in this country. And so tonight, the Democratic Party is asking American citizens to do something that they haven't even done on a state level. They're asking to vote for this woman to run and rule and reign over this entire country, which it just really puts in perspective that we're just now getting to this point of having 4 black women elected into the Senate. It was interesting when I had a chance to speak with Angela Alsobrooks just last week. She talked about how her family is from South Carolina, and it was because her great-grandfather had been shot by a white sheriff's deputy that they fled to Maryland, and that's what made her decide that she wanted to be a prosecutor and ultimately get into politics.
And down in Brazil, Angela Alsobrooks has talked about how as a young prosecutor, she got advice from another prosecutor.
That's right. Vice President Kamala Harris was elected prosecutor in 2004. She mentored Angela Alsobrooks, but I also have to take a moment of personal pride. She was my first intern on Capitol Hill. So I'm very excited about that, but she's been a terrific executive. In both her primary campaign, she was outraised almost 10-1, as well as in general election. Look, Larry Hogan is a great guy. People love him in Maryland, but they understood a vote for Mr. Hogan was a vote for Mitch McConnell, a vote for the Supreme Court. Angela had her message focused on the economy, the issue of abortion, because abortion was on the ballot in the great state of Maryland. But she also had a special appeal, I think, to young women across the state. That's going to be the hidden story tonight after my friend next to me finishes boogie-woogie around all of the counties.
Let's get a long night ahead. And Rachel Scott, you're looking at the Senate. Not only is this a win for Angela Alsobrooks, she makes history, but I flashed up that Ohio Senate race. Sherrod Brown does not look like it's going to be a good night for him there.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard to make up, David, as you already said. 78% of the vote that is already in, and you can see that Moreno is ahead right now by 239,000 votes, roughly, compared to Sherrod Brown. You know, I've been studying sort of how he won the last time around. Listen, that was 2018. Donald Trump was not running, and so this is the first time that Sherrod Brown, the last remaining statewide Democrat in this state, is really trying to outrun the top of the ticket. I want you to just pay attention to some of these counties, because these are areas, they're red now, but these were blue in 2018. These are 2 counties in which Sherrod Brown did really well in 2018. Now they're red. You can see just how well Moreno is doing here. He's ahead by 4,000 votes. Sherrod Brown underperforming where he was in 2018. And you can see Vice President Kamala Harris at 41%. This is obviously a red state here. Sherrod Brown, the last remaining Democrat, if he is able to carve this one out, it would be pretty remarkable here. We're still waiting for a good number of votes here in Franklin County, which is home to Columbus.
What does it say, John, about the shifting nature of not only Ohio, but you're looking at Florida as well? And Sherrod Brown, very popular in that state, obviously not enough to win tonight, but the margin became smaller and smaller each time he ran.
Yeah, and look, this show's really tough night is it's shaping up to be for Democrats in the Senate. I mean, the Democrats talked about 2 seats that they thought they really had a chance to pick up. Florida, Texas, neither one of those looks good. Sherrod Brown, they thought they were going to keep. Looks like he's in real trouble. Tough for Democrats in the Senate.
All right, John, thanks. When we come back here, your local news is standing by. We have new reporting from Donald Trump's campaign headquarters, who's with Donald Trump tonight, what they make of what they're seeing on the board so far. And then we'll focus right back on that blue wall, the Rust.
does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation. Is this our combat operations center? We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag not okay. How important is made to USA? Great work.
Hi, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ismael? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News and the race to the White House. We are watching the results roll in. ABC News now projecting Trump will win Mississippi and Ohio. ABC News also projecting Harris will win Illinois and New York. Here is where each candidate stands right now. 91 to Kamala Harris, 195 to the former president. As you know, a candidate needs 270 to win. Let's take a look at some states that we are still waiting to call. Here's the latest out of Wisconsin, where the last two elections were decided by less than 25,000 votes. VP Kamala Harris at 49.1%. The former president at 49.2%. 47% of the vote is in. It is tight. We want to turn now to our Deborah Roberts. She is in Madison, Wisconsin. Deb, we know that election workers there are working hard to process more than 1 million absentee ballots. Let's just talk about what that process looks like.
Well, it's a long process, and it's a late process, Kira. We talked to the chairperson of the Wisconsin Elections Commission, and she tells us that we can just expect, once again, a long night. Wisconsin is one of those states that doesn't begin to process and tabulate those votes until the morning of Election Day, which is today. And that is really critical when it comes to those absentee ballots. And as you said, a lot of them to tabulate, particularly in Milwaukee, the largest city in this state. And they do this in a very exacting kind of manner, where they lay out the votes and they crease them and they process them through the machine, and it just takes a very long time. They had a little bit of a snafu earlier today. They said they rectified that. They've made up some time, but they expect that it's going to be a late night here in Wisconsin, and those votes might very well determine how much of a margin Harris will have here if she continues on this path to being ahead.
And Madison was also one of a handful of places today that received bomb threats at polling sites. What more can you tell us?
Well, there have been a number of places, as you know, that have had this kind of thing around the country, and there were even reports of people getting phone calls today here in Madison, voters who said that there were very strange calls, people asking personal information, and then these bomb threats at a couple of polling locations, schools that were, of course, closed, but polling locations turned out to be nothing, but once again, still concerning. Election officials say it was just mischief, and they said Ann Jacobs, who is the head of this election commission for the state, said it was just mischief. It was mischief, but bad mischief, but they didn't know what they were up to. So far, a night that seems to be moving right along, but it's going to be a late one.
It sure is. We're glad to have you, Deborah Roberts. Thank you. I'm Kira Phillips. Glad you're all with us tonight. I hope you'll stay with ABC News. We're bringing you election results all throughout the night, so don't go far. Our coverage of the race to the White House continues.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
I wanted Kamala to win, but based on the results right now, it's gonna be Trump, I guess. But happening on the news right now, check my stream right now.
Live reporting, breaking new exclusives. Keep streaming with ABC News Live. This is an ABC News special. Election night in America.
Disney,
Who will be the next president of the United States? From
ABC News. And also, did you know that ABC News literally made a Diddy,
Welcome back to ABC News Live Election Night coverage. 10:30 now here in the East, 7:30 in the West. We're 30 minutes away from polls closing in California, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. California, of course, with 54 electoral votes at stake. You're looking at the electoral value sort of the portion of the map, 270 to win. Let's take you to the floor and we'll show you where things stand at this hour. Kamala Harris with 91 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 201. You need 270 to win. He's picked up 19 states tonight. She's picked up 8 states in Washington, D.C. Let's get right to Trump headquarters, Palm Beach Convention Center. John Santucci, who's covered Donald Trump for us for quite some time. What's the mood there, John? And who's with Donald Trump?
Well, David, you can hear the mood here at the convention center. They're going through results, and the crowd here supporting Donald Trump. Very excited. Donald Trump is not here, David, at this convention center. He's over at Mar-a-Lago, where, David, I'm told he's been gathered with senior staff and family in a war room that's been set up at his club, going through results. And just in the last couple of minutes, David, he actually went into the grand ballroom at Mar-a-Lago, according to reporting from my colleague, Catherine Falders and I, where he actually went around and greeted supporters and donors that are there. Our sources tell us, David, that in addition to donors and club members, he's there with his new campaign surrogates, billionaire Elon Musk and RFK Jr., and in addition to the family, David, who's been advising and campaigning with Donald Trump, his eldest sons, Don Jr. and Eric, there with Dad tonight. Barron Trump also there, and a photo, David, that Melania Trump, the former First Lady, just tweeted in the last couple of minutes. Barron, who turned 18 this year, David, casting a vote for his father earlier today. David?
John Santucci with some color inside Trump headquarters there, Palm Beach Convention Center. John, thank you. Let's go right over to Eva Pilgrim. She's at the Kamala Harris headquarters, Howard University in Washington. Eva, what's the mood there?
They're watching the numbers as they come in right now. They are watching a speech from Angela Alsobrooks, who was just declared the winner in that Maryland Senate seat. You can see the crowd here cheering. The flags, those are American flags. Those flags back there, I just want to point out, those are college students in that back area. They're sort of pinned in back there. They've been here since very early. They got here, and they've been cheering and excited. I wish you could hear earlier. There was loud music. Everyone was dancing everywhere they are. You know, we've been speaking with the campaign as they've seen these numbers come in tonight, and they've sort of stuck with what they told us yesterday when we last spoke with them, which was the idea that this event here tonight on Howard's campus, as they watched the election results come in, was going to be an information center for them. They've been very clear with their supporters about how they expect these numbers to come in. The expectation that a lot of the red states would be reporting early, and that the blue states would come in later, and to wait for those numbers to come in and for those states to report. And some of those blue states, as we all know, take a little bit longer to come in. And so this isn't an event that they thought they were going to have a result at tonight. This was an opportunity for people to come here. This was an opportunity for them to have a place to get information out, to keep people informed, to keep them, their supporters, calm as they watch these numbers come in tonight. But they are still cautiously optimistic as they wait to see exactly what unfolds here tonight, David.
All right, Eva Pilgrim at Howard University. Eva, thank you. Mary Bruce, you've been in contact with your sources at the campaign. What are they saying about the night? I gather they'll say this is the path that we knew we were working towards, and that means it's a late night.
Bingo. They knew that this was going to be tight. They knew this was going to take a long time. The message coming from the Harris campaign right now is just everybody wait. They're not prepared to say at this point that it's, blue wall or bust. They still feel that they, have a chance in North Carolina and Georgia, that some of those places that are left to report out, may be more of their supporters. But look, they always knew that this was going to be a very close race and was going to take a lot of time. And we certainly are seeing that play out right now.
We can project another winner here in the state of Iowa. Iowa. Former President Donald Trump picks up 6 electoral votes in the state of Iowa. This is particularly interesting. We thought Iowa would go to Donald Trump, but then a lot of news in the last few days before this election. The final Des Moines Register poll from J.N. Seltzer, obviously respected political scientist. But there are going to be a lot of questions about what she missed in the poll.
I mean, she was tracking a narrow lead for Kamala Harris. It sent shockwaves throughout the political world. What it could mean for other states, not just Iowa. So to see Iowa coming in for Donald Trump, and apparently by a very convincing margins, looks like a serious swing and a miss from a usually reliable pollster.
I'll head over to the big word here with Rick. Let's just dive into some of these Rust Belt states, the so-called blue wall. I'm curious, Wisconsin, we were looking at a moment ago, and you were showing me a number of the counties. Let's look at the wild counties, which are conservatively and Republican-leaning, and what she would have to do in those counties around Milwaukee. Waukesha, for example.
Yep, exactly, Dave. Waukesha County is one of the classic suburban counties with a good history of being going Republican. You see how Kamala Harris did. We also see where she's doing vis-a-vis the 538 benchmark.
So she's outperforming in Waukesha.
That's right. That's right. Which is the most Republican of the county. So she's got to like these numbers. You're losing by 45,000 votes. That's never good, but it's better. It's better than the opposite.
But just look at this. This is a 1,000-vote race in Wisconsin. Wisconsin, you do this to us every time. You're doing it to us again tonight. Between these two candidates, a very close race. Let's look at some of the other counties surrounding Milwaukee.
Yeah, Ozaki is another big one, and we're seeing her just a smidge beyond where she would need to be to make this a 50-50 race. Washington County, she's a little bit below that. Milwaukee, we know that there's a lot of the vote that probably isn't going to be accounted for a while. They had to rerun a bunch of the ballots. An 84,000 vote edge here, more than making up for it. We're also been looking at Madison. That's a liberal stronghold, but functionally speaking, she's not going to get as many votes here, in all likelihood, as even though she's getting close to the benchmark, she's not going to get as many votes here as Joe Biden did, both in terms of the margin as well as the total number of votes. You have to just kind of rack it up in Dane County and Madison and Milwaukee if you're going to win as a Democrat in Wisconsin.
You're talking about the University of Wisconsin right here, obviously.
That's right.
I'm just curious because we haven't talked about this yet tonight. I mean, obviously, it's a blue county, right? Let's just look at the benchmark where Donald Trump needs to be. See, he's outperforming slightly, but that matters on both sides here as they rack up the vote. I'm curious, in university towns, I wonder when we look back, the young male vote from some of these university towns, that was a huge part of the Trump campaign. I don't know if that's going to bear out, but that might be part of the equation in some of these university centers on why she might be just underperforming slightly from where she would need to be having a winning night here. Obviously, she's ahead by 1,800 votes. Very close race in Wisconsin, but these are the tiny little margins we're going to be looking at.
And we're seeing that in so many different places, David, too. We're just seeing places where Donald Trump is doing better than his 538 benchmark. Sometimes it's not as dramatic as this is. If you look at the final votes here, Harris isn't even close to where she was last time in Green Bay. A bunch of places where you're just not seeing the Harris numbers and you are seeing the Trump numbers. It's very striking. There's a similar storyline that's playing out throughout Pennsylvania tonight. Again, we're waiting on a lot of vote. We're waiting on all of these Democratic places. It's all there. But it isn't too early to say, look at a county like Schuylkill, where the 538 benchmark would have Harris needing to get 28, 29 points. Not there, not even close. In some of these counties, they're not that big, but they've got most of the vote in already, and you're seeing Donald Trump tick up a little bit from his margins last time around, and that adds up over time, even if these aren't big places.
No question. Let's look at Allegheny County.
Yeah, Allegheny County, Harris is hitting her number almost exactly, but again, it's not right now enough to kind of outweigh what's happening elsewhere in the state.
Erie County, which was obviously one of these boomerang counties.
Yeah.
She appears to be holding on.
She appears to be holding on. We have a lot of votes still outstanding.
Mark is here.
Yeah, she's doing well beyond it, but there's so much vote outstanding, and it's hard to say what it is. Scranton is another great one to look at. Kamala Harris is not quite where 538 would suggest she needs to be, not quite where Joe Biden was, a little bit better than Hillary Clinton. Meanwhile, Trump Trump, look at the other side of that. Trump is doing better than he did either time that he ran in Lackawanna County.
So 123,000 votes separates the two of them. Donald Trump in the lead in Pennsylvania right now. Michigan, what are we looking at?
Yeah, in Michigan, we're seeing a lead right now for Harris of almost exactly the same, and we have a lot of the urban areas in the state still to go. I mean, start with Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor. You talk about your college towns. Here's an interesting one where Trump is doing a little bit better again than the benchmark. So that might play out that theory. Lansing, there isn't a lot of vote there, but so far we're seeing a little bit better than the benchmark would suggest in a place that will be pretty liberal at the end of the night. And of course, we're going to be really dialed into Wayne County. That is Detroit. It's also Dearborn, where there's a very large Arab American population that's been critical of Kamala Harris and the Joe Biden Israel policy. Not a lot of vote there to learn much about it yet.
And what's the benchmark? How is she doing compared to where she needs to be?
She's doing far better, but there's so little vote in there.
Right,
and I believe it's the early in-person vote, which happened for the first time in Michigan this time.
We're looking at margins of 100,000 votes in Michigan, 100,000 votes in Pennsylvania separates them, and 1,500 votes in Wisconsin?
That's right there. It's 5,000 votes.
Yeah.
It's less than 5,000 votes in Wisconsin. And again, that is the only path she has left if North Carolina and Georgia don't go her way. And we've had some significant news in North Carolina. We were talking earlier about that big vote that was out in Charlotte. Well, we got a lot of that vote now. It's 90% reporting. Kamala Harris did very well. She picked up 170,000 votes out of Charlotte, but she's still losing by 130,000. And those big blue dots are getting smaller. Less and less of that outstanding vote there for her to make up significant margin. And that 135,000 is significant when you're already in a state that has got 84% reporting.
Yeah. All right. Well, North Carolina, it's narrowing the chances in North Carolina, which really then looks like the Rust Belt would be the only path. Virginia's been interesting to me. How close is this race still?
Yeah, we're seeing Harris begin to open up a little bit more of a lead. This shouldn't be close. That's I think really going to be the story of Virginia, is that there really wasn't a world where this should have been close. And you look at some places where Kamala Harris is running significantly below Joe Biden. Loudoun County, which is the suburbs of Washington D.C., which makes it a bluer state. Trump's not getting to his benchmark, which means he's not going to win the state, but he's running significantly better than he did the other times that he ran. And that, to me, is just that is almost across the board storyline tonight. The places where, whether it's blue or red, Donald Trump is beating his number by a little bit.
Not only beating his number from last time, but beat his number when he ran against Hillary Clinton in 2016. He's outperforming in some of these counties. Let's head up to Rhode Island, New Hampshire, some of these other states that typically we would call earlier in the night.
Yeah, Rhode Island is projected now, but it was closer than it should have been by all rights. And you see some more working class parts of the state tending to do a little bit better. Even in the capital of Providence, Kamala Harris not quite Joe Biden's numbers. You start to see that kind of erosion, that slippage. It doesn't really matter where it is. Yeah, New Hampshire, we haven't had a projection yet. We're talking about a 20,000 vote margin in a state that gets a lot of political attention. A lot of the Democratic votes are here in the southern part. We have to wait to see if we get more, about half of it in so far. But the earlier point still holds that places where Democrats should get a projection pretty early, Connecticut and New Jersey. New Jersey, she'll win New Jersey, but the fact that we'd even mention it on air in an election night, Connecticut on air, 24,000 vote margin, tells you that there's something that she hasn't really been able to bring out her base in places that don't get a lot of attention at the presidential level.
The Democratic base, and it's a question of what kind of coalition, if she's able to pull this off, did she put together in order to pull it off? And if not, the questions will be why wasn't she able to pull it off? Show us in each one of these three blue wall states the map that shows us the outstanding vote, the percentage of the vote.
Sure. Start here in Pennsylvania, again, down 120,000 votes. That's Philadelphia and the eastern suburbs, a little bit in Pittsburgh. Places like Harrisburg, State College, Erie, they're 50-50 splits or close to it, so you're not going to net as much either way. That's the path that's still there, and it's very much an existing path. I think Pennsylvania, very realistic. Michigan, I mentioned how little vote is in Detroit right now. I think you'll see it come up in a very dramatic way there. I mean, some of these bubbles overlap because the counties are so close, and there's just a lot of vote that's left there. Harris, right now, you see some new numbers, it's 100,000 votes or so. And Wisconsin, again, Milwaukee is just going to be huge here. Madison, most of the vote is already in a heavily Democratic place. Right now, it's only about 3,000 votes as the numbers continue to roll in.
And I know, Rachel, you've been diving into some of these college towns, actually. This is going to be something we look at later, how young voters split if the gender gap was what we think it could be potentially going into election night. What do you see?
Yeah, we know Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump, quite frankly, trying to get young male voters to turn out. Vice President Kamala Harris trying to get younger voters to turn out in general. Lacrosse, home to 3 different colleges, thousands of students. Let's take a look at how she's doing here. 52% of the vote. She's ahead by 3,500 votes so far. She's pretty much almost where President Biden was, with 71% of the vote in. Eau Claire, another one. Take a look here. She's still leading in this county as well, ahead by 4,000.
Just checking the benchmark. I'm just so curious of where she's just slightly under where 538 thought she should be. Can you show us back? Let's go back to lacrosse just for a second. She's just under where she needs to be in these college towns. Where else were you looking?
Also in Madison, Dane County, this has high voter turnout here. You still have 89% of the vote in. 90% of this county turns out to vote. I don't know where that happens anywhere else in America, but she's going to need to do well here. And then, of course, Waukesha for former President Donald Trump, going to be absolutely critical. This just doesn't have to go Republican. It has to go super Republican. This is really where he has to super energize his base. And then also, Rick was talking about Milwaukee. Former President Donald Trump campaigning here also multiple times. Look, traditionally, yes, this does go towards Democrats, of course. Vice President Kamala Harris right now, 66%. Let's see where she is with the 538 benchmark. Just under that right now. But former President Donald Trump, Waukesha is where he earns the most votes, 2016, 2020. The second highest for him is Milwaukee. So he still has to run up the score in Milwaukee in order to do well.
All right, this is the key number at this hour. 6,500 votes between them. Donald Trump leading in Wisconsin tonight. We're going to keep our eye on all 3 of these states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Don't go away. We'll dive into these numbers even more right after the break.
Oh shit, what happened to my bed? What the fuck happened? I mean, I'm gonna still stream.
Even live for 3 hours. That's crazy.
I know.
There's no way. You've been live for 3 hours.
Wait, we should have put some chill music in the background.
Yeah.
Alexa, put on some lo-fi interactive music. Yeah, I'm just gonna put on some lo-fi music.
Attention teachers, no child is to be sent to principal's office today. Kids, if you want to do prom, now's the time. Happy birthday to school.
Wait, we could have streamed on Apple Podcasts.
You're one free.
I'ma call your mother on you. Bring the rest back here, boy.
You know Apple Podcasts, right?
I know Apple.
We could
Right
actually
now,
stream
votes
on
are
there.
being counted, and tomorrow, GMA is right there with
Yeah,
the
we could
morning's first
possibly.
news and
Breaking developments from our powerhouse political team.
tomorrow morning.
When the story matters most.
A special edition of Good Morning America with the election coverage you need.
Okay, here, I'm gonna give myself one It was 1 sec, we'll be right back. We'll be right back. In like 50 seconds.
Oh shit, my phone died. Oh, never mind.
This is
Oh, never mind. They just restarted.
Election Night 2024. Here again, David.
Welcome back, ladies. It is live coverage of election night here. We do want to call another state, Kansas. The 6 electoral votes of Kansas will go to former President Donald Trump. In Nebraska tonight, Donald Trump picks up 3 electoral votes.
Oh, never mind.
My
iPad needs charge now.
They split them up by congressional district and then overall winner. So there is a single electoral vote coming out of Nebraska. It's in Omaha. Sometimes they call it Obamaha because Obama helped to win the presidency in 2008. So look, if we're looking at a scenario where Kamala Harris's path to winning the presidency is to win the blue wall and not to win any of the other battleground states in the Sun Belt, it would be 270 votes to 268 votes. The single vote that would put her over the top would be in Omaha. It would be that split electoral vote in the state of Nebraska. Of course, we got a long way to go before we get to that point. But that's why Republicans tried to change the rules in Nebraska. Lindsey Graham made a trip all the way out to Nebraska to try to convince
this election cycle.
Yes, this election cycle. Donald Trump got involved. He called some of the state legislators to try to get them to change the rules there. They didn't change the rules, and that could be a very pivotal single electoral vote.
Could be. But it's early. It's
early. We got a long way to go.
So let's go back to some of these Senate races. We want to call a few more races here. In New Jersey, we can call the Senate race now for the Democrat. Congressman Andy Kim, a 3-term congressman running for Senate. He wins. He's going to now take over the seat that was once held by Robert Menendez until he was convicted. So Congressman Andy Kim wins in New Jersey. In Virginia, seeking a 3rd term, Senator Tim Kaine has been reelected in Virginia, though the race has not been called in Virginia on the presidential level, which is quite extraordinary for this time of the night. In Texas at this hour, we can say Republican Senator Ted Cruz, who was seeking a 3rd term, has been reelected to the Senate. He'd been challenged by Congressman Colin Allred, of course, former Baylor University Tennessee Titans football player, a 3-term congressman himself. He had campaigned on so many issues, reproductive rights, one of them. Lindsay, you interviewed him in just the last week or two.
Voting so
and
goddamn slowly?
Democrats really thought he had some prospects there. They were putting some late money.
As you know, David, football is a little bit more of a popular pastime in Texas than politics is, and Colin Allred really staked a lot
what
of
is
that
the people doing? Like, bro, it's been like 412 for Kamala Harris for like 6
How
hours.
he's taken down a lot tougher opponents than Ted Cruz before. But look, this really was an uphill battle for him. It's been 30 years to election day.
Finally put in their
a
mail-in.
Democrat was able to win a statewide position in the state of Texas. And so really, this was a fierce, it shouldn't have been, really, when you think about it, but Ted Cruz has a pretty high unpopularity rate in the state of Texas. But for Colin Allred, this is really a disappointment. He actually thought that he was going to do it. Do want to give a shout out to Andy Kim, the first Korean American to ever be a U.S. sitting senator.
Now he'll represent New Jersey.
Yes.
No question. Let's get right to John Quinones on the ground in Texas. John, what do you make of the news?
Well, this was one of the most closely watched races in the country, David. The incumbent Republican, Ted Cruz, once a presidential candidate himself, challenged by 3-term Democratic congressman and former, like Lindsay said, former NFL linebacker.
I'm trying to find the most comfortable position where I can
the border, transgender rights. Cruz calling Allred too liberal for Texas. In the end, amidst a changing political landscape here in Texas, Ted Cruz survived the challenge just a few minutes ago. In his victory speech, Cruz specifically thanked Latino voters in this state, which he says have proven all the political prognosticators wrong.
John Quinones on the ground there in Texas. John, thank you. And look at the margin there. That's a much bigger margin than even Beto O'Rourke when he took on Ted Cruz. Came almost within 2 points of defeating Ted Cruz, Rachel.
Yeah, within 2 points, much bigger margin this time. And that is because Colin Allred really underperformed in some of the big cities. So let's take Harris County. This is home to Houston. You can see the 538 benchmark that we have has him at 58 he got 53. Let's go over to Austin. This is Travis County. 74% is what he needed to meet. 71 is where he was. David, I will tell you, Lindsay already said it, but, Ted Cruz, deeply unpopular, even in his own state. He's tried to rebrand his image to be more approachable and be more bipartisan. I don't think there's anywhere else in this country where Ted Cruz was talking about more than in this state. You remember those images of Ted Cruz at the airport after that deadly winter storm, calling all red, ad after ad on that, but ultimately Ted Cruz remained victorious in the state.
Rick Klein, you're over at the big board as well. What are you seeing in some of these key battlegrounds? How's Pennsylvania looking at this now?
Yeah, Pennsylvania right now is still a problem for Kamala Harris, an advantage Donald Trump, 100,000 vote margin, a lot left of the vote, and some of these bubbles will tell you the story about what's left. 175,000 votes left in Philadelphia is our estimate. Another 193,000 in Delaware County, Delco, a place where Harris is winning very big. Bucks County, still a lot of votes to be counted there, 240,000. So that's what's keeping this as a competitive state right now. But we've seen the numbers shift as more of the Republican parts of the state have fallen in line for Donald Trump. It's been almost consistent across the board. Again, not the biggest counties, but places where he's been able to build on his lead.
I think that's a good example. When you pulled up Perry County, just look at the threshold, the 538 threshold of where he needs to be. And this is the story of the night. He's outperforming slightly in all these rural counties. I think we're seeing this in a number of the swing states, which is helping him to build these margins against Kamala Harris.
That's exactly right. And it adds up over time. And I think that's similar to what we've seen in Michigan, in Wisconsin. Michigan doesn't have a lot of vote in right now, but you're seeing some areas where Donald Trump in the past has not been that strong. This is more of a swingy type county. You can see where Joe Biden was. You see where Kamala Harris is. You see where Donald Trump was. You see where he is right now. And in many cases, it's that he's beating himself twice over, right? This guy's been on the ballot a lot. Voters have had the opportunity to vote for him or vote against him several times now. So again, it's not the big urban areas. That's going to go pretty Democratic, and it's still possible that Harris pulls out enough of the vote in Madison and Milwaukee where we're still waiting on vote. But it becomes difficult as time goes by, and that really is the story that's developing now in North Carolina. When we look at our remaining votes, these blue dots have been getting smaller throughout the night, and when you really get into it, you're talking about 115,000 votes. Okay,
I don't know. They didn't do an announcement yet. Let me check. They didn't do an announcement yet. Let me check the Twitter.
North Carolina, based on what we're seeing tonight. All right, we're continuing to drill down on these blue wall states with Rick Klein and Regis Benefit. We're closing in at 11 o'clock here in the east, 8 o'clock in the west. 4 more states at 2 votes, including California, with its 54 electoral votes. Your local news is next, and we'll see you just minutes from now with more numbers coming in, including the Sun Belt states. We'll be right back.
We're not partners. I'm the detective and you are the consultant. I see you brought your baby to the crime scene.
She is just spectating. Spot things the detectives miss. Still think my theory's flimsy?
Yeah. They didn't announce an announcement yet.
Look at all these happy wedding guests.
I'm getting married.
Cap, are you crying? I'm a sucker for love. All of this is a lie. You have to help me. I need you to come with me right now. I just don't know what to do. Oh, no. This is all my fault.
crime. We'll take you there.
Tonight, now 11 p.m. in the east, 8 p.m. in the west. Polls are now closed in 48 states, including California, with the biggest prize of the night. It's 54 electoral votes at this hour. As you can see in Georgia, we're also following these key battlegrounds. Kamala Harris behind Donald Trump by about 2 points in Georgia, 89% of the vote in. 16 electoral votes on the line right there. North Carolina tonight, still, we can't call this race either. A close race, 85% of the vote in. As you can see, a margin of just about 150,000 votes between them. In Pennsylvania, perhaps the biggest battleground state prize of the night, 67% of the vote in. Donald Trump taking a slight lead over Kamala Harris. There's still significant outstanding vote in the Philadelphia area and other Democratic strongholds. The question is it enough to help catch her back up? And how tight will this race be in the end? We always knew Pennsylvania could be very tight. 19 electoral votes on the line. Michigan at this hour. Take a look. These are the numbers. Kamala Harris with a slight lead in that state, just 29% of the vote in. At this hour, the vice president leads the former president in that state. And in Wisconsin, 4 out of the last 6 presidential elections, Wisconsin decided by less than a point. 59% of the vote in, 10 electoral votes on the line, and you can see a very close race. About 30,000 votes in between the two candidates. Let's look at Arizona at this hour. Look at that, 49.5, 49.6 in Arizona. Obviously can't call that race. Nevada tonight, the numbers have not come in yet. Another battleground, though, obviously, when the polls have closed. There are projections we can make at this hour, so let's get right to them. In the state of California, Vice President Kamala Harris, where she was once the Attorney General and the Senator of that state, she wins in that state, picks up its 54 electoral votes. In Idaho tonight, former President Donald Trump picks up 4 electoral votes from Idaho. Washington State, the polls have closed. The raw vote coming in. The number's not there yet. The moment we have it, we'll put it back up on the screen. Too early to call. And in Oregon, the polls have just closed. Cannot call that state as well. Let's look at the map tonight. 270 again, the magic number in the Electoral College. Here's what we've got. Kamala Harris with 9 states plus Washington, D.C. 145 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 23 states, 214 electoral votes. And, of course, those key battleground states, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all of them. The votes are coming in. And in all of those states, it's extraordinarily close. Our coverage of the 2024 presidential election, it could last for weeks. I'm not sure. I was just making sure you're all still here with me. It continues right now.
Oregon and Nevada are getting results.
Special. Election night
The
in
last 2
America.
states
Who
are
will be the next
Alaska
president
and
of
Hawaii.
the United States? From ABC News headquarters in New York, here again, David Muir.
Good evening as we come back on the air in the West. It's great to have you with us here, ABC News election headquarters here in New York. This is an extremely close race in all of the key battlegrounds. I want to get right to Mary Bruce, covering the vice president, covering the Harris campaign. And basically, you got your hands on a memo that went out to internal staff saying this is going to buckle up. This is going to be a long election.
This email reads like a reality check from the Harris campaign manager to her staff. We have obtained this by ABC News. And she says what we have all been talking about, that they knew this race was going to be razor thin. She says this is exactly what they prepared for, and that their clearest path to 270 remains to be through the blue wall that we've been talking about all night. She says, we feel good about what we are seeing. That said, she is cautioning that this is going to take some time. She runs through those blue wall states, saying in Pennsylvania, they overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia. She says they're seeing especially high turnout with large non-white and student populations. And then in Michigan and Wisconsin, she notes, they are still awaiting a significant amount of the vote to come in Michigan, pointing to Detroit, also saying other results in Michigan are harder to parse. In Wisconsin, she points to remaining vote in Dane and Milwaukee counties. And then what she says, David, is what we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours. David, she urges their team to, quote, get some sleep and get ready to close out strong tomorrow.
John?
But can I say that is absolutely the message that we're hearing tonight from the Kamala Harris campaign. But I am also talking to Democrats, not precisely on the Kamala Harris campaign, but with very much a vested interest in what's happening here, who are feeling that this is looking very bad for her, who are very concerned about the trends they're seeing, both in those Sun Belt states, concerns about what they're seeing in Wisconsin, and seeing a path. Sure, this is not over. It's certainly not over. but seeing it as a very steep and narrow path for Kamala Harris.
And do they recognize in a lot of these Republican counties, it's sort of like Donald Trump performing just over the threshold of where he needed to be, and the numbers adding up in each one of these battleground states. It's not necessarily sort of the urban centers where they thought Kamala Harris would do well. As Rick has shown us, she has done well in a lot of those areas. It's in the Republican counties where he's done better than he did 4 years ago, and in some cases is doing better than he did in 2016.
Which is astounding, because he did far better than anybody anticipated in both of those presidential cycles, in those rural, deep red Republican areas. So yes, that's the primary factor here, is Trump really appears to be turning out his voters and turning them out at a level perhaps even exceeding what they expected. But there are pockets where she's not doing as well. You look in Wisconsin, that area around Madison, Dane County, she's done very well. She has to do very well, but she's fallen short of where Joe Biden was. Milwaukee, again, a lot of votes still be counted in Milwaukee, but so far what's coming in not as well as Joe Biden did. Same thing we're seeing in the area around Charlotte, in Mecklenburg County in North Carolina. So a lot of deep concerns among Democrats very vested in this campaign, although to be sure, as you've heard from Mary, the campaign, the Harris campaign, still very much sees a path and says this is going to be long and we need to be patient. And I think when they say long, they don't mean a long night, they mean a long week.
Now they're going to be the ad-supported version.
Well, that's sobering, John. Appreciate it. Take no offense. We appreciate the reporting and the analysis, and you're right, because you point to Madison, you point to Charlotte, and some of these other cities where she has performed, but not to the level that they hoped that she would in order to pull this off. Donna Brazil, you are a veteran of these campaigns, and when you hear what the campaign chair is saying within the Harris campaign, you've actually heard that before.
Well, I just opened up when I heard Mary said, I said, oh, I got a memo finally. Look, I've worked on too many Democratic campaigns to throw in the towel. This is when it gets really good. If you're a good Democrat, you know you got to stay up past midnight to find some joy. There's some outstanding ballots, and of course Philly. We talked about Milwaukee. I'm still waiting for Detroit to come in, because for the first time Wayne County allowed people to vote on the same day. It's going to be close. We're not going to win all 7 battleground states. The blue wall is clearly more important than ever. I don't want to feel like 2016. By 11:20 at night, we were calling into Milwaukee to say, there's nothing left. Well, if you call into Milwaukee now, there's still a lot of votes left. Philadelphia, a lot of votes. So be patient. Democrats, don't go running for the refrigerator and finding a beer. Just be patient. We're not there yet.
Donna Brazil asking the country to be patient tonight. We do have some news coming in here. The decision desk here at ABC News has not projected Georgia, but we can report that Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, has now said at a press conference moments ago that Donald Trump has a, quote, insurmountable lead with the number of votes outstanding in the state of Georgia. He said, it looks like this is pretty much done. I think the results are pretty well baked in. And, of course, you all at home remember our reporting on Raffensperger, the Republican who famously stood firm during that key phone call when Donald Trump asked, just find me the 11,000 votes when he lost to Joe Biden. So this is not someone who's necessarily obviously very friendly with Donald Trump. He stands by the process. He stands by the hard work in that state to make sure that this election was safe. And tonight, moments ago, again, we haven't projected this at ABC News, but the Secretary of State in Georgia saying this is insurmountable that Donald Trump has won there.
And look, Brad Raffensperger is a Republican. He's elected Republican, but he is a straight shooter. No doubt about it. So, again, we haven't called it, but I would take what he said very seriously.
Let's get right to the ground in Georgia. Steve Ozensami in Atlanta. Steve, what do you make of this? And you've talked with the Secretary of State. Facts are facts, and he has said that it looks like it's insurmountable at this point.
Well, as John said, he is a straight shooter. When I talked with him, he told me that, his job is to call balls and strikes, not to put his finger on the scale. His reputation speaks for himself on that issue. I will tell you that we've all been here. The producer I work with, Brandon Bauer, we've been really practicing our math skills, trying to figure out, whether or not there are enough votes for Harris to make up the deficit, which at one point was about 150,000 votes. We're seeing those votes come in from the different county, and it's not clear, as Raffensperger has pointed out, that there are enough votes, even if she were to continue sort of the break that she has had in some of those counties and some of those vote-rich counties like Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, where there's still a little bit of vote outstanding to make up that deficit. I'll tell you, I've also talked with both campaigns. The Trump campaign is celebrating tonight. They're already looking forward to being able to say that this is a state that they won. They point out that they did very, very well in the rural counties. We had a setup here, rural versus urban, and they clearly performed well in the rural counties. Some of those counties where we saw up to 70% turnout, those counties made a difference. What's interesting is when you look at the numbers and the turnout here and the way the vote fell, it wasn't that Harris did so much terribly than Biden performed 4 years ago. What you do see is that in the rural counties, the rural voters showed up and showed out.
I wonder, Steve, if part of that is the encouragement to vote early, the combination of early voting and day of voting, if that did just help them rack up the vote. The Republican Party in Georgia, when you look at sort of county by county, I think your point is well made, that they were really able to increase the margins. And I was saying with Rick Klein earlier, Donald Trump has outperformed himself in many cases, even what he did in 2016.
We saw a huge early vote among Republicans, which we didn't see in years past. We were sort of expecting, a lot of people were expecting that what we were going to see today was that when the pre-vote came out, that Harris would have a significant lead, or it would have been closer than it was. But I think that evaporated in large part because we saw so many Republicans in the pre-vote stand in line in the Republican counties that had pre-votes. One thing that's interesting is something else we saw today. There are a number of counties where there isn't an early vote. A lot of these red counties also had good turnout today. We didn't see, as we were driving around the city and sort of anecdotally talking to different people, we didn't see the craziness that we've seen in years past. And a lot of that is because a lot of this election happened in the pre-vote. That's when most of this was decided.
Steve-O in Atlanta. Steve-O Zintzami, thanks so much. Ryan, what do you make of this?
Well, it's not where you want to be if you're the Harris campaign, on one hand. On the other hand, there was never... The Trump campaign was always planning on winning Georgia and North Carolina. But clearly Kamala Harris's team decided that maybe they could get lucky and pick one of these two off. It's not over yet, but the fact that they spent so much time there thinking that they might get lucky there, it doesn't look like they will, and now all their eggs are going to be in that blue wall. The other thing that's interesting about all this tonight is that one change in the law from 2020 to 2024, these states are counting a lot of these early votes right now. Georgia started counting this morning. North Carolina started counting at 5 o'clock. Wisconsin, 7. Michigan, 7. Pennsylvania, 7. One note, and Rick hit it earlier, which is important about Wisconsin. Right now, the last I checked, Donald Trump has a lead of about 38,000 votes. So it was just a few minutes ago. I don't know if it held. But there's 31,000 ballots that still need to be counted in Milwaukee. So the Republicans in Wisconsin are saying Donald Trump's going to have about a 21 to 24,000 vote lead before those 31,000 votes get counted. So this is going to be very, very close. And if you look at Racine and Kenosha County down in the southeast corner, you'll see that those two counties together, if you go up one north in Racine, there's only 23% in. But that's a huge, those are some huge numbers where they need to be.
So let's just drill down on that, Ryan. So, what are your sources telling you? Where does Donald Trump need to be before these final votes in some of these Democrat-rich counties?
Right. People believe, and I was just talking to Governor Walker on text about this, and he agrees that Donald Trump needs to have about a 21,000 vote lead before those 31,000 absentee ballots get counted or entered into the system in Milwaukee that are still sitting out there. So it's, he's got a 41,000. Trump's got a 41,000 vote lead right now. There's more to come, and there's more blue votes to come in as well. So a long way to go, but I'd rather be Donald Trump here than Kamala Harris
in Wisconsin. Say that again, Donna.
I would rather be Kamala Harris. Look, you know the state better than I know it, but I also know how difficult it is to get all of the votes counted in Milwaukee. And also Dane. I mean, Dane had not only a significant early vote, but also a great turnout today with the same-day registration, as well as some of the young people in line. So I still believe the verdict is still out. We may not know Milwaukee, the final verdict until sometime tomorrow morning. It's too early.
Could be right.
You owe me a beer.
I don't think you're going to be right, but you could be. I'm not saying.
I'll take Milwaukee best.
I mean, I'd rather be where we're at.
Spotted cow. But Dane County, they've already counted 94% of the vote, and she seems to have fallen short. That's a.
John, these are razor-thin margin.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
Come on, let's not try to
look at
win by a blowout. I mean, she's getting there.
Let's look at the map that shows the outstanding vote, Rick.
Yeah,
by party here.
Yeah, I mean that's Milwaukee. That's exactly what Ryan's is talking about. It's a huge amount of vote that is Milwaukee. That's why 43,000 is not necessarily a safe lead. Madison, a little bit of a smaller dot, but there's some red spots on the map as well. You go out to the west, to St. Croix. I mean, we don't really have any vote there to speak of at all. So there's still Republican votes too. But Ryan's is right. I mean, as with all three of these Midwestern cities, we're not really going to know until we have a complete portrait of what's going on inside Philadelphia, where there's still, according to our numbers, about 120,000 votes that are outstanding. That's just Philadelphia, not even counting its suburbs. Similarly, if you go up to Michigan, we don't have a lot in Detroit, only about 15,000. That's another 750,000 votes in Detroit, Dearborn, in Wayne County. And as we just talked about, Milwaukee. I mean, those are the big urban areas, and that's what makes any lead right now potentially illusory. North Carolina and Georgia does look different right now, David. It is very hard to see how that ground gets made up, because you start to see those blue dots shrink over time, and there's less and less vote. If you get into it, you realize, Fulton County, there's 93,000 or 93% of the vote in, only 41,000 left. So where you get enough votes to shrink the margin becomes difficult to see at this hour. Mecklenburg, Charlotte already came in as well, and we're starting to see Trump, really rob of the score. I mean, this is obviously not a meaningful number at the end of the night, but as of now, he's winning the popular vote by 5,600,000 votes. That will change with California. There's a lot of votes out there, but that's not a result that a lot of people saw coming, that it would even be close on the popular vote side. I think it's a function of all that rural run-up and how close he has kept it in all these other states.
You there?
Extraordinary night unfolding. Rick Klein over at the big board. Rick, thanks. We do have some calls at this hour. ABC News can now project that Oregon, that Vice President Kamala Harris will pick up the 8 electoral votes from Oregon. She has won the state of Oregon. She's also won the state of Washington tonight. The 12 electoral votes from Washington will go to Kamala Harris. And we have a race to call in California tonight in the Senate race. Congressman Adam Schiff, 12-term congressman in California, beats Republican Steve Garvey. Obviously, that was an open seat after Dianne Feinstein, the late Dianne Feinstein. Let's get right to Kana Whitworth in California, covering this race. Kana, what can you tell us?
Yeah, so David, this will now be the first time in 3 decades that California will be represented by 2 male senators, and it is certainly an exciting night here for Democrats in California. We are at the Democratic Party, where they do actually expect Adam Schiff to address the crowd here momentarily. This has been a race that Democrats have been very, very confident in this win. He is certainly a name known well across this country in terms of politics. He has been one of the leaders against Donald Trump in several issues, and he feels like anytime Donald Trump invokes his name negatively, that actually bodes well for him and his campaign. He's also been spending a tremendous amount of his own political capital helping other races in other battleground states, as well as down ballot races here in California, in particular some of those hotly contested and very expensive House races in particular. And you guys, I just spoke with Rusty Hicks, who is the California Democratic Party chair, and he said, California is generous with with time, talent, and treasure, and he says they have doubled down on that this year because of who is at the top of the ticket, the daughter of California and Kamala Harris. He says they're sending busloads of people. They're making phone calls in other battleground states, David, including Nevada and Arizona.
All right, Kana Whitworth on the ground in California. Kana, our thanks to you. I want to get right back over to Rachel Scott. Rachel, you got some interesting numbers coming in from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and really looking at State College. This is the county of Center. This is home to Penn State, and this is a college town here. So Vice President Kamala Harris hoping to do well here. David, I want to show you President Biden won this county. Clinton won this county. Vice President Kamala Harris underperforming where she needs to be at this moment, according to our 538 benchmark. Take a look at this. She needs to be at 51%. She's at 47%. Donald Trump ahead. This county has gone Democratic for the last 20 years. And right now, with 81% of the vote in, Donald Trump ahead.
Very interesting. And I think there's going to be a lot about the youth vote and how it broke down and whether or not the gender gap bears out that we've reported on, John.
And Trump had a huge rally in State College in these closing days. It was one of his biggest of the final rallies. A lot of college students turning out, waiting in line for a long time, sitting through a long rally. Really quite a story.
And you have some exit polls on the youth vote in Pennsylvania. What are you seeing?
Yes, Donald Trump actually doing 8 points better with the group 18 to 29 than he did when he was in 2020. But Kamala Harris is winning. It's still just that he's doing better than he did. 53% of the vote, a little more than half, going for Kamala Harris. And this is a group that certainly she has gone after. She has talked about how Gen Z is impatient for change. The baton is in our hands. She's talked multiple times about a new way forward. We're seeing more of the same in Wisconsin, where she's edging him out, but still he's doing much better than he did in 2020. Here she has half of that youth vote in Wisconsin for that 18 to 29, but Donald Trump's still outperforming himself in 2012.
It's really interesting because when I was over looking at Wisconsin with you, we were looking at Madison, and I was wondering if the youth vote and the gender gap is going to become a story in some of these key counties. And when you see Lindsay saying that Kamala Harris eking out by 2 points in the exit polls among young voters, and what is the benchmark of where she should be in Dane County? I mean, obviously she's beating him there, but
a full point behind, and that's exactly it. And it's not just the percentages; it's often going to be turnout as well. And this is a county that Biden was able to get, I think, around 180,000 votes out of it. I talked to someone, a Wisconsin specialist, who said that's what you need for years now. Reince knows this better than anyone. Democrats have been running up the score in Madison, the liberal college town, and said got as much as they can, and maybe they reached a limit tonight.
I think it's really interesting. Thanks, Rick. We're going to stay on this. We're going to be laser focused on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, which we sound like a broken record. We say this every 4 years or so. And I think it's interesting that both Reince and Donna believe that this is going to be very close, particularly in a state like Wisconsin. And, Reince is from there, so he knows Wisconsin better than any of us. So the numbers continue to come in. We'll be right back. Your local news, we're going to check in with your local news teams, and we'll see you a short time from now. Our live coverage of Election Night 2024 in a moment.
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast. Right now, votes are being counted, and tomorrow, GMA is right there with the morning's first news and
breaking developments from our powerhouse political team.
Tomorrow morning,
when the story matters most,
a special edition of Good Morning America with the election coverage you need.
everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News and the race to the White House. The results keep rolling in. ABC News now projecting Trump will win Nebraska, Iowa, Idaho, and Kansas. ABC News also projecting Harris will win California, Oregon, Washington, and New York. Here's where each candidate stands right now. A candidate needs 270 to win. VP Kamala Harris at 165. Former President Donald Trump, 214. Let's get right to Colorado. ABC News can now project that Colorado's ballot initiative ensuring the right to an abortion in the state constitution will pass. The amendment needed 55% of that vote to pass. Let's also take a quick look at the Senate. Overall, at this hour, 34 seats in play, one notable win. Republican Senator Ted Cruz in Texas is projected to hold his seat after a tight race with Democratic Representative Colin Allred. Let's go straight to our Whit Johnson. He is in Mar-a-Lago tonight at Trump headquarters. Whit, let's talk about Team Trump and all the supporters. How are they feeling tonight?
Hey, Kira, well, the energy is really starting to come alive here at Trump headquarters. You can hear the music behind me here. They are celebrating as these states are being projected, and North Carolina has just popped up here on the screens here. Now, I should note that the Trump campaign has been putting some of these projections out here before we have, but I can tell you everybody's very excited and energized. One thing that we've also learned is that Speaker Mike Johnson is expected to travel from Louisiana to here to Mar-a-Lago to be with former President Trump tonight. He told the crowd he was actually at an event in Louisiana, and he told them that he was going to Mar-a-Lago, and that's something, forgive me, a lot going on here, but Speaker Johnson among those very confident in the way things are playing out for Donald Trump tonight. Kira.
And possibly Elon Musk showing up there as well. Whit Johnson, we'll keep checking in with you there in Mar-a-Lago. Now to the Harris headquarters at Howard University. Eva Pilgrim is there. Eva, let's talk about the atmosphere there.
Well, Kira, I can tell you there has been a real vibe shift here in the last 30 minutes to 45 minutes or so. We're actually starting to see some people that are leaving. There have been streams of people going. The crowd has thinned out just a little bit. You know, we've spoken with campaign sources who they tell us that they think that they can still hold the blue wall. But when we talk to people within the Democratic Party, there's a real concern that's starting to build as they look at the margins in these blue wall states, in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, in Michigan. There's nerves, a lot of nerves tonight about the numbers that they're seeing coming in and just how she's performing versus how Joe Biden did 4 years ago. One of the things the Harris campaign keeps sending us is information about the long lines at college campuses. And one source said to me, we can't count on those votes for Harris. Kira.
All right, Eva Pilgrim, thank you so much. I'm Kira Phillips. So glad that you are with us tonight. I hope you'll stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night, led by our David Muir. Don't go far. Our race for the White House coverage continues.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Trump needs only 40 more points to victory.
Me and my sister are arguing. I'm not arguing. Like my older sister and my dad are arguing because of me.
House, your vote, Election Night 2024, live from New York City. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News Live Election Night coverage. You're looking at the big board tonight, the race to 270. Kamala Harris with 165 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 214. Let's get right over to Rick Klein at the big board. Rick, you're tracking Arizona. What do we see?
Yeah, first numbers we're seeing out of Arizona, obviously a little bit of a later poll closing time. And this is about what we expected. It is an absolute horse race in the first big data dump that we've got. 51% of the vote in. So we think that is the early vote up through last week. So there's a big chunk of vote, including the people that dropped off ballots on Election Day that aren't there. The key county to watch here is Maricopa. It's the biggest battleground county in the country. We still have more than 1 million votes outstanding. So any of the numbers we're getting now are really going to be preliminary. I will say we were keeping an eye on one smaller county to see if it was true that Donald Trump was making inroads with Latino voters. This is a heavily Hispanic community down on the U.S.-Mexico border. And you're seeing Donald Trump beat that 538 benchmark by about 5 percentage points. This was a place where Hillary Clinton got 70+% of the vote. Joe Biden got down to about 67. Harris is below that right now with about 60% of the vote in. Pima County, that's kind of the Democratic base of the state. We're seeing Kamala Harris run a little bit above her 538 benchmark. And it's a little bit intriguing to think about. We talk about how the blue wall is now the main strategy for Harris, with things looking good for Trump in the South. There is a bit of a backup plan. If Harris were able to win Arizona and Nevada, it could potentially trade off a loss in Wisconsin and Michigan. Nothing trades off a loss in Pennsylvania, but Wisconsin and the Michigan could be offset with a win through those two western states if we get to that point of the night.
Okay, we got about 45 seconds before we have to take a break. Let's look at Pennsylvania. Where do things stand real quick?
Yeah, Pennsylvania, we've got almost a 200,000 vote margin between the two of them, with about 77% of the vote in. Keying in on Philadelphia, still 250,000 votes there in a city that's going 3-1, and still a lot of votes left. 95,000 in Delco, 228,000 in Montgomery. Bucks County, which is a little more evenly split, 200,000 additional votes. Chester County, 182. Out in Pittsburgh to check in, about 57,000 votes. So we do have areas that the Democrats can still pick up, but that looms large. We're talking about 3.5 percentage points and 188,000 votes that have to be made up in the remaining vote in these places.
It's a tall order. Rick Klein over at the big board. Rick, thank you. When we come back, we'll be joined by the rest of the country. Our live coverage of the 2024 election returns here in just a moment. Right back to the battleground states.
Attention all units. Possible elder abduction in progress.
Thursday.
Suspect is on the roof, requesting backup.
2 daring rescues.
I let him know this trap.
He's about 20 feet down.
I'm scared.
1 new hero.
Someone's gonna go down there.
I don't think you're gonna fit this time.
There's someone who can.
I can do it. I'm his big brother.
If we don't try this, we might not get to him in time.
Jack!
911 returns Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Breaks. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Live from New York City and across the country, Election Night 2024. Here again, David Muir.
We're back now with our live coverage of the 2024 election. We want to welcome back our viewers in the rest of the country joining us for coverage across the country again at this hour. And we have another state to call, Connecticut. Vice President Kamala Harris picks up the 7 electoral votes in Connecticut. We'll take you out to Minnesota. We have a Senate race to call. Senator Amy Klobuchar, she's seeking a 4th term, very popular in her state. She's been projected the winner at this hour. She returns to the Senate for a 4th term. Big shakeup in Ohio tonight. We reported on this earlier in the evening. It was going in this direction, and Republican challenger Bernie Moreno, a businessman, Colombian-born, would be one of the wealthiest senators, and now he is. He has beaten Sherrod Brown. This was one of the most expensive congressional races in history. Sherrod Brown held on even as the tide turned in his state, became a red state. But tonight, Sherrod Brown has been defeated. Bernie Moreno becomes the next senator from Ohio. And Rachel, you're over at the board. This is a pickup.
This is a huge shakeup now, especially for Democrats and any hope that they have to sort of hang on to the majority in the Senate. Sherrod Brown faced a huge challenge of trying to build back the Democratic coalition. He didn't perform as well in counties just outside of Youngstown. This is Trumbull County. You can see he underperformed here. This is also another one where Donald Trump won. Sherrod Brown won this county, Wood County, back in 2018, not performing as well here either. Bernie Moreno was Donald Trump's choice in the primary. This now means that Donald Trump has handpicked 2 of the Ohio state senators. Of course, the other one being Senator J.D. Vance, his running mate.
All right, Rachel, thanks. We do have a state to call. This is a big one. It's North Carolina. 16 electoral votes go to former President Donald Trump. He has won the state of North Carolina tonight. Let's get right over to Rick Klein at the board. Let's show our viewers how this played out. North Carolina now in Donald Trump's column, and we can start doing these hypotheticals, the sort of the rest of the pathway to get to 270.
Yeah, this is the first major battleground state that has been projected by ABC News. So this assumes that everything else happens the way that we expect. A big if. We haven't gotten results out of a lot of safe blue states in particular tonight. But this changes the electoral math in some very significant ways. Right now, Donald Trump is in a commanding position, not just in North Carolina, but also in Georgia. If you were to award him those 2 states, he is at 251 electoral votes. That leaves him the opportunity to win the Electoral College just with Pennsylvania. If Pennsylvania falls for him, that's enough. But let's assume that doesn't happen. Then you've got some other possibilities. We've been talking a lot about the other blue wall states, Michigan or Wisconsin. You take one of those and any other state on the map, and you've got 270. So you can do that with Michigan. You can do that with Wisconsin. Similar situation that you need a slightly bigger state than Nevada. In that case, you need Arizona to work. Once again, for Harris, it's now a vanishingly small map. The biggest opportunity still Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. It doesn't matter that she's lost North Carolina or even that she loses these others. The other possibility that could be intriguing given what we're seeing out west is that she pieces something else together. Pennsylvania is an absolute must-win at this point. No question about it. She needs to win that state. But she could win Wisconsin in addition to Arizona and Nevada and get 270 electoral votes. She could also trade Wisconsin for Michigan and end up in the same place. But this does change very significantly where things stand. Just by our 538 calculations, Donald Trump already at around a 70% chance of winning, just based on the North Carolina call, not even taking into account the other trends that we've been talking about of the kind of red shift that we've seen across so many communities in this country.
So let's drill down on Pennsylvania at this hour, because this number, the Donald Trump lead has grown, and is this a surmountable lead for the Harris campaign?
There's definitely still votes on the table where it can be made up, but it gets harder as the night goes on. There's more vote comes in because some of these places are places that Republicans will continue to pick up votes. Just looking there in Wilkes-Barre, 24,000 votes there. Donald Trump's winning that county 60-40. Lancaster, another place, another 13,000 votes there. So once you get into Philadelphia, the suburbs, it's a lot of vote that's still there. We're still talking about 250,000 votes in Philadelphia, but Kamala Harris is going to win all of them, right? She might win it by a 2-1, 3-1 margin. Then you start to chip away. The suburbs are still very big, and there's a ton of vote there. Just to add this up, that's 228, that's 200, that's 400, that's 750, 800, 900,000 votes, but they'd have to break very decisively for Harris to come through. Certainly plausible, but that doesn't take into account that there still are Republican-leading communities that are still to report, and so many of these places, as Rachel talked about before, that previously had looked a little bit bluish, are tilting to the reddish. And when you start to add things up like this and overperform, Donald Trump overperforming his numbers by 4 or 5 points in places like this, 2,000 votes, 3,000 votes there, that is really the story of the night when it comes to the maps.
Governor Christie, what do you make of Pennsylvania, what you're looking at right now?
Well, I spent a lot of time there during my time as governor, and those 900,000 votes in the collar counties in Philly are a big deal. But it just keeps getting tougher and tougher there. You know, you got over a 200,000 vote lead now, so it gets tougher. But that part of it's not over. I look at Michigan and still see Harris in a pretty good position in Michigan. And as Ryan said before about Wisconsin, I still think that's a jump ball. Although, look, you have to say at this point, you'd rather be Trump than Harris, given the way the map is being laid out as we sit here now. And the other thing, when you mentioned Moreno before, that's a really important seat, assuming they win Montana as well. And given the way this is moving, I think you have to assume that. The reason is that gives him 52 votes in the Senate, not 51. And if you assume that Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski might not be amenable to some of the choices a new President Trump might make for his cabinet, 51 would have been a potential problem. 52, even if he loses both of them, he gets to 50, and J.D. Vance can break the tie on any controversial cabinet members or judicial appointments. So the Moreno win in Ohio is an incredibly important governing win for Donald Trump, assuming that John Tester's beaten in Montana.
And Sherrod Brown was closer to Moreno than John Tester is to his challenger. And Martha, you covered that race out in Montana. John Tester trying to hold on to his seat in a very red state, third-generation farmer, but it's going to be tough if you look at the rest of the map
It's going to be tough, and one of the main reasons is they've had people from outside Montana move into Montana. It's kind of like Florida. They have a whole new population in many places in Montana, even though Tester has won, he's trying for his fourth term. It's also a wild race. They have a Navy SEAL, a former Navy SEAL, running against him, Tim Sheehy, who has been very controversial because there are charges that he lied about a gunshot wound he got. A park ranger said that he had told her in 2015 that he accidentally shot himself, but he had been telling the story that he got the wound in Afghanistan. Now he is a combat decorated veteran and Navy SEAL, but that particular gunshot wound allegedly did not come from those battles.
Martha, thanks. Let's get back over to Rachel on the rest of the story for Ohio. Obviously, a lot of eyes on John Tester at this point. But Sherrod Brown is a major win for the Republicans tonight. The fact that he's now been defeated after trying a couple of times to get him, they got him this time.
Yeah, it's a huge win. And again, David, I just want to go back to the map here because this is important. We talked about the importance of West Virginia, a state that Donald Trump won. Also, Ohio, now that we've called it for Sherrod Brown. This is basically it here in Montana. John Tester, the last statewide Democrat, as Martha just mentioned, Democrats have a razor-thin majority in the Senate. Reminder, Democrats currently holding 51 seats, Republicans holding 49, and they're playing so much defense tonight with 23 seats that they are defending. That's why all eyes are on Montana and that race. And right now, not as we're waiting more vote, it's not looking good for Senator John Tester.
Let's race across the map. Can we look at Michigan, the Senate race there? It's an open seat. Debbie Stabenow retiring. Alyssa Slotkin, obviously a member of Congress, who's up against Mike Rogers, also a former member of Congress. And he's got the lead.
He's got the lead. They both represented the same exact district in Lansing right here. Let's just take a look at how they're doing compared to the top of the ticket here. This is always fascinating for us as we're talking about split ticket voting. We have Slotkin at 56%, Harris at 55%, Mike Rogers 41%, Donald Trump at 42%. This is another one that we're going to be keeping our eyes very closely peeled on as well as they make the case in this state too, David.
But overall, statewide, he's in the lead at this point.
Overall, statewide, he is in the lead by 32,000 votes. 38% of the vote in, still a little early.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, Bob Casey.
Bob Casey over in Pennsylvania. And this is one where, again, White House also crossing roads with control of the Senate. Bob Casey from Scranton, very popular name here in the state. His father was a governor running against McCormick in this state. Right now, let's take a look here. You have McCormick ahead by 119,000 votes compared to Bob Casey, 81% of the vote in. Let's go ahead and do that compare as well. Let's start with Scranton as well here. You could just see, let's go back here. You can see. Yeah, they're just starting in Scranton, though, just seeing how Harris is doing here. Bob Casey, 53%, Harris at 50%. Let's see how it's doing statewide as well. Overall, Harris at 47, Casey at 47, Donald Trump 51, McCormick 49.
And so clearly Donald Trump at this point appears to be lifting Dave McCormick to a potential victory over Bob Casey. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves here tonight. Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin looking to hold on to her seat. Where does that look at this hour?
Yeah, Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin looking to hold on to her seat here. She's been in public office for 40 years at this point. Let's go over to the Senate so we can see how she's doing against Eric Hovde. At this point, he is ahead by about 30,000 votes, 70% of the vote in. Let's go ahead and do that compare as well here so you can see how they're running against the top of the ticket. You have Hovde, 49%, Donald Trump at 50. He's ahead again by 30,000 votes compared to Tammy Baldwin at 48, Vice President Kamala Harris at 47.
So, again, we haven't called any of these races, but the portrait that you just showed is a big night for Republicans. In all of these states, it looks like Tammy Baldwin's fighting to stay alive in the Senate right now. Bob Casey fighting for his life in the Senate. And in an open seat in Michigan, Mike Rogers is in the lead at this point. John Carl, this is potentially a big night for Donald Trump and all of the Republican Senate candidates who were looking either to fill an open seat or to replace a Democratic incumbent.
Look, it's not over. A lot of votes still to count, but the trend lines are clear. And what you are seeing is potentially Donald Trump on the precipice of the greatest comeback in American political history. I mean, we've never seen anything like this. We've seen presidents lose and come back. We remember Grover Cleveland coming back, but this is...
You do.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. But
we weren't around for that. Oh, I'm just kidding.
But a president who left the White House the way he left, impeached for the second time, 7 members of his own party voting to convict him in the Senate, facing multiple criminal trials, indictments in 4 separate cases, convictions in the case in New York, and to face all of that, come back, recapture the Republican nomination, and be on the precipice of potentially getting back into the White House is something unlike anything we have ever seen in American history. Even with Donald Trump, we've just never seen something like this. And to see the Republicans in these races, we don't know where the House is yet. The House, we're probably going to have to wait a while, but on the precipice of potentially not just retaking the Senate, but retaking it comfortably. It gets to the question that Donald Trump would ask in the closing days at the beginning of every one of his rallies. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And as we've seen in our polling, as we've seen in the exit polls today, the resounding answer from most Americans is no. They feel they've been hit with housing costs that have been, absolutely brutal. Inflation, the rate of inflation has gone down, but eggs are still about 161% more now than they were when Joe Biden got in. Gas prices about 50% more than when Joe Biden came into the White House. Americans are saying clearly, I mean, even before hearing the final results, we see, trend lines that they are unhappy with the stewardship of the Democrats in the White House, and this is a rejection.
And David, if I can, it really, just to double down on that, the message Kamala Harris has been trying to get out there is things are getting better. The inflation rate is going down. But the people who have suffered through this, they'll never get that money back. And voters I talked to, it was the absolute number one issue. And they felt that they were thriving under Donald Trump. There was a young voter in Texas, a veteran, who did not vote for Donald Trump in 2020, was disgusted by things that Donald Trump had said. His name is Carl Wild, and I checked in with Carl Wild again this week, and he said, my business has gone downhill. My wife's business has gone downhill. I am voting for Donald Trump. He said, I'm still disgusted by things he said, but this is about my family. This is about our suffering through the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, no matter the explanations about why or how that happened, that is what people are feeling. I've said it tonight before. That is their truth. They have blanked out some of the things Donald Trump has said. They've normalized some of the things Donald Trump has said, but it's their kitchen table.
And when you're paying more at the grocery store, you would know
Exactly.
it.
Exactly.
And so that's your most immediate concern. And as you said, as you traveled through the Sun Belt states, everywhere you went, that's what they said. I want to bring in the team at 538, Galen Druk, Elliot Morris. Do we have a camera at 538, guys? I wanted to ask them. I know they're crunching the numbers. There they are. See if we can find them in their cubicle back there. Hey, guys, are you back there? Are you still awake? Hey, I know you guys have been crunching the numbers here.
We got you, indeed.
Hey.
We are still awake.
Galen, Elliot, tell us what you're seeing in Pennsylvania at this hour. We're watching the Donald Trump lead grow. Is that something that Kamala Harris can catch up to mathematically at this point?
Yeah, I just want to lay out the math as it stands for 1 second. So here on this tool behind me, we're showing the probability of Harris or Donald Trump winning the presidency. If you consider all the projections ABC has made so far tonight, except for North Carolina, that first battleground state. But I want you to see when we assign North Carolina to Trump, for example, you see that shifts the likelihood of Trump winning the presidency to 76 out of 100 times. We also heard, of course, from the Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, that he expects Trump to win Georgia. You know, we have not made that projection yet, but I just want to give you some sense of how the scenarios play out. If Georgia also ends up in Trump's column, we see that things there look quite good for him. Now, look, if Pennsylvania were in that case to then go to Kamala Harris, as you asked about, things suddenly do start to change a bit. We get closer back to 55 out of 100 scenarios Harris can win. But then Trump just needs to pick up any of these other battleground states in order to derail Harris on the path to 270. So right now, as you can see from our projections here, the scenarios that we are running, it looks quite good for Donald Trump at this point in the night. And my colleague Elliot, I think, can talk a little bit more about the outstanding vote in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, David, this might be thought of as a best case scenario for Kamala Harris at this point. One thing that this model you see here doesn't know about is the outstanding votes in Philadelphia. And what we've been seeing there and what Rick's been telling you on his great big board, looking at our benchmarks, is that Democrats just aren't hitting the turnout they need in Philadelphia. The collar counties around that city, they are going for Democrats about what Kamala Harris would need to win, but the turnout just isn't there in Philadelphia. Look, ABC News has not made any projections in these races, but from our perspective, it's just a matter of the counting.
Got it. All right. Elliot, Galen, thank you. It's an uphill climb at this point. It would seem mathematically for Kamala Harris to catch up to Donald Trump with this kind of lead in Pennsylvania, though the Harris campaign certainly isn't even acknowledging that. They've already said this is going to be a very long night or nights. I do want to call, should we call Virginia right now? ABC News can project Virginia. Mark, right? Let's move forward here. We'll project Virginia, 13 electoral votes going to Kamala Harris with 86% of the vote in. We do take note that this is later in the evening than we thought it would be to actually project Virginia and its 13 electoral votes for Kamala Harris, which does signal tonight, Rick Klein, what we're seeing across the board.
Yeah, just think about the fact that Harris is only going to win. Well, we'll see what the final number is, but the fact that it took this long to get to it is significant. And it is worth noting right now, Donald Trump is up in all 3 states of the blue wall. Pennsylvania, it's a 200,000 vote margin. Michigan, it's about 100,000, and Wisconsin, it's 82,000. Now, we've also been saying throughout the night tonight and for the last couple of years that sometimes there's mirages on the map because the type of vote that's in and where it's from, and there is the possibility for this in all 3 states. And for similar reasons. It's because we have a large number of votes that are left in urban areas that tend to be bluer. So that's the story that we see right there. In Pennsylvania, it's Philadelphia. In Michigan, it's going to be Milwaukee. A lot of vote left, as Reince has been talking about. And that's in Wisconsin is Milwaukee, and in Michigan is Detroit. So lots of votes are still out there, but they would have to break in a very big way for Kamala Harris.
All right, Rick Klein at the big board, thank you. We're going to drill down on Wayne County in Michigan, actually the Arab American population, and whether or not that could make a big difference here as well. Our coverage continues. We're going to stay on these three states. Very close race in those three states between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, though Trump leads in all three at this hour. We're back in a moment with our ABC News live coverage.
ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast. Right now, votes are being counted, and tomorrow, GMA is right there with the morning's first news and
breaking developments from our powerhouse political team.
Tomorrow morning,
when the story matters most,
a special edition of Good Morning America with the election coverage you need.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News and the race to the White House. All eyes on Georgia right now. Steve Ozensami is in Atlanta. Steve, it's coming down to the wire.
That's right, Kira. Georgia hasn't been called. However, the Secretary of State here has already come out and said that it's mathematically impossible for Vice President Harris to win here. The Republicans are celebrating. The Democrats have already left their party for the night. Kira.
All right, Steve, thank you. I'm Kira Phillips. Stay with ABC News. We've got a lot more coverage straight ahead on Election Night 2024.
Luke Bryan, Peyton Manning, and Lainey Wilson host the CMA Awards live, ABC November 20th.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
It is now midnight in the east, 9 p.m. in the west. Polls are now closed in Hawaii, 49 states in all. Alaska, the only state left. The race for president as advertised, incredibly close tonight. And at this hour, let's take a look at the battleground states we're tracking every hour here. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. It is a must-win state, really, for both of these campaigns. It becomes very difficult without Pennsylvania. Donald Trump with the lead at this hour, as you can see, leading by 215,000 votes in Pennsylvania. It's our understanding that the Philadelphia area could be having some votes coming in very shortly. We'll see if it's enough to make up this 215,000 vote difference between the two. It's becoming more and more difficult as the night goes on mathematically, but not impossible. Michigan, 15 electoral votes. The raw vote coming in. Donald Trump leading there, leading by about 100,000 votes in Michigan. In Wisconsin at this hour, 10 electoral votes. Kamala Harris trailing Donald Trump by about 87,000 votes in the Badger State. In Georgia, we have not called Georgia yet, though the Secretary of State in Georgia came out, held a press conference. We are not projecting this race, but he believes, given the numbers in that state, that it's insurmountable for Kamala Harris at this point. Donald Trump leading by 118,000 votes or so. In Arizona, out west tonight, 11 electoral votes, a very close race there. Look at the margin of difference between the two of them. All of these states, as you can see, close races. In Nevada, 6 electoral votes. State of Nevada at this hour, Donald Trump in the lead by about 10,000 votes in Nevada. Those are the battleground states that we're tracking. Now let's go to a state we can project at this hour. We can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Hawaii, 4 electoral votes. So let's go to the map right now. The race to 270, Kamala Harris winning 14 states. Washington, D.C., Donald Trump, 24 states. There you see the electoral count, 189 to 230 at this hour. And as we mentioned earlier, if Pennsylvania is called one way or another, it changes the course almost entirely. Let's get right over to Rick Klein at the wall. Rick, we've called North Carolina for Donald Trump. We want to just go back to that column you had up there a second ago. Just the hypothetical. Again, just for the audience that's with us, and we're grateful because we know it's just after midnight here in the East. North Carolina called for Trump, 69.7 out of 100 chances of winning, the simulations that our team is doing. 30% chance of winning for Kamala Harris. Show us what happens with Pennsylvania really for either one.
Well, Pennsylvania puts Trump over the top at this point. I mean, there's no way anymore to see how this doesn't devastate her chances. But I want to get into what it would mean for Kamala Harris, because there still is a path left, and it would involve starting with Pennsylvania. That would balance things out a little bit as we look things over. But then there's still the possibility of Michigan and Wisconsin. But this doesn't assume at all, David, what we're seeing in the rest of the states. The overpowering position right now that we're seeing the Trump campaign in Georgia right now, leading by about 118,000 votes with 93% of the vote in. We're just not seeing a lot left in terms of where the vote can be. We still got some blue dots, but they are getting smaller. That means that there's the possibilities of making up ground in a DeKalb County. Yeah, there's votes left. There's no question, 44,000. But you got to think about maybe he nets or she nets 30,000 out of that. That gets you down maybe to 80,000, and there's still other places. That's where this math gets increasingly difficult, and that's where the fact that she is trailing in Georgia as well as Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin makes this difficult to see. There's still the possibility of a Western path if she can piece together Arizona and Nevada. That could offset one of these losses, but not a Pennsylvania loss. And she would then need to be able to carry the other battlegrounds or the other blue wall states.
Forgive me for asking the question again, but this is what I think the viewers at home want to know on really both sides. So Trump supporters and Harris supporters in Pennsylvania. Let's look at the math.
Yeah.
And again, revisit whether or not we think this is possible mathematically, and if the chances are slimming here for any sort of change of course here. Philadelphia, how much of the vote is left?
Yeah, we've seen the lead narrow a little bit as more vote comes in, I think, from the suburbs. I'll check on that in a second. We still have about 250,000 votes, about a quarter of the overall vote in the city of Philadelphia. This is overwhelmingly Harris territory, but it is less overwhelmingly so than it was for Joe Biden, and it is still below where we think she would need to be running according to the 538 benchmark. So she just isn't running up the kind of numbers, even if she were to absolutely romp in the outstanding vote in Philadelphia, it's still going to be hard to make up that gap. Same thing in these other bluer-leaning suburbs, Chester, Montgomery, and one we're paying attention to today, Bucks is now flipped. It's now narrowly in Trump's direction, very narrowly, but this is exactly what he needed to be doing. His 538 benchmark had him at 47%. He's 2 points above that in this classic battleground suburban county.
And that's really the story of the night, at least so far. We're getting deep into the night, is that Donald Trump ran up the margins in so many of these red counties, maybe not huge urban areas or huge populated counties, but in all of these red counties in the swing states where it truly does matter, as you know, it matters everywhere across the country. But in the swing counties, Rick, every one of those sort of benchmarks that you were showing me in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump was meeting them or just outperforming them ever so slightly, and that does add up.
Yeah, you can just kind of do a tour of the state and pick almost any county and see that he's outperforming where he was projected to need to be to win the state. Almost every place, a point or two here, a point or two there. That adds up. He's adding 25,000 votes in a smaller county near State College. Rachel talked about what it means in State College. This is a place that Kamala Harris, frankly, needed to win if she's going to be competitive. It is really the story almost everywhere, not just in the battleground states, but in the non-battleground states. And that's why we've seen a map develop tonight that saw Florida and Texas get projected very early. Iowa, despite that Des Moines Register poll, went very solidly for Donald Trump. That's looking now like it's a 13-point victory for Donald Trump. And why we're still sitting here at a little after midnight, and we don't have a projection in New Jersey. We don't have a projection in New Hampshire. Virginia just got projected a little while back. We don't have a projection in Minnesota just yet. So all these bluer states have moved a little bit red. And again, the upshot is right now Donald Trump has 4.3 million more votes than Kamala Harris. That will change. That will change, especially with California's vote. But that is an astounding number when you realize he lost the popular vote both times he ran. In fact, both times he was around 46, 47%. Now, if this were to hold, it will not hold, to be clear. But he's got a shot at hitting 50%.
At hitting 50%. Reince, did you get a chance to reach out to the former president?
I talked to him a few minutes ago. He's pretty obviously excited, wanted to know how I felt about Wisconsin. I feel really good about it. And if you look at Wisconsin, what you'll see there is that the president up over 95,000 votes. And there's going to be a ballot dump in Milwaukee, which is when they get the flash drive from all the absentee ballot early vote numbers. So I thought that the president would win by 40 or 50,000 votes once that happens. But if you look at Green Bay, what you're going to see there is that's going to be a big win for President Trump there, only about 35% in. That's going to keep coming the direction of President Trump. So, like Rick said, I mean, Kamala Harris is bleeding in every direction. The other point I want to make is that something I've been trying to argue for the past couple of weeks is that Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in 2016 went all three for Trump. In 2020, all three for Joe Biden. And one of the reasons I think that is that when you think about the undecided voter, they're the same person in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And there's a reason why these states run together. I'm not saying that's going to happen. There's a lot that go tonight, but it certainly is how it's trending, and it's just not very surprising.
I know. I think it's really interesting, Rice, and I think it comes all the way back to this central issue that we've been talking about all night long, which is the economy. And you can be told that the stock market hit 40 record highs this year, and interest rates are coming down, inflation's back down at where the Fed wants it. We're probably going to see another Fed interest rate hike in the next couple of days, even after the election. But it's how do you feel? When you go to the grocery store, do you feel like you had a little more back before the pandemic? And you have more exit polling nationally and in some of the swing states, right, Lindsay?
Exactly, and it goes back to what John Carl was pointing out, how Donald Trump would begin virtually every rally recently, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And what's interesting, if you look nationally, because at his rallies, obviously those are his supporters, right? And so they will be this ruckus response in agreement. But nationally, people agree. 45%, so nearly half of these American voters are saying that they're worse off now than they were 4 years ago. And then you see 30% say about the same, 24% say better. But this figure is actually worse than even in the Great Recession in 2008, when you had 42% of people saying that they were worse off than they were 4 years ago. Then when you tick through these blue wall states, Pennsylvania, 67% of voters saying the condition of the nation's economy is not so good or poor. More of the same in Michigan, 63%, not so good or poor. Wisconsin, more of the same, 66% not so good or poor. And again, it goes without saying that we've known for months now that the American people trusted Donald Trump by and large when it comes to the economy.
That's what they were saying in the polls. I do want to get to Rebecca Jarvis real quick. She's down on Wall Street, Rebecca. And you and I talked about this, Rebecca, leading up to the election. This sort of, you can throw stats at people all you'd like. And I don't mean you. I mean just when we report this, because it is what it is. But you can't replace that with how people truly feel at their own family dynamic and whether or not they just remember a time when their money was going further.
Yeah, absolutely, David. You can define the economy in many different ways, whether it's jobs or stocks or growth. And you've talked about this. Those measures look very strong, but the way voters define the economy right now is on inflation. And I talk to voters all the time who are stretched. Even though inflation has come down, prices have not. And the typical American family is paying about $1,200 a month on the same goods and services as they were 3 years ago. While paychecks are up, people are stretched, and there are constant reminders of that. It's the grocery store, it's the rent check, it's child care payments. And people, when they look back 3-4 years ago,